of this panel.
Mr. Chair, so can we pause that for a second? We actually haven't started the stream.
Oh, you haven't started?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now we're starting the stream. Sorry about that.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment in the City of Toronto is called to order. I'd like to introduce the panel members. First of all, my name, Larry Swartz. I'm the chair. We have to my right, Mr. Auspitz, the far right, Mr. Reed, the close right. To my far left, Ms. Martin. My near left, Mr. Allison. We are the panel members for this Committee of Adjustment. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances and from the provisions of the zoning that applies to the property. In addition, considers permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses and consents to sever property to create new lots. I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. This is a hybrid format. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allocated speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Now I'll deal with receiving a copy of the decision. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by mail. If you do not agree with a decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. A Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. As far as hearing procedure goes, I will call each item in the order listed in the agenda. In terms of making your submissions, when an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the end of the 5 minutes. Any presentation or materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Now turning to other matters, are there any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for any items to be heard this afternoon? Take it no response means there are no declarations of interest. Thank you. Now to deal with deferral requests. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for any?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one deferral, but that's not until the 4 p.m. time slot.
Thank you. Is there somebody present that will be present at that 4 p.m. time slot on that? You can confirm later because it's not imminent now, but hopefully. All right. So I take it that there are no other motions, and we may proceed with the next item, which is item 15. Let me just call that up.
Mr. Chair, we're going to start with number 15, 12 York Downs, and I believe we'll look for the owner agent to see if they are online.
Okay. So here we have 12 York Downs. It's a proposed additions to a dwelling. We do have some reports, amongst them a forestry report. We have a staff report. We have 6 letters of support. The item includes 16 variances. I'll summarize them briefly. One deals with number of stories. They deal with the proposed building length, the proposed building depth, proposed height of the building, proposed height of exterior main walls, proposed lot coverage, proposed area of the balcony, proposed front stairs, proposed rear balcony, and so forth. So, in terms of speakers, we have one speaker. It appears there's no speaker in opposition. Do the panel members require hearing from the applicant? I see a nod, so the applicant, please proceed with your submission. And please state your name and address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Sunny Balanga. My address is 12 York Downs, North York. Can I proceed?
Yes, did you gave your address? Is it 1545 Britannia Road? Is that what you said?
No, I said 12 York Downs Drive.
Oh, you're
North
at
York.
12 York Downs, but where's Sunny, but do I have the wrong number?
That's me. That's my name.
Oh, that's you. Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I think you have my architect information. But I'm speaking for myself today.
Okay.
So I'm starting off with describing the situation as a bit of a dilemma. This application has a little bit of a split personality in several areas, and the main question is to proceed or defer. So I was expecting a supportive staff report, and there's reasons for that. And I got a very harsh staff report, and there's reasons for that too. So I did speak with staff after the report landed, and we recognized there were some misunderstandings. So my discussions were with Diana Steinberg, and she recommended that I try to put it to committee and see where we go. So I'm trying to think about the most efficient way to explain. I sent Diana some material that changed the perceptions that.
Okay. May I just sort of interrupt you, Madam? I just wanted to be clear before you proceed. Are you requesting a deferral? I just wanted to understand, because if you're requesting a deferral, we can deal with that. Is that what you would like?
No, I'm aware. I haven't been clear yet because kind of following Diana's suggestion. She suggested it wouldn't be outrageous to try to proceed with the presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
I sent her.
Hold on.
I sent Diana my presentation. Yes.
Going to defer
There are questions?
that decision now rather than hear a whole presentation. Like what are we?
Okay, okay, yeah, I think it's fair. One of my colleagues is commenting to me, but just for your own benefit, if you make a presentation, then we will probably vote on it and possibly turn it down. You take that risk if you make your presentation. If you want a deferral, just bring that forward now and we'll consider that. But if you continue to make your presentation, then we're not going to necessarily defer it, okay? So if you want to defer, let's defer now. You might get a deferral later, but it's not clear. You may get a refusal. So what would you really like to do?
Could I interrupt? Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. There's echoing. If we're going to be hearing this matter, we're going to very likely be making a decision, and you won't get it. Like, we're not going to give you a clue as to whether we're going to refuse or approve the applications at this point. So you have to make a decision. If you want to address staff's comments, you can do that at this point and request a deferral.
In other words, what I'm going to suggest to you is if you think there's a good chance that this is going to get refused, you're better to defer it. Okay, so go ahead, decide now. Do you want to defer it or do you want to proceed? Because if you proceed, it's out of your hands and we may refuse it. So go ahead, make your decision now, and then we'll either hear you or we'll decide on the deferral.
So what I was trying to suggest, and it was a suggestion that Diana suggested to me, that perhaps we have a very short explanation as to whether the application should be heard or not. So it's not a presentation. I'm not intending to present and then ask you, should I defer? I just have something to describe that maybe you would be willing to help me decide which way to go.
Sorry, could I interrupt? we're not getting into the merit. If we're getting into the merits of the application, we're going to be making a decision.
Okay,
We're not.
so just a second.
We're not.
I think what I'd like to do, I think, you know, given what we've heard so far, what I'm going to suggest is that we go into caucus, the panel, and we decide amongst ourselves whether we want to bring a motion now to defer or not, and then let her speak to that.
It's ultimately, my understanding, it's ultimately up to the applicant to decide whether she wants to request deferral. But I think if I can understand where she's going with this, Mr. Chair, through you, I do have concerns with the application. I will state that. Despite the fact there's nobody here speaking opposition, there's been a pretty strong staff report recommending refusal.
So is that
So-
is that a motion for deferral? Or
It's
you're-
not I think the applicant's, if I understand correctly, she's trying to gauge whether or not there's an appetite for, to move forward or not. But I mean, ultimately, it's up to her to decide whether or not she wants a deferral.
Okay.
But I will say that I have some concerns with the application, and that staff have identified some concerns as well.
Okay, so let's come out of committee. We'll go back to the applicant. I mean, basically, you've got a sense already that there's possibility that you're going to get a refusal here. It's up to you if you want a deferral. We're not going to force you that way. I canvassed my members. They've sort of suggested, at least one of them did, it's a possibility you're going to get a refusal. So you make the decision now. We'll give you your 5 minutes to present if you need to, but otherwise, you may be better off deferring it, and that way you can regroup and have more success. So what would you like to do? Pick one or the other, defer or hearing, please.
I was really hoping you would give me a minute.
Okay,
Just to
we'll give
explain
you
the
a minute.
situation, why.
We'll give you a minute, but after the minute, you've got 5 minutes
Yes,
to
I
present, and we're
understand.
going to go ahead with your hearing, and then we'll either refuse it or do what we want, okay? So please, make up your mind.
I accept that. I accept that. So we got a very harsh staff report. We were expecting a supportive staff report. I spoke with Diana. She
Sorry, can I interrupt?
recognized that the report was.
Sorry, can I interrupt? We're getting into the merits of the application.
Okay.
and
Let's just we're going to
Yeah,
hear
I
you
think
then.
we should hear it. I
You
think
got
at
your
this
5
point,
minutes.
we've-
Please go.
We've
Let's
we've
do it
gone
now.
that, okay?
We can't-
So
we
we'll hear
can't-
this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, madam. Please
Do I have
present
that
your.
minute? Do I have that minute to explain?
You've got 5 minutes. Go, please.
I was hoping for just a minute. I was just trying to get literally just one concept out, and then I was hoping for some help from you guys to make the decision. The planner told me that the presentation I sent her had made some really good points, and they're very happy to continue talking about it. But she suggested I come to you guys, and maybe you would be willing to look at the presentation because it's a completely different proposal from what was being judged by the staff report.
Hold on. You've got your 5 minutes. Please continue.
Okay, I'll defer.
You
Doesn't
defer?
sound like
Okay,
it's gonna
thank
go
you.
ahead now.
Okay,
I get the impression that the application has changed.
okay, that's fine.
I don't know.
Let's go into caucus now. She's asked, does anybody have any questions of the applicant? All right, so now we're going to go into caucus. Do we have a motion to defer from anybody?
I move to defer to allow
Thank you.
the applicant to address staff comments.
Mr. Auspitz moved to defer. Anybody? Okay,
second
Mr.
that.
Allison has seconded. Is there any discussion on the move to deferral? I think we've kind of given her our thoughts already. All right, let's vote on that unless there's any comments on it. All in favor of motion to defer? Okay, so the matter is deferred. Congratulations. Thank you for attending. Good luck with your rest of your day. Thank you. On to item 16.
Mr. Chair, we have item 16, 249 Elm. We had a late request to speak, but I believe this is the owner as well as the agent. So they can either split their time or they can just have one speak, and plus other speakers as well.
Okay, so here we have, let me just pull it up. Just a moment, bear with me. This is item 16, right? And this is 249 Elm, is that correct? Yes. 249 Elm, it's a proposal to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. We have on file a number of reports. Those include forestry report, letter, and staff report. We have 5 letters of objection. We have a letter of support. We're dealing with 3 variances. Those deal with things such as main wall height, floor space index, side yard setback. We have 3 parties, including the applicant. The applicant will speak first, and we have down for the applicant 2 potential speakers. It's up to the applicant to decide how the applicant wants to split up that time. The applicant can go forward. Please state your name of the person presenting and the address, please. Applicant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've unmuted both the applicant and the owner of the home at the same time.
Okay, thank you. So speakers, please state your name and address. It's up to you to decide how you want to split up your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member of committee. My name is Ehsan Taifi. My address is 244 Lamsden Avenue. I am the agent for the applicant. May I proceed to the presentation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. But before I proceed, I wanted to notify that we don't have 5 letters of objection. Technically, they are 3 letters of objection because we deferred. The 12 letters of objection are the same neighbors. They are not 5. Technically, we just have 3 letters of objection. Our application is a very simple application. Also, the property is not a big lot, but we don't have the long list of the variances. We don't request any variance for the length, for the landscaping, nothing. And we just work very hard to keep our application in compliance with the bylaw. So we initially came with 4 variances to be heard on November 9th, and we received 19 supporting letters from our immediate neighbors. If you please show the second page of my supporting documents, I appreciate that it can the supporting documents. The second page can show the neighbors that were supporting our application. So in November 9th, for more clarity for the main wall heights, we deferred the application to be heard in the later time. We work with the city and reduce our application, our variances from 4 to 3. Technically, I'm talking, okay, as you can see, we have 19 neighbors supporting our initial actually application, but still we work on that. We reduce our variances to 3. Now we have 3 variances. The first variances is the sidewall heights, which is we initially requested for 11.89 meters. Now we are reduced that to 9.75 meters. It's just 1.2 meters above the bylaw. And in the area, if you just stop here in the second, if you can see, there is lots of houses that have more than 2 meters over the. If you can just zoom in the lower, zoom in the page, please. Okay, if you go just a little bit to the right, you can see the list of the houses that have more than 2 meters over the bylaw, plus they are also more than the height that we are asking. if you can see, for example, 195 Bedford Park it's at 9.9 meters. Also, the Saint Germain one, which is very close to us, is 9.81. So we are not asking very high. We just wanted to have something to have better shape for the house. For the variance number 2, we were asking initially for 1.25%, which was 289 meters. But afterwards, we reduced it to 1.216 to 282.49 meters, which is still is much less than houses that are in the neighborhood. And we are trying ourselves to make it as less as possible. Actually, it was also with respect to the new policy of the city to for better use of the land. Variance number 3 was not here if we were not going to have. Actually, we were not shifted the house to the south. Technically, in the north side, we have 60 centimeters side setback, whereas by law we needed only 45 centimeters. And we did that to have more access, actually wider access for the backyard. Also, we were more further away from our neighbor adjacent property. Versus in the other side, we don't have any building. Technically, there because of the situation of the house, we don't have no house on the other side and just the backyard of the neighbors. And that variance is not for the, initially we were asking for the full length of the property, but then to reduce that, to cover the variances, we just ask for 1.6 meters of the length. If you just go to the 4 page, I appreciate that. Go down, please. Go down more. I'm gonna show that part to the go down, please. Go down to the drawings. Okay, if you just okay, just here, just zoom out. Can you zoom in? I just wanted to make it bigger to show the community that what I'm talking about. Just a little bit more.
5 minutes. Yeah.
We have.
Okay, just
I
come.
think, I think we've got to
Yeah,
wrap it up
yeah,
here. You got like
Okay.
10 seconds.
My
or over.
presentation is done. Just wanted to show that where exactly we wanted to just bump up. It's about 1.6 meters of the length, not the full length. Thank you very much. We believe that the application is very minor in nature and appreciate your approval.
Thank you. So let's see if any of the panel members have any question of the applicant.
I have a question concerning, I noticed on the front elevation, we're dealing with a garage and then 3 very clear stories above it. And I know that the applicant was listing off some addresses and comparing some height. Do any of those addresses have a garage with 3 stories stacked above? Because, you know, I'm just having some trouble, and I've looked at some of the precedents that were provided in the application package. It seems like it's 2 to 2.5 with a dormer, but I'm having trouble seeing, you know, 4 clear levels on a front elevation.
Can I answer?
Yes, that's my question is complete. So
Yes.
you can answer.
Okay. If you first of all, our request, actually our application is not at the 3rd floor, is not very full. We have some actually we don't have the full floor at the 3rd floor. We have some space for the balcony, and if you go to the drawings, you can see that our kind of 3rd floor is not full 3rd floor, is a bit back from the main wall. And if you go to the 3rd floor from the side, yeah, you can from the side go to more, please. One more, please. Okay, as you can see, we have the balcony in the third floor. So technically, it's not the very full one. And the other thing is that we are not, we don't have any height variances. We are actually comply with the bylaw height, and we don't have that. I also provide you with some photos. If you go up to through my presentation, I can show some photos from other houses in the area that are the same, and even they have like more. Go down, please. Go to the very first two photos, maybe. No, go up, please. Go up. Okay. Okay, from here, this, as you can see, this one is 3-story, almost the same. The other one also, if you go down, there is another 2 as well. Ours, you can see there is garage and 3-story up there. This one is just 3-story, but not the garage. But the other one that the car is parked there is 3-story over the garage. Again, the 3-story is not variances. The height is not variances. We comply with everything. It's not something that it's gonna be our like variances. We don't have those variances in our list. We just have the 3 variances that mentioned in the list.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just showing the precedent photos was enough to answer my question. Just for clarification's sake, we are changing, I see 3 variances on the public notice. Are we removing the first variance then? Is that?
No, technically we had the initial zoning report that we changed that to the current one. That initial one was for variances. This one, the new one, we only have 3 variances, which are also which are also modified.
Well, you just told me that you don't have any variances for height. The
Yeah.
first variance on the public notice is not a
wall.
Sorry?
We don't have any variances for the height of the building, but we only have 1 variances for the height of the side walls.
So you do have a height variance.
For the side walls, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Other panel members, any questions from other panel members? No? Okay. So let's deal with the public submissions. We have a couple of people from the public. Next one, I believe, in order would be Adam Gehring. Is that correct? Is he available? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Once you confirm you can hear me, I'll start.
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Adam Gehring. I live at 294 Fairlawn Avenue. I've joined today's meeting to reiterate the concerns that we outlined in our submitted letter, which I will reference. So we've strived to make our backyard a comfortable place to enjoy in the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. For background, in 2021, we obtained a tree removal permit to have a nuisance evergreen tree removed from our backyard. This tree spanned 3 properties and kept our yard in perpetual shade. Between the shade and the needles, we cannot grow grass, a garden, or even sit in our deck because of the falling sap, pollen, and needles. After removing this tree, we installed sod, 3 new beech trees, and have a summer garden. We spent over $10,000 transforming our backyard into somewhere for entertaining, relaxing, and working. We now have a comfortable backyard where we see leafy trees from our deck as we look out. And if you scroll down, this is evident in image A, which was taken in the fall, showing the nice colors that we enjoy. Can you please scroll down in the document? Yeah, thank you. So the proposed house will not only eliminate this leafy view seen in image B, the elevated first floor deck will look directly into our yard and house, including our primary bedroom, eliminating our privacy as seen from the back of our lot in image C. This is a direct view from our fence. Now, for perspective, our property, like 249 Elm, is near the corner and thus short. The distance from our fence to the deck is only 30 feet, which is actually less than the proposed height of the new house, which is 32 feet. They may propose to install a privacy fence on the deck to address our privacy concerns. However, this will further negatively impact our enjoyment of our outdoor space. So instead of looking at trees, we'll be looking at a 32-foot high wall and a 15-foot high fence. The proposed extension of the foundation deeper into the property and the elevated first floor deck will negatively impact the enjoyment of our property and eliminate our privacy. We're not opposed to a 3-story house, but recommend the foundation of the new house maintains the current depth of the existing bungalow foundation on the lot. There is no precedent on this block of Elm Road or our adjacent block on Fairlawn Avenue for extending the foundations further back into the property. In fact, 255 Elm Road, which is 3 houses north, is adding a 2-story extension that maintains the foundation line of the existing properties. Furthermore, of the 19 letters of support submitted, only 4 sit in the true vicinity of 249 Elm. Of these, only 1 is directly adjacent and occupies the corner of Elm Road and Fairlawn Avenue. This property is perpendicular to the driveway of the proposed house and will be minimally impacted. The other letter of support cited was signed by a person residing in Aurora, Ontario that must own the property at 251 Elm Road. The remaining letters are from property owners on different blocks or the other side of Elm Road whose property won't be affected. I sincerely hope that the current foundation line is maintained and that there's no negative impact on our property at 294 Fairlawn Avenue. So I thank you for your time, and that concludes my statement.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for the member of the public? No questions. Thank you. Next member of the public speaker, David Williams. Is he available?
Through you, Mr. Chair, David Williams is unable to attend the hearing.
Thank you. Final closing comments from the applicant in relation to the submission of the public member.
May I speak?
Yes.
Yes, okay. As you may notice, the concern from the neighbor, actually, we've been talking to them and we try to have some solution for them. But the fact is that none of the issues that he actually mentioned is the any variance for that we are talking about today. The deck, the depth of the property, everything is according to the bylaw. And we are not kind of asking for any variances for that. And you have, I believe that you mentioned as well, he also is supporting our application in somehow supporting the 3-story, supporting the areas and everything. But you know, that's the bylaw, and we are kind of according to the bylaw. We wanted to extend. Again, we are happy to try our best to facilitate the request, but this is not something that may kind of consider our application and our variances that we are requesting.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to the panel. Let's move into committee. Oh, you have a question, Mr. Rouse.
Sorry, I just want to ask, the existing I'm looking at the survey that's been provided. Just to confirm, does the existing dwelling have a driveway or garage?
At the moment, it's the very short driveway, not the garage. We are building the driveway, and yeah.
Okay, because I see the setback as being, if I'm correct, it's 1.99 meters. Is that correct?
Right now, it was a mutual driveway to the back, which by consent between both properties, it was removed.
Okay. Oh, so there was a garage that was okay. Okay, okay, I see what,
The
okay,
garage is in the back of the property.
okay. Okay, thanks very much. That answers my questions.
All right, unless there's any further questions from the panel, let's go into committee. Committee members, anyone care to bring a motion on this matter? Have Mr. Reed motion?
Thanks, Chair. I can bring a motion for approval. If any of my colleagues wish to comment, I'll just go through with a couple comments first. I was impressed that the applicant was able to reduce one variance, which is something. There still is the height variance for the side walls, but I think that is, the impact of that is lessened in a sense because there are no length or depth variances. So I think that impact is mostly retained towards the front of the site, which is buffered by existing buildings on both sides. And I think the fact that the building does step back at the rear from the third floor slightly and then the first floor as well, I think that goes to lessen some of the impacts of that height involved. I am a little concerned about some of the overlook with the rear deck, so I will add a condition that privacy screening of a minimum of 1.5 meters be included on the north side of the third floor terrace and as well on the north and south side of the first floor rear deck.
All right. So anybody
And,
want?
sorry, and as well
sorry.
to the condition of urban forestry as well.
Okay, so let's just summarize those again. Condition of urban forestry, so you're moving for approval with conditions, including condition of urban forestry. Has staff got all those conditions down? Everybody else understand the conditions, and we got a seconder? Is that you, Mr. Allison?
No,
No?
but I will,
Do we have a seconder?
I'd like to second. I know that I would like to add that it's a pretty narrow lot, and and it's almost like to get something up to what a person would typically want, there would have to be some relief in some regard to allow for things like an attached garage, which is pretty typical in for contemporary buildings, and to allow for an appropriate floor area. So I would like to second that because I think it meets the appropriateness test.
All right. Do we have, I know we have at least one other comment on this. Is that, you don't want to make your comment?
I only had a little bit of reservation with respect to the side yard setback, just because of the condition that it's in. It's not, I understand a condition where you have houses all facing the same direction. It doesn't have as much of an impact. But in this case, you're dealing with multiple neighbors. It's a rear yard setback condition for them, and they are asking for a variance on height, which we are permitting. I just don't see, frankly, you don't see the need for the side yard setback that's requested. I think it could be easily accommodated. But other than that, I'm satisfied with the variances that are before us. I think it's and also judging from what I've looked at in the neighborhood, it seems like it's relatively fits within what's been proposed in both the immediate and broader context.
Right. Ms. Martin, any comments? Okay, so let's put it to a vote. We have a motion on the floor. Those in favor? Approved, unanimous. Thank you. On to the next item. Next item is item 17.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next item is number 17. The address is 8 Waxwing. There is a late staff report, and Forestry has withdrawn their refusal report.
All right. Okay, so this is a proposal to construct new 2-story dwelling with a front porch, rear patio, rear balcony. There are 2 arborist reports. There are 6 forestry reports. There are 22 letters of objection. There are 2 staff reports. There are 8 variances. Variances include side yard setback, proposed height, proposed building length, proposed front yard setback, proposed lot coverage, etc. All right, so we have the applicant, and we have, just confirm here, looks like we have 1, 2, 3 other parties. Let's turn it over to the applicant. If you could make your presentation, state your name and your address.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I would be on video, but I guess that option's not available. My name's Ian Andres. I'm a lawyer with Goodman Street, Suite 3400. Oh, there's the video. Great. Thank you. The subject property is on a cul-de-sac southwest of Lawrence and the DVP. It overlooks Moccasin Trail Park and the broader Don Valley system. The existing house, as you may know, is a bungalow with a double garage. It spans almost the entire width of the lot, and currently it has non-compliant front and side yard setbacks. It's proposed to be demolished and replaced with an elegant and modern 2-story replacement dwelling. The initial hearing date was deferred back from last summer, so our client could consider concerns expressed by city staff and the neighbors at that time. You referenced there's 22 opposition letters on file. I believe the vast majority of those are actually dating back to last June. I think there's only been a few that have been filed over the last week and a half. Since that time, the dwelling has been significantly redesigned to respond to the concerns. The east side yard setback has been eliminated. The building length, height, front setback, and coverage variances have decreased. And most notably, the lot coverage was reduced from 36.08% to 29.98%, which staff are happy with. City planning are supportive of this proposal. Simply ask for a condition requiring that the front yard setback be developed in accordance with the plans, which is fine. We understand that Councillor Burnside and some neighbors have taken issue with this front setback, but the proposed variance has been carefully reviewed by staff and found to be acceptable in these circumstances. The front wall of the new dwelling is proposed in almost the exact same location as the existing dwelling, which you can see if you go to the second page of the presentation materials. The existing dwelling is outlined in green, and you can see how the proposed front wall mostly mimics the existing front wall line. One of the reasons the front yard setback is proposed to be maintained is to ensure that most of the trees in the rear yard are appropriately protected. Planning staff also note that the dwelling to the east is a pie-shaped lot and set back further, and that the proposed front yard setback only applies to a portion of the dwelling. So on that basis, staff have concluded that the proposal, and I see that you can now see the green line overlaid with the black proposed new line. In some cases, it's very slightly ahead of it. In other cases, it's actually set back from the existing house. But in any event, staff have concluded that the proposal is consistent with the overall streetscape character and meets the 4 tests. In this case, the neighborhood character is eclectic. There's a mix of original housing stock and newer dwellings, some of which have tall roof lines which exceed the bylaw height limit, some of which have coverages which exceed the 25% standard. This house has been designed to respect the landscape open space. It's got generous spacing to the rear and east side. As I said, the footprint is closely aligned with the existing footprint at the front and also on the west side, and it's well within the permitted building envelope to the east and rear. So although there's a 69 centimeter building length variance, that's really a technical variance because of the way length is measured on the lot center line, which is skewed in this instance. The actual house itself is less than 17 meters in length below grade, and it's actually less than 16 meters in length above grade, which you can see from the floor plans. I'd also note the building depth is only 12.9 meters and well within what's permitted in the zoning bylaw, all of which speaks to the reasonableness of this proposed footprint. The front canopy and porch encroachments are a function of moving the front yard setback forward. So although the variance is sought for 3.87 meter encroachments, the actual porch only extends 1.1 meters beyond the proposed front wall. And although the proposed height is a bit higher than what the bylaw permits, it is only a 2-story dwelling with a sloped roof. And given the extensive tree cover, there's no material privacy, overlook, or shadow impacts. With the exception of one tree in the rear yard that's squarely within the permitted building envelope and another that's in poor health, our client is preserving the other 11 regulated trees and all 12 trees on adjacent properties. Urban Forestry was initially concerned about 3 front yard trees, which are not proposed to be removed, but may require permanent injure because of work in the TP because of these. But based on our updated arborist report and our discussions with them and mitigation measures proposed during construction, Urban Forestry has withdrawn their objection and are now just seeking the standard condition. As the existing foundation already encroaches into the TPZ at the front of the house to the same or greater extent, we know there's no roots in those areas, and the new house can be constructed in a manner to ensure those trees are protected. As such, there's no outstanding objections from staff. I've reviewed the neighbor opposition letters. I note that their concerns about the variances are not shared by any of the professionals who have reviewed this application. As the committee knows, arguments about percentage deviation are not determinative or reflective of the 4 tests. And contrary to the neighbors' letters, there's nothing about this proposal that will damage the streetscape or introduce an inconsistent dwelling type. Concerns about grading and flooding are not planning matters. They'll be addressed at the building permit stage. With respect to the 4 tests, the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning is to ensure adequate building separation and appropriate development standards and to ensure development respects and reinforces existing and planned character. Planning staff has concluded that it does. We agree. This proposal will fit comfortably with the neighborhood. The requested variances are desirable, will not cause any material impacts. We're okay with the conditions requested by Forestry and Planning, but I did want to point out that the condition requested by Metrolinx we believe is inappropriate and should not be imposed by the committee. It would effectively require the owner to register an easement on title, which give Metrolinx the perpetual ability to permanently pollute the property with noise, vibration, and odor from the rail corridor.
So
That letter
your
from
time's
Metrolinx-
up. Could you please wrap it up?
Yes, then my last thought here, that the letter from Metrolinx incorrectly states that as a requirement of the federal Canadian municipality guidelines. It's not a requirement, it's a suggestion. If our client were to build as of right, they wouldn't have to give that easement. And with respect, this is an overreach by Metrolinx and should not be imposed by the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so questions from the panel of the applicant. Any?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I noticed regarding height, I'm like looking at the ground floor and I'm looking at everything around it, and everything seems to be approximately like a story in height. They seem to be a lot shorter buildings. Do you have any comment on that in terms of compatibility?
Yeah, so compatibility has to be assessed both with the existing context as well as the plan context. So compatibility has to be assessed against what the zoning permits. You're correct, there are bungalows that represent the original housing stock on some of these lots that have not been redeveloped. There's other lots on the street, including 3 Waxwing, which have buildings that are much taller on it, including large sloping roofs. So compatibility is not measured against a 1-story building next door just because that person hasn't developed, because that person could go get a building permit tomorrow to build to the full height in the bylaw. And there is, if to view it fairly, there is a mix of heights and built form on the street and the surrounding neighborhood. So, I acknowledge this building will be taller than the 1-story buildings on the street, but with respect, I submit that's not the appropriate metric for evaluating it.
Other questions, panel members? All right, thank you. So on to public submissions, area resident. Next person on my agenda, Rob Grand. Is Rob Grand available? Staff?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members and chair. I applaud you if you've been able to read through the 50+ documents in this file. To begin, my name is Rob Grand and I live at 1 Waxwing Place. And I would like to express my opposition to the proposed variances requested by 8 Waxwing Place. Waxwing Place is a cul-de-sac of 12 homes in Don Mills. The street is characterized by generous setbacks from the street, purposeful architecture, and a forest-like setting. The Don Mills style homes that represent Waxwing Place are generous but approachable, and they adhere to the intent and purpose of the official plan and the Don Mills secondary plan. The proposal for 8 Waxwing Place is a strong departure from the official plan, the Don Mills secondary plan, and the design principles, renovation strategy, and densification strategy recommended for Don Mills. The Don Mills secondary plan is expressly incorporated into the city's official plan. A copy of this secondary plan and photos of the Waxwing streetscape are enclosed with Jennifer Hall's letter to the committee dated June 14, 2023. A cornerstone of the official plan and the Don Mills secondary plan is that any development has to respect the existing physical character of the area. Planning has to be sensitive to local conditions. The Don Mills plan specifically requires that all development has to retain and enhance the existing character of the area. This means preserving the scale, height, and built form of the relationships originally provided for in the development concept of Don Mills, preserving and enhancing streetscapes and landscaped areas in keeping with the Garden City concept that formed part of the original concept for Don Mills. The plan specifically says the Don Mills neighborhoods must be protected and conserved. The evidence in front of the committee is clear. The proposed variances are significant individually and especially cumulatively. They do not align with the general intent and purpose of the bylaws. The proposed west side setback of the house is a 33% change from the setback permitted in the bylaw. The proposed height of the home is 7.1% higher than the maximum permitted in the bylaw. The proposed building length is longer than the maximum permitted by the bylaw. The proposed front setback is a 30% variance beyond what is permitted in the bylaw. Proposed lot coverage is a 20% change above the maximum that is permitted in the bylaw. And the proposed height of the side exterior main walls facing both side lots is 8.7% above the bylaw. The proposed porch platform and canopy encroaches 3.87 meters into the front yard setback, which represents a 55% variance from the bylaw. Now, I understand that in order for the committee to approve variances, they must be satisfied that the requested variances are minor, the proposal is desirable for the appropriate development of the land and building, the general intent and purpose of the bylaw is maintained, and the general intent and purpose of the official bylaw is maintained. Unfortunately, it is evident that the requested variances do not satisfy the four criteria. It is the responsibility of the Committee of Adjustments to respect the neighboring environment and to deny requests that do not meet the four-part test. I respectfully submit that the above listed requests for variance fail to meet the four-part test and should be denied. Personal preference on house design is not justification for a variance. This application must be denied in its entirety. And if I can just spend the last minute highlighting a few additional concerns that have been raised by the neighbor directly adjacent to the property at 50 Deepwood in his email to the committee dated June 8, 2023. On the property at 8 Waxwing, there is a dry well which serves as a water retention or flood mitigation area for the surrounding homes. Our understanding is that this dry well was part of the original subdivision plan. However, it appears the dry well has been removed from the drawings. Secondly, the elevations provided do not demonstrate the impact of the proposed building height and massing in relation to the adjacent properties. Mr. Andres said that the front yard setback would remain the same. However, the wall height of the
So
front wall
I think you're at the end of your
is
5 minutes now, so if you could just please wrap it up.
Okay. The front wall that is set back from the street is about 10 feet high. The proposal in this is to build it up to about 30 feet high. So the massing on this proposal is significant.
Okay, thank you.
And,
So let me just turn it over to the panel members and see if we have any more any questions that you have of this resident, panel members.
I have one. Sorry, you mentioned that there was, what was it that was, it was like you said it was a well or something that was
a
served?
dry well, it's referred to as.
Okay.
And a dry well is sort of a water retention pond in the back.
So
there's no indication on any of the drawings of this.
okay,
But it was
thank you.
part of the original community plan.
Sorry, is there any easements or anything with regards to that water retention pond?
I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. On to our next resident. We have another resident who is listed for next speaker, Paul Burtnick. Is he here?
I'm Paul Burtnick. I live at 10 Waxwing Place.
It says 8 Waxwing Place on the our list.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was a mistake. He's at 10.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of the speakers, so we've already had one speaker. Just in case you're planning to repeat what the other speaker said, I'm just going to recommend try to devote your time to those things that are different. You can just say that you agree with certain other comments. But if you're repeating again, it's not going to really help you or the panel. So.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Go ahead.
I do agree, and I think it's incumbent upon the committee to do further investigation on the floodplain and the dry well in the back. We have received no information whatsoever with regard to the grading or with regard to this dry well in the back. The previous owners purposely did not develop the property due to this issue, and they were comfortable with it, and that's why they never developed or moved farther back anyhow. Of particular concern would be the trees. There are many trees in the back that have been omitted from the plans that have been submitted. There are many trees on the property line. Although forestry may have withdrawn some objections, a particular concern is over a 250 growth tree at the front of the property on the property line, which is 200 years old, and it's only set back from the property less than 1.12 meters. It is absolutely incumbent upon this council to consider the fact of future damage to the trees. There are over 22 trees on my front property, which are no longer certainly going to get sunlight, but furthermore, the ongoing damage after the construction. I don't think that other people should be liable for that in any way, shape, or form. The applicant has actually made no direct connections to any of the objections that we've made in person, as indicated. So although we had letters of objection in the past, there has been no contact with the applicants in order to address any issues in particular. The front setback does not take into account, although it is a variance, it does not take into account the addition of 3.87 meters of a front porch. So the setback is a little deceiving there, and it's something the committee has to take into account as well. In the rear of the property, I would absolutely ask that a further drawing is provided, because there are many trees that have been omitted on what's been in the applicant's proposal. Additionally, I am one of the one-story properties here. I have a sunroom in the front. It is certainly going to be a challenge to get any sun in a sunroom with a 30-plus foot high structure right adjacent next door. It is changing the character of the street. It's changing the character of the neighborhood. I agree with the previous presenter that it is not in tune with what the envision for Don Mills is and what the guidelines are. I would ask the committee to outright reject this proposal, and perhaps when they come back next time, they could consult with the neighbors and they could address some of the concerns. We're not against new construction, but these variances are not minor in any way, shape, or form.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, question for the resident? Any questions? Thank you. We have one further resident indicated by the list as Doris Buys, 2 Waxwing. Is she available, please?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure. Just if you can, for the record, confirm your name and address, and then please proceed with your 5 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Doris Beast, and I live at 2 Waxwing Place. I've been asked by the community just to give you a little bit of history on our community and what we what we represent here. So some of the things might be a little bit repeated from the other two, so I do apologize, but thank you for taking the time. I've lived in this area for the past 30 years. Don Mills holds the distinction of being the first planned community in North America. We're made up of 4 quadrants. Each quadrant is meticulously designed to accommodate a school, a church, and a park, and to foster a sense of community. We have seen lots of changes in our neighborhood. The new shops at Don Mills, the sizable condominium developments, but the one thing that has always stayed the same in our community has not been just the houses on our street. Our children play together. We play cards on Saturday night in our neighborhood, and above all, we actively support and care for one another, as you can see from our supporting documents from June. Our community is made up of beautiful trees, some dating back 200 years, as you've been told already. Charming houses with front and backyards, which are so unique to Toronto. Regrettably, the new monster homes have started to invade our streets and are threatening the essence of what defines our neighborhood. Despite being Despite being attracted to our community for its trees and spacious lots, new residents often prioritize removing these cherished trees and construction of oversized homes. Waxwing is compiled of 12 homes on a cul-de-sac, and although we understand small homes and bungalows may no longer be the norm, and that some of the houses need to be rebuilt, the neighbors of Waxwing and the surrounding streets ask that the Committee of Adjustment respect the bylaws of North York and stay within the 25% lot coverage. Based on our supporting document, it's evident that the neighbors of number 8 do not support these variances and do not perceive them to be insignificant. We also ask that the Committee of Adjustment remember that each property needs to be reviewed and evaluated on its own merits, and hope that you see that number 8's variances are not minor, and granting these requests will change the heart of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions of the resident? Seeing none. All right. Back to the applicant. Any further comments to make? Please go ahead. 5 minutes maximum. And have to address those comments that were made by the residents, not new comments, please. Hello?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So I will just like to respond to some of the comments made. First of all, with there was a suggestion made that my client has not consulted. In both cases, both before the original hearing and before this hearing, the architect's office, Mr. Wengel's office, did what they always do, which is circulate a package with the plans, an explanatory note, and an invitation to contact them if there's any questions or concerns. I know for a fact that that happened just before the holidays with respect to this application, so that was well over a month ago. While my client herself may not have spoken directly, there was certainly an opportunity for neighbors to reach out. Secondly, I appreciate the sincerity that some of the neighbors spoke about with respect to the Don Mills planned community. I'm aware that it is the original planned community in North America. But most of the attributes of that community that were expressed are not changing through this application. The charming character, the layout of the blocks to allow for schools and parks and all that, none of that's changing. And there can be differences of opinion as to whether, and matters of degree as to whether the standards are met. But here we have some perceptions of neighbors that things aren't minor, which are focused primarily on percentage deviation. And then you have the opinion of city planning staff that the 4 tests are met and that this respects and reinforces the character. And I would just say that if you take what Ms. Bees had said at the end to its logical conclusion that everyone should comply with the bylaw, well, that would mean that there'd be no need for the Committee of Adjustment. And the fact is the Planning Act permits minor variance applications, and each application has to be judged on its merits, which we're asking you to do here. Just quickly with respect to the dry well in the rear of the property, it's shown on the survey. It's certainly well back from where the house is located. So it's not a planning matter that's before you today. Of course, our client will have to go through the proper drainage and grading plans before pulling a building permit. So any stormwater issues will be dealt with there. There was a comment from Mr. Burke next door about the front yard setback and the front porch. I think I said this at the outset of my submissions, but the 3.87 meters includes the amount by which the front yard setback is proposed to be reduced. So the actual porch is not an additional 3.87 meters. It's an additional 1.1 meters, which frankly is a pretty small porch. Finally, with respect to the trees, it's not correct to say that the trees have been left off the plans. The arborist report and the plans clearly identify all of the bylaw regulated trees, which, as you know, are those 30 centimeters in diameter or greater. The arborist report has been provided to urban forestry. There's been extensive discussion, and our client has committed to urban forestry to preserve those front yard trees and make sure that mitigation measures are implemented before any tree injury permit would be issued to urban forestry satisfaction. And we're consenting to the condition to that effect. And as a result, those front yard trees will be protected through this application. So I think I've covered everything. Thank you.
Hey, sorry. So no further questions from panel members of any of the parties. So we are going to go into committee. Is that correct? Okay, we're going into committee. And I ask if anybody would like to make a motion to begin. I have a motion proposed by Mr. Auspitz.
Yes, I would like to motion to approve the application in part. So I would like to approve variance 1. I would like to refuse variance 2 regarding building height. I'll get to my reasons shortly. I'd like to approve the remaining variances 2 through 8. The reason why I have concerns regarding building height is the area around. I recognize that you have to strike a balance between considering permitted building heights as of right conditions as well as the existing context. And I think when you're looking at the existing context, the additional height just does not fit. I would also like I would also like to attach the condition from planning regarding front yard setback. I did hear several concerns. The concerns were regarding the water retention pond. I completely agree with the applicant on that matter. That is not really a matter in front of us. There was also no easement, so it's not, from my understanding, so it's not infringing on anyone's legal ownership rights, to my understanding. Regarding trees, we did get a report from urban forestry. So I don't think I attached the condition, but I'd like to attach that as well. And they do have a condition regarding any tree removal, so I would like that to be included. We rely on urban forestry with respect to that. Yeah, and I think those are the points. And I think provided that the building height is refused, I think the proposed dwelling is compatible with what's intended for the area as well as what's anticipated to be developed over time.
Okay, so if I understand the motion correctly, you're accepting all the variances except variance number 2 in respect of the building height. You're imposing the forestry condition for tree removal. Any other?
And the condition from planning with regards to front yard setback. Sorry, I had a very long-winded one, but
okay, just to be clear.
Yeah,
that's fine. Now, seconder of that motion or any seconder of that motion? Okay, Peter. That's Mr. Reed. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Reed?
No, I have nothing further to add. I think Jesse made good points.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment on the proposed motion?
Can you just clarify the condition for the setback, the front yard setback?
So they want the front yard setback to be developed as per the site plan drawing. Planning requested that, and I'm comfortable with including that condition.
Okay, thanks.
That's a modification to the application, right?
No, it's just a condition.
Condition, okay, got it. Okay, so any other questions? Any comments? All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. I grew up in Don Mills. So you see, it can happen. You can grow up in Don Mills and get on the Committee of Adjustment. It does happen from time to time. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're moving on to item 18, which is number 18 Green Meadow Circle.
Okay.
We'll check to see if the agent is available.
Let me just see this. I believe we only have one party here. Does the committee need to hear from the applicant? Any? Okay.
I have one question for the applicant, but other than that, I don't need to hear a presentation.
Okay. Anybody else will, for the applicant, well, let's put the applicant forward, and then before you do your presentation, maybe you can address, you'll hear the question. We'll have one question for you, and then you can decide if you want to present. But the applicant, it's Pamela Posas, so please step forward virtually. I think you're virtual. Or are you in person? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
State your name and your address. Don't get into your presentation yet. You're going to have a question right off the bat. Okay. Go ahead.
Sure. My name is Pamela Posas. My address is Unit 5, 600 Zenway Boulevard, phone.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead with your question, Mr. Auspitz, and then we'll see if the panel still needs to hear.
So I guess my only question is with respect to the provision of a privacy screen. I mean, I don't have any concerns with the application, provided that a 1.5 meter privacy screen be provided on the west side of that rear deck. Would you be comfortable with us including that condition?
Yeah, I would have to speak with our client, but the intention is just to use a glass railing on that side.
All right.
That's why we are reducing the west setback from 0.61 to 0.86 meters, whereas the minimum required setback is 1.2, so it's quite close.
So are you comfortable with that condition being included, or that we actually have a privacy screen instead of glass along the west of that balcony?
Do I have an option?
It's second story. On the second story.
I don't know if did I fully articulate what this proposal is about, maybe for the record? I can't remember if I did. Why don't, in case I missed that, while you're thinking about the answer to the question, let me just say that this item 18, it's 18 Green Meadow Circle. It's to construct canopies over the rear deck and upper deck. There are staff reports too, and there are 3 variances. They deal with the proposed area of the deck, proposed west side yard setback, and the proposed lot coverage. So, so that being said, while I was talking, if you had a chance to think about the question that was asked, whether you would agree to that before you make your presentation, do you have an answer for that yet?
Yeah, so we would like to keep the railing. As I said, we are reducing. So before we had 0.61 meters on the setback, and now we'll have 0.86. So we are reducing almost to what is required, that is 1.2 meters.
So let me just be clear. So you're saying that he's asked for the screen and you're not accepting that. You'd rather make your presentation than accept that. Is that what I've heard?
If we don't have like any other options, of course we'll take the private screen.
Well, you're entitled to 5 minutes of presentation, but I think you may, as a professional, have an understanding of where we're headed on this. Although that's up to you to decide. You get 5 minutes. We're willing to give you 5 minutes. If you don't need the 5 minutes, we'd rather not waste it. So that's all I'm saying. It's up to you. Do you want your 5 minutes, or do you want us to go ahead?
No, so I guess everything is really clear. I would like to know if I have the option to defer so I can go to my client and explain to him about the proposal of the private screen.
Yeah, but
If that's okay.
yeah, how long do you need to check with your client?
1 week max.
Pardon? Why don't we just
Um,
table this? We'll bring it back later. I think we're going to take a break anyway. If you can check with your client, we'll take a break because we've got another one coming. We're going to take a 10-minute break. You can check with your client. If you got an answer from your client during those 10 minutes, then we can deal with it when we come back. If not, we'll decide what we're going to do, whether we're going to defer it or not. Okay? So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. Thank you. Okay, if everybody's ready to get going, let's continue on, okay? We're all ready? Staff ready? No, not ready. Okay. Staff is not ready. Okay. Right. Okay, thank you. So where we left off before our break, we were dealing with item 18. And there was a brief discussion before we heard from the presenter of whether the presenter would have to present. So can we put the applicant back on, and I'll just ask a question of the applicant? Is that possible? Are they ready? That's item 18, Green Meadows Circle. Are you there, Pamela?
Yes. Hello.
Okay. So when we left you, you had an indication that there might be a change made by the panel, but otherwise they didn't, as far as I could see, did not need you to do a presentation. Have you had a chance to talk to your client?
Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to contact the client. I know that she wants as much as light as possible, and putting a privacy screen will prevent the light of coming through. But if it's not an option to keep the project as it is, only with the railing, like we'll go through and
Okay, so
accept
are you basically consenting that we're going to make our decision? You don't have to make any further presentation based on what the indication we have. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, thank you, madam. We'll now go into committee, and I expect there will be a motion from one of our members. Is there?
Yes, I would like to move the application. I would like to motion to approve the application, subject to the condition that a 1.5 meter privacy screen be placed on the west side of the second story balcony.
Thank you.
Just a matter of clarification, when we're dealing with a privacy screen in this instance, would it be acceptable for the applicant to, provide some sort of privacy screen on the actual glass itself rather than have to construct a separate privacy screen within the structure? It just seems a little, I just want to ensure, because I mean, we've had this had this before where we've had, issues of privacy, and we just want to, it could just be some sort of, it could be some form of screening on the actual glass.
Mr. Chair, can I just mention, I don't think we want to limit exactly, we don't want to tell them what to do because we want to grant them some flexibility.
That's right, yeah.
So I think the motion as presented is probably acceptable if everyone else is okay with it, but to be too specific might end up being a detriment to the applicant.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, and we need a seconder for the motion, and we do have a seconder, who's Ms. Martin. And I don't know if you need to speak to that or if you want to speak to that as a seconder. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion?
No. I mean, to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer's comment, I just wanted to ensure that they have some flexibility to be able to address this in the best way possible. Okay. And not be forced to build something within a structure that doesn't really seem. But to his comment, I don't think Mr. Ospit's motion is restrictive. I think it's open enough to allow for.
Maybe you just want to clarify how you worded that.
Could we add to that? So could we add a provision of a 1.5 privacy screen along the west side of the balcony, which may be within the balcony or in replace of the glass panel, or would that be too?
I think that's a little too specific at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's keep the motion as is.
I think it's broad enough. Yeah. I just wanted to ensure, because this is a bit of a unique situation here. We're not dealing with an open deck structure.
Okay. Everybody satisfied? No more questions? No more comments?
No.
Do we have a vote? Panel? All in favor? Okay. It's unanimous. Thank you. Let's move on to item 19. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're on to item number 19, 1 CORTLEIGH. The applicant is here in person, and there are a number of neighborhood speakers.
So let me introduce this matter. It's 1 CORTLEIGH. It's to construct a new dwelling. We have a number of reports, arborist report, forestry report, a letter. We have a ravine report, two ravine reports, 2 forestry reports. We have 37 letters of objection. We have 2 letters of support. We have 7 variances. Those variances can be summarized as relating to eaves, relating to building length, building depth, floor space, front yard setbacks, north side yard setback, south side yard setback. All right. We have a number of presenters. We have the applicant, the agent for the applicant, I believe. Is that the agent for the applicant standing at the podium now? Okay. And are you Lauren Rose? All right.
Okay, yes, I'm Lauren Rose, 388 Spadina Road.
Thank you. So you've got 5 minutes, please.
Okay, if staff can pull up my presentation, it says presentation for C of A AIC. Since this hearing is on YouTube, I need to just respond to some comments that have been submitted to the C of A regarding how I behaved and what I said at a community meeting. These comments are 100% inaccurate and should not be considered by the committee members. They also have no bearing on any of the variances. To begin with, planning has no objection to the original proposal and certainly has no objection to this proposal. Lytton Park Residents Association organization has never had any objections to either proposal. The councillor's office is not objecting to this proposal and had concerns previously. Forestry used to have objections, but now only wants to have a condition that we apply for any tree injury or removal permits. We deem that very acceptable. Ravine and Natural Features Protection used to have concerns, but now has no objections. You may hear a lot about ravines, but there is no objection from the governing body because it is deemed that there is no negative impact on the ravine. The design, we believe, can staff pull up the photo, the end of the street in my presentation. The design, we believe, is good urban design and carefully thought out. Just waiting for, scroll down to the picture. This is a dead-end street that comes to an abrupt stop with a huge tree at the end and a guardrail. As noted by one of the oppositions at number 2, the driveway could not properly work on the south side of the lot because of the tree and the snow piling. If staff can just show that full picture. Sorry, I don't want to take up more of my time because I have more to say, but can you zoom out on that? So there is a giant tree which we're preserving, and all the snow at the end of the street gets pushed to the end of the street. You can see where the existing driveway is, and number 2 has a problem getting out, so we cannot possibly put our driveway on that side. If you go to the next slide 2, we put the garage on the north side and did not want to come down the street and see only a garage. So we staggered the design against the natural angle of the street to create a house that would be welcoming with an entrance that addresses the street instead of ignores the street approach. This causes the front yard setback, but it makes sense to do such a thing in this dead-end street. If staff can blow up the image. So we, nope, lost the image. Nope, the image you had up. Sorry, I hope this doesn't take from my time. Go up. Nope, go same presentation. Sorry if you don't mind stopping the clock. There, nope, that's, go up from there. Up. Okay, so if you can blow that, nope, that one. If you can blow that up, you'll see that the natural progression of houses down that street keeps getting closer to the street at the front setback on the east side. On the west side, it's just the opposite, which is opposite to what you would expect, but that's how we thought about this project. And I think it's good for the neighbors on Briar Hill because it had the house moved forward rather than being further back and disturbing more trees. The front yard setback of 2.61, whereas 4.89 is required. I'll note that the existing front setback is at the same location. If you look at the site plan of the house, which we don't have up, you'll see that 50% of the house is at that front, in front of the required front setback, yet 50% is beyond the front setback. There's talk there's talk that this is the longest house in the area, as noted by number 3. If you look at the stars on the drawing, this is by far not the longest house. Number 24, which is up the 2 up above, are much longer. I did number 22, which has a much longer length than we're asking for. Number 1, which is right on that block on the corner, has exceptionally long depth. So the facts that they're saying that this is the longest house on this block is absolutely not true. The lot coverage at 38.3%, where 35 is required, is not a big overage, and nobody is objecting to it. For the side yard setbacks, on the north side, our existing house has a 0.81 meter setback. We're proposing 0.91. The neighbor objecting on the north has a 0.61 meter setback, and then a 0.89, and then a 1.15, all smaller than the 1.5 meters permitted. On the south side, our existing house actually has a covered porch and had a shed that is 0.42 meters over the property line, not even on our property, on the neighbor's properties. We are now proposing 1.22 meters. As for the length and depth of this house, if staff can put up the site plan, it may take a little bit of time. You will note that this is on an angle, and length and depth are measured uniquely, as you noted on an application, I think 2 before. So there's no way we were going to design this house in a trapezoid shape. It's inevitable that you will have length and depth.
I don't want to
Yes.
cut you off, but and I know we had some of the slides, but your time's really up. So if you could just
Sorry, if staff could put up the last 2 slides that we talked about that came in wrong, just want to show quickly. So the red here is the existing house. The white is the proposed house. This house is 2 feet longer than the existing house, except for the 1-story projection, which we stepped down on the 1st and 2nd floor, another 1.5 feet. And there's fences all around this property, so it's very rare that they would see it. Next slide, please. Just want to say I did the house at number 15, just 3 houses up the street. That's what got approved at the Committee of Adjustment when this was approved. The house on the right, is what we're proposing. It's a very unassuming house and fits in well with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, committee, you've heard the applicant. Any questions of the applicant? No questions of the applicant from the committee. All right, good. So we have a number of people, neighbors who want to make presentations, some in person. Are you a representative of the residents? All right.
Yeah.
So we have a representative for the residents. If you could please state your name.
Mr. Chairman, I am Peter Higgins of Peter Higgins Architect Incorporated, 69 Douglas Drive, Toronto, Ontario. And yes, I'm representing a number of the neighbors, particularly number 3, which is the house immediately to the north on CORTLEIGH Crescent at the dead end. Now, there are a number of people who would like to speak as well, and some who could not attend also gave me their permission and their letters to speak for them. And one thing I just wanted to point out immediately before the clock starts, please, is that the Lytton
I think
Park,
the clock started.
the Lytton Park Residents Organization has made a statement that I believe is on file now, stating.
Just actually, before you start, right?
Yes.
You're representing several people. You're only going to talk once, right?
I'm only going to talk once unless you ask me back to clarify.
No. I know you're going to have good things to say, but we don't want to hear them
Okay.
twice.
And I'd appreciate it if we can get 10 seconds put back on the clock. This is incredibly important. Please remember, as
I'll put
everyone-
15 seconds. Go. Come on. Let's
as
go.
everyone knows, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. As everyone is sitting
let's
here.
be respectful.
I am,
You got 15 seconds. Please get on with your presentation.
As you've noted, these neighbors can't appeal a decision. So I would like you to all have your ears very open, because some of the non-conforming issues affect a particular tree and trees that must be considered by this committee. The Lytton Park Residents Organization is saying we take exception to the statement by Mr. Rose, which he just read, The Lytton Park Residents Organization has never had any objections to either proposal. So I only have so many minutes, so I'm not going to go further with that, and we can talk about that later. I'm representing my clients, Kathy and Simon Lewis, who live immediately to the north, as I mentioned. There has been virtually no connection between Mr. and Mrs. Silver, who live adjacent at number 1. And while as an architect, I certainly understand what Mr. Lawrence Rose is trying to do. And if you could please blow that up, that image up, please, staff. Whoop, don't raise it, blow it up, please. That there is a large tree that nobody on the other side seems to be saying anything about. Yes, I understand there's an application to injure. Please, staff, if you can blow it up a little bit further. Mr. Rose's design is not only extremely long and extremely deep, both of those items affect this particular tree in a way that you need to understand fully. And if you could bring up, please, the photograph with a red arrow on it of tree number 28. The tree in this situation provides my clients with shade that they need in their backyard. The red arrow shows where that tree is on my client's property. And if you were to know where the corner, and I'm going to go up, the corner of the new house is exactly in line with this terrace step. Coming here, it will be right here, well within the tree protection zone that tree requires. The other side has not had any offerings to us as to how they're going to protect that tree. It's very important. And I would say that in an effort to try to resolve this issue, if this neighbor and their architect would simply come to the table and talk to the neighbors, and particularly number 3, immediately adjacent, this could be solved. Mr. Rose has it on the record, a drawing that I had submitted, which simply made a small cut to the corner, northwest corner of the proposed house, and a shortening of the 1 story. We heard nothing back from Mr. Rose or his neighbors. I think the committee should be aware that there could be a solution here. But when you have a variance where, excuse me, come on. I'm running out of time. Too many pieces of paper. Where the length, which is allowed to be 17 meters, is proposed at 25.05. And if staff could go back to that colored drawing that I mentioned, that they had up earlier, and blow it up. That is 26 feet 5 inches longer than it's allowed to be. That is not a minor variance, in my understanding as an architect of almost 40 years.
Okay, so now your 15 seconds.
I'm going to finish off,
being
sir,
counted.
if I may. I'm going to
Yeah,
finish
your
off.
5 minutes are up, so you got 15.
This affects tree number 28 at 3 Courtleigh. The depth is 17 foot 4 inches longer than the allowable depth, and that affects tree number 28. And altogether, my clients are very nervous about the loss of this particular tree that gives them shade and privacy, and it must be addressed between the parties. And there's
Okay,
been
thank
nothing
you.
from
So
the
your
other
time
side.
is up, and
Thank
we
you.
appreciate your comments.
I'll wait here in case.
There may be questions. You can stay at the podium.
Thank you.
We'll canvass the committee if there are questions. Yes, there is a question.
I have a question because I'm confused. Mr. Rose said that the building envelope of the new building is only 2 feet, did you say, over the existing building? But this drawing shows something very different. So which is right?
Well, Thank you for the question. Certainly the
he's qualified to answer that. I can answer
One of you answer it. I don't think it
Well, you know what? Here's what we're going to do.
Since I'm still
Since
standing
the
here, I'd like to-
since he's still standing, he can answer it. We'll give you, well, I'll give you equal time. He can talk for up to 5 minutes on this, and whatever he talks about, you get the same amount of time to talk about.
accurately. He doesn't know the stats.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
You're going to have
Mr. Chair.
You're going to have a chance to talk. Let's hear from the man at the podium. We're not going to give him 5 minutes if he's wasting time, but if he makes it really interesting, we'll give him 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. Well, there is on file surveys that Mr. Lauren Rose produced that show clearly where the existing house is. When he refers to 2 feet longer, that is a bay window that is at the rear of the existing dwelling, which then becomes a rear wall that is probably in the neighborhood of 6 feet back, and then a northeast corner cut that goes back probably 18 feet. So he's taking the ability to say 2 feet, which is true to the bay window, but not to the general rear wall of the house. Now, if staff could bring that up, and if you gentlemen and lady could look into it, it is definitely on Mr. Rose's plans as well as my own.
I don't really want to give you 5 minutes for this, so I hope you don't need it. We've already had, just kind of wrap it up because I'm going to give him the same time.
Yeah,
for
yes, I
rebuttal,
understand,
so
but I
let's
think
make
it has to
fair.
be noted as to where the house is.
Yeah.
Staff, if you could just try to blow that up a little bit further.
I think I benefit from some clarification as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's, yeah, it's.
So that's the clearest we could probably get it. That's the bay window there. You can see the shape of it. That's the rear wall, and there's a carport in this area here. The bay window goes to the west, goes up, and you can see the entire, you can see the dashed line, the same dashed line as this, goes back and then up to the north. And
Oh, yeah, okay.
what is shown is the house is here, which admittedly is only so many feet from the corner, only so many feet from the corner. But on that side, where my client's tree is, you can pull the screen down a little bit. My client's screen is up by that, tree is up by the northeast corner. And staff here come out a little bit.
So he didn't mention the 1 story. Rose. No, he didn't. No. No, he didn't show it on his.
Where it says 125%. There it is there with the orange line around it. The allowable length is back here. Proposed length is here. The allowable depth is back here. Proposed length is way the heck over here. And that corner with the pink, which is the arborist suggesting the use of shoring will annihilate that tree. And there's been no discussion about it as to how they're going to deal with it. Not only that, that tree leans to the south, and the arborist has said we have to prune it. A number of limbs that are hanging over, because it will hang over the corner of the 2-story portion of the house. And lastly, with regard to that tree, the tree in question needs to be protected. And when you have so much of an overage, as I stated earlier, in length and in depth, that corner contributes to the death of that tree.
Is this answering your question?
No discussion. Same. Our position. We suggested a slight reduction in the length at the top of the tree and a reduction in the length of the 1-story portion to no avail.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just so that you have a chance for rebuttal while it's fresh in everybody's mind, Mr. Rose, you can please present. You got 4.5 minutes.
Thank you.
No, we're gonna go, but I think just there are many people that want to speak, but I think in fairness, in fairness to Mr. Rose, it's an architectural issue. We had a question on it. I think we want the full, do you want
Yeah,
it?
I want him
Okay.
to answer
So
that.
you've got 4.5 minutes. Hopefully you don't need it.
I don't need
Give
it.
him that.
If staff can put up that drawing, that extra drawing and put it with the red square. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the question, my comment wasn't that the house was longer, only 2 feet longer. What I said was, this was a drawing that we did for comparison, because one of the neighbors behind asked us to show us what the difference between what there is there now and what we're going to see. It was done for the neighbor. So this is a line. It is a bay, but it is a line. And this is only, the new house is only 2 feet longer than the existing house. That is in fact true. I didn't say that the house is only 2 feet longer, but the fact is that it really is 2 feet longer than that bay, but that's what you would see. This is like a projected plane, except for the 1-story addition, which we stepped down 1.5 feet from an extra 1.5 feet, so it's less seen by anybody. So it is longer, I'm not gonna argue that, but it is lower. So where I said that the ultimate length of the house, we're only 2 feet longer than what's presented. It's an old decrepit house, a terrible plan. What we're proposing doesn't have a height variance. It's very unassuming and very similar if you were to look at the view. I also want to point out, if you can, I know Mr. Higgins was... I'm sorry.
I think you're going to have a chance for rebuttal again. I just gave you an advance chance.
Does that answer
on
the
this
question?
issue. So
Thanks.
you will get your chance. So
thank you.
Thank you to our architect friends.
Sorry.
Do we have
could
a
I say
further
something?
question? So just so where we were before, okay, we had at the podium the residents representative who stood down now so that there could be an additional presentation from Mr. Rose on behalf of the applicant. But, so just so you know where we are, right, because it's a little confusing, we gave Mr. Rose an advanced chance at rebuttal here, only because we had a question and Ms. Martin wanted it fully explained. We still have Mr. Higgins, who has left the podium but can be considered to be at the podium for the purpose of questions, if there are questions of Mr. Higgins.
But can I mention something before we get to carry on any further? So I know we do have a report from forestry, and I don't think none of us are trained arborists. And I know that urban forestry does have their recommendations, and I think a large portion of the time we do rely on what they say, just because we don't have the skill set to know what the impacts of the trees are. And I do want to point out that they have stated, just because I feel like it's getting heated, but I do want to point out that they do have a condition regarding trees, and their condition is the submission of a complete application for a permit to injure and remove privately owned trees as per the City of Toronto Municipal Code. So if there is any tree removal, there is a separate process for that removal. And I know that a lot of times if trees are being removed as a result of an application, they would tend to often recommend refusal or deferral to kind of preserve that tree. In this case, from what I understand, the way urban forestry comments, there's going to be it is their position that there's going to be no impact to trees as a result of the minor variance application. And I want to leave it at that for trees for now, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that we do have comments from staff, and staff are arborists.
Okay, so before anybody says anything from our architect friend, that's just a comment. It's not a question. We don't need any further submission. So there's no need for further submission from Mr. Higgins. There's really no need because it wasn't a question, right?
Excuse me, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Are you saying it's a question? Is it a question?
This is not the right report. This is for Ravine. This is Ravine, whereas before, when this application had a
Well, hang on a second. Let me ask
tunnel and a
my
cabana,
panel member
that
before I
was
hear
that.
from you. I want to just ask Do you want to hear from Mr. Higgins on this at all? He wants to.
No, I think we have, I see that what's projecting on the
Okay.
screen is from
Sit
Ravine.
down, Mr. Higgins. He doesn't
We
want to
have
hear.
forestry
you.
comments.
We can
Thank you
show-
very
we can
much. We
show the
appreciate your
most
comment.
current
It was
forestry.
quite enlightening. And
We can show the most current forestry.
Okay.
There is
But you-
one condition,
Yes,
as Mr. Chair had noted.
that's correct. That an application has to be made.
Correct.
Correct.
And that is forestry's only comment provided to the committee.
Okay. So
The applicant's own arborist, by the way,
Mr.
which is on
Chair.
file,
Okay, come on.
Mr.
has-
Chair,
We're
we
not
need
hearing-
some
we're not-
order to
Number
this, please.
28 has
Pass
a
the
significant
pound, not to
injury.
hear any of this, and I'll find you in contempt if you keep coming up. But we'd like to hear from the other residents because they all get 5 minutes if they want it. Okay, and we got a whole list of other residents. In terms of how you're going to use your time, I just want to give some guidance. Try not to repeat the other residents. Try to make a clear and distinct comment. You can say that you agree with the other residents, but it's going to be hard for the panel to really make a good decision on your comments if you're just repeating everybody who came before. It's probably not going to work in your favor. Try to make good use of your time, but would like to hear from all of you. And I believe that the next person who is in person, now I know Mr. Higgins represented somebody, but I don't think I think everybody else is unique. And I'm not sure that, if Mr. Higgins already represented you distinctly, fine. Otherwise, you get your 5 minutes. And the next one would be Jennifer Somerset and Raj and Nagendra. And again, I apologize to anybody if I don't speak your name right. You can say it, and please do say it when you come to the mic and state your address. But that's who I've got next. Please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes in total for the two of you. You want somebody else to speak before you? Okay. I'm willing to do that. Who wants to speak before him? Is that okay? Well, what's your name first? And
Yes, of course. My name is Stacy Curtis.
okay. Hang on a second. Are you on this list?
Yeah, I'm on the list.
Let me just be sure. Good.
I live at
Stacy, is this
244 Briar Hill Avenue.
The 244 Briar Hill Avenue.
Yes, my property backs onto number 1 Courtleigh Crescent.
I don't know if my whole list here is correct. I've got Marissa Richmond at 244.
Yes, that's my partner,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so you're speaking. Nobody else has an objection with her speaking in this order, right? Okay, let's go then, please. We got the name, we got the address. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. I will be an unpopular person because part of the issues that I have are about trees. But my perspective is a different situation. Please do not behave like that, Mr. Rose. Be respectful. I want to bring attention to, and I object to the number of mature trees. Number 1 Courtleigh is encircled. If you want to put that site plan up, that's all I need to show. It's encircled by trees, many of which have been requested to be endangered. The number of them are both, one is for removal, or there's actually a second one, and others, there's 8 of them in total, want to be injured, and 1 mature Norway maple, as well as an unaccounted for Austrian pine to be removed. That is number 7A. You would have to blow up the circles for the backyard area. Speaking from my own perspective, living at 244, the sightline of our from our back deck view will be affected in a harmful way if these trees are injured in a significant fashion. It affects my view. At the moment, I don't see through the trees to the Silvers home. But if we harm these trees in a variation of injuries from moderate up to significant, and that I take from the arborist report that was updated November 7th from Central Tree Limited, they point out that it could have a wide and uncertain prospect. I'll be looking then directly into the back of the Silvers home with the windows all along the back of the structure, should it become the 25.05 length. The greenery will no longer be 40 feet tall, healthy evergreens and deciduous trees, as the purchased trees will likely be more like some 10 feet tall, if we're lucky. The protected ravine setting, which maintains the property value as well as my personal enjoyment of my back area, will be threatened. The damage done by these many trees being harmed will affect the aesthetics and monetary value of at least a dozen homes along Briar Hill Avenue, as well as number 3 CORTLEIGH Crescent. My partner will speak to another aspect of this. Thank you.
So I want to thank the committee. My name is Marissa Richmond. I want to thank the committee for allowing us to speak and hear our views today. I want to specifically talk about trees number 7 and number 7A. It's the length and variance of the house that's causing these trees to be in question at all. If you see, you'll see them on the arborist report. Though number 7A is marked as unprotected in the report, on the future of the tree is neglected to be detailed on the protection plan. And I think that this was just an honest mistake due to the congestion of all of the information. And perhaps the committee can ask Mr. Rose to tell us what's intended for tree 7A. At our committee meeting, Mr. Rose also said he would alter the foundation support of the southeast corner of the house and cantilever it so that no trees would be required to be cut or removed. And this has not been followed through on in his plan that we're discussing today. I hope the committee can ask Mr. Rose to revise and follow through on his offer. Another concern I have is with the dig down and over dig of the terrace. They're asking for 9.8 inches to dig down to accommodate the thickness of a paver and the required washed gravel to level the pavers. And if they would only dig down for the large terrace, what is required to accommodate the thickness, it would lessen the harm being done to all of the tree roots that surround the rear of their property. I want to know if the Silvers and Mr. Rose will commit to adhering to the arborist recommendations. And finally, it may look like CORTLEIGH Crescent has loads of land because it's an extremely long lot, but when you consider only the legally available land for development and not include the RNFP or the city's land of archaeological interest, the variances that they're requesting go beyond the pale and would require and would mean that their GFA is not 36 point whatever, but would probably be closer to 80%, and so I ask that you decline.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the panel over the residents? Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Now, I'd called previous resident. Are you now ready to speak? That's Raj Gandra. Are you prepared to speak? All right, thank you. Just state your name when you get to the podium, your address. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Rajan Jendra. Sorry, is the mic on?
You may need to press.
It's on. Thank you. My name is Rajan Jendra. We are the owners of number 2 CORTLEIGH Crescent. We live directly opposite to, in front of the house of number 1 CORTLEIGH Crescent. We appreciate you allowing us to voice our concerns. In addition to the objections raised in this proposal, we'd like to also bring to attention for your consideration access to our property. This is something that concerns us greatly. The arborist report on November the 7th, there was some reference to permit to injure tree number 1. If you can please put up the pictures, I can refer to the, no, we had submitted photographs, about 5 photographs in our submission. Okay, the number 1 is the view of the street Yes, thank you. And number 2 is our driveway. Okay, you can see the driveway is at the dead end of the street, and the driveway is flush to the end of the street, and there's a guardrail, which is the city-built guardrail. So for us to exit from our driveway, the access to get in or out, we need to essentially go parallel to the guardrail. And then to get out, we need to do a modified 3-point turn because it's a narrow street. Now, one of the arborist report was talking about a protection zone around the tree number 1, which is right in front of our house. Now, if they were to erect a barrier, it would be impossible for us to get out of the house. And we have seniors living in the house. We need access to go to medical appointments, to hospitals, grocery, etc. That'll really impede access to us. That'll cause a great deal of concern for us. And if you please put up the next picture. Okay. Now, that's our first concern. That is, when they put up the barrier, we need some sort of a condition with your approval of the project to say that the access will not be impeded. That's the first thing. Secondly, we're also concerned there will be a lot of vehicular traffic. It's a narrow street. There's only 5 or 6 houses in the street, a dead-end street. And perhaps you cannot see this in the picture. There is a fire hydrant adjacent to the barrier, adjacent to the guardrail. So we need some kind of a monitoring process for checking the traffic in and out. Because if the people were to park their trucks in front of number 1 property, we will not be able to get out. We will not be able to exit or in and out of the driveway. So what they had done in the past, there was another building that went on some years back on the same street. The owners then had appointed a monitor to watch the traffic. That gentleman was extremely helpful. He was able to arrange the traffic in and out for residents to get in and out. So that would be our second concern. We would really appreciate if the COA stipulates some conditions if the proposal is to be approved. That is, we are merely asking access to our property for elderly people living in the house. Okay? Also, the front yard setback is not a minor setback.
Just want to warn you, you're coming to the end of your time. We got 30
okay,
seconds.
Thank you. We are now merely asking for the front yard, we've asked that before, to reconsider the front yard setback. Okay? So many thanks for your consideration, and I bid you a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members of the residents?
Sorry, can I ask just for clarity? So your concern is regarding whether the construction activities would block access to your driveway?
That's the first concern because of the vehicular traffic on the street.
Okay.
If they were to park a big truck, we will not be able to get out.
Okay, thank you.
And the second one was, if they were to construct a barrier for the tree, I don't think you need that because it's behind the guardrail already, as Mr. Lauren.
Okay.
It is behind a barrier. But if, because of the arborist report, it says this is one that was mentioned to be injured, if they were to construct some sort of a barrier, as you know, Mr. Rose, we will not be able to get out of this house. So we have, like I said before, I don't want to repeat myself, seniors living in the house, we need access to.
Okay, so the TPZ would make it, like, is not necessary because it's behind the guardrail. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very kindly.
Satisfied? Okay, thank you. All right. So the next person on my list is Mary Ann Lee at 246. Please come up. If you're here, are you here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mary confirms she would not be able to attend the hearing
Okay.
today.
So we've got somebody on video. Video, do we have, I just want to make sure we get the in-person people up to the microphone. Do we have, who else is in, I've got a whole long list of people here, but they may be remaining to be on the video. Is there anybody in person here who has to speak on this? Let me just see here. Yeah, okay. Let me just check on my, sorry, because I got so many pages, but I think everybody else is on video, so go ahead, come up to the mic, state your name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joseph Bricker of 266 Briar Hill Avenue. My wife, Monica, and I filed a written objection both to the first proposal and to this one. I want to use my time judiciously here and just make a couple of points that haven't been touched on yet. I'm not going to repeat all of the written submissions we made. The first point I want to make is a rather obvious one that hasn't come up yet in the oral submissions, which is this. The variances that are being requested are in no way minor. They're not minor taken alone or in proportion to the previous withdrawn proposal. And I would just ask the committee to consider that the appropriate frame of reference for the proposal being made is not the withdrawn proposal with the tunnel and cabana and the protected ravine, but the proposal that's being made on its own merits now. We would have opposed this proposal as much being made for the 5th time as we would have the first time. So that's the first point I want to make. Just to get into some figures, they're only doing 53% of the zone setback. The depth is 128% of the zone depth, and the zoned length they're exceeding by 147%. And while I understand arguments about percentage size are not dispositive, I've listened to some of the submissions that were being made today, we do think there is a lot of scope to build a tasteful and respectful house, and quite a large one within the zoned allowances, or even minorly exceeding them. We're not opposed to any development on this lot, obviously, but we think it needs to be tasteful and respectful and in accordance with the bylaws and the official plan. So that's the first point I wanted to make, just to make sure it was said in this hearing that people object to the size of the dwelling that's being built. The second point I want to make is one that's very particular to me and my wife as the residents of 266 Briar Hill. Would you mind, Mr. Chair, pulling up Mr. Rose's letter in the presentation that he was going through?
Well, I have to ask staff. Staff, we have a request to pull up.
Staff, if you wouldn't mind.
Mr. Rose by the speaker, if you may.
And I'd like to look at that picture that shows the sort of driveways and the trees, please.
See the drawing above that. No, that was go one image up there.
Yes, that one. So if you look at the trees over off to the sort of far left by the sign there, the checkerboard sign, that tree, they're requesting permission to injure. That's a tree that's very important to our backyard, to the aesthetics and the shading. And it's very difficult for us to conceive, based even on this picture and looking at the property as we do every day, why any development at 1 Courtleigh should require injury to that tree. And so while I understand from the members of the panel that tree considerations might want to be dealt with separately and by the experts, we would hope certainly that that is taken into consideration. It's closer to the usable portion of our property than of theirs, at least as I see it. And, you know, this is not a planning argument, but it does have some sentimental value for me. I was actually married beneath that tree. So that tree is very important to us. We would hope that it could be preserved and not ruined through any development at 1 Courtleigh. The last point I want to make is that there have been many, many objections to this proposal, and I don't think anybody in the neighborhood is saying that there should be no development at 1 Courtleigh or that it has to stay the way that it is. I think people respect the right of the Silvers to build the home of their dreams on that lot. We're just asking that it be done with at least a modest bow towards the zoned allowances on that property and to the concerns that have been articulated by the many, many people who have spoken and written against it. The variances that are being requested here are just absolutely huge, and we think it's unfortunate that this level of rancor has developed over something that we think can be resolved with resort to planning arguments, which we respectfully ask you to consider when you are considering this proposal. One final thing I want to call attention to as I close is that I was told in earlier submissions by Mr. Rose that the residents of Briar Hill should be happy with this proposal. I don't know what rules of evidence apply in these kinds of hearings, but I can tell you as a resident of Briar Hill that I am not happy with the proposal, and I would suggest that my word about whether I'm happy about it or not should be taken over Mr. Rose's. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so I confirm, because I've got a list here of people, I don't want to call you again. What was your name again?
My name is Joseph Bricker of 266 Briar Hill.
Bricker. Oh, yes, okay.
And I'm
Got
speaking
it.
from my wife, Monica, who may be on the
Perfect.
line.
Okay. Any questions from the panel of this resident?
Can I just confirm the tree we're talking about is tree number 1, the one behind next to the sign? Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
All right. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to confirm, I think we have 1, 2, 3 more speakers, and 2 of them are listed as being on video, and 1 of them is not listed as whether they're here in person or on video. Is there anybody else from the residents who is here in person who would like to speak? Okay, thank you. Now we have a couple of people, we have 3 more people. There's one that I'm not clear on where they are, but I'm assuming they're not here because they would have put up their hand. So let's go to the next person if staff can assist on this. The next person on my list is Mike Fitzpatrick. Are you able to put him on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will unmute Michael Fitzpatrick.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead and state your name.
Okay, thank you. And,
address.
yeah. Hi, Mike Fitzpatrick, 252 Briar Hill. Our backyard. In our submission, we sent a picture that'll give you an idea of where we're positioned. We basically look north straight on to the proposed extension, the build out of the property. So I think if you look at the plan of the street, you'll see exactly where we are. So we bought our house in 2010, and one of the specific purposes we bought that house was for the view of the ravine and the trees. So I will concur with Stacy and Marissa's comments, and also Joseph's comments about the nature of the development. For us, we're very close to this one. We look right back onto it. The proposed development and the variances will see the removal of the Norway maple located at the southeast corner of the property. I forget the number of it, forgive me, but we do not, I believe that's the border tree, and we do not consent to the removal of that tree. And specifically because the reasons for the removal of the tree and the injury of many of the trees is because of the variances requested, which we do not believe to be minor. And if you look at the picture from our backyard, you can see that it would also not be desirable for the injury or removal of those trees, as that was a specific benefit to myself, to my neighbors, and also to my property value. So I concur with the comments. I believe that the Silvers has every right to build a lovely home, and I do not object to anything of that nature. But it is the variances that are being requested here are directly impactful to us. They are not beneficial to us. And also from a property value, I do not believe that would be to our benefit. Sight lines would be impacted also with the bump out the length of the property. So you can't see really that well with that picture, but we will now be looking through to more of a building than a ravine space. And again, that is because the variances requested here are not minor. The only other piece that's not been addressed in this, and I haven't seen any discussion on it, and forgive me, I may be wading into things I don't know, but also on a grading perspective, What can't be seen here is there is a step down into our property from a grading perspective, and none of that has been addressed or commented on in the proposal here. So with the grading of the backyard patio, I do not know how that will impact my backyard as well as my trees and my side of my property, and that has not been addressed. And again, all of those things and the injury to the trees being caused by the variances. So I request that the proposal be denied on the basis of this is not minor and it is not desirable for the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from panel members?
Yeah, I just want to clarify the tree number on this again. So, is there a number with respect to the photo? Because if we're going to have discussion about trees, we need to at least have some. I need to know which one we're talking about, so I could reference it to the site plan.
It's 7.
Thank you.
It is the one. Well, it's the one they speak of. It's the one that is requested to be. They need our consent to remove it. I think it's 7A. I think it's
7.
7 or 7A. 7.
Yeah, it's in the proposal. There is a request to remove it.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe any other questions
yeah.
from panels? I just want to comment because I think somebody else raised it, and this speaker raised it on property values. We don't make any decision on property values, right? It's not relevant. It's not under the Planning Act, and it's not part of our determination. So what we're looking at are strictly planning issues. All right. So next speaker would be on the list, Armin Nasarina and Hosna Tashkori, and I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Please correct me, but are they available?
Yes. This is Hosna Tashkori. My husband and I, Armin, we live at the property number 250 Briar Hill Avenue, and our property looks north from our backyard into, sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you are. We can hear you in the chambers. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yes, so our property, the north of our property faces the south of the proposed building, and we are next to the neighbor right beside us that just spoke, Mike. And as you can see, all of the neighbors, I just want to reiterate this, that all of the neighbors that have some sort of backing or adjacent to this property have objected their views. And the reason is all these like variances, which are not minor, there are 147 and 127% respectively longer than in the length and depth will be impacting the trees that are backing our property and the view that we have. We bought our property just last year, expecting that this is a protected raven and there will not be any changes to the environment, the trees, as well as the amount that can be go by over by law. So the proposed building is just going to be uncomfortably big. And as you can see in the overlay picture that we've put in our submission, a lot of the, you can see that the building is impacting a lot of the trees and how far it's going to go. And the bigger problem that we have with this is the matter of privacy, because this building is going to be a lot bigger, and it's going to be the setback proposed is 1.2 rather than 1.5, which is going to be uncomfortably close to us, and will be facing our backyard and our bedrooms. And we haven't seen any proposal or any kind of ideas from the Silvers and their architect on how our privacy will be maintained. So yes, those are our biggest concerns. And And truthfully, we do not, we do not expect the Silvers to be taking care of all these trees. And we noticed even last year that another tree behind our fence was brought down, which we never saw the permission on that one. And so we want by this committee to protect really our properties in the Raven that is behind us. So in that case, our request is for the committee to please deny the approval of this new property.
All right, thank you. We do have a question.
Sorry, can I just ask, sorry, for clarification, you said you were 252 Briar Hill? Is that correct?
No, 250 Briar Hill.
250, okay. And your concern was respect to interior side yard setback?
Yes, the side, setback. That's
Okay.
right. The
Is
setback and because of the sheer size of the building, like as you can see in the picture, like all 4 or 5 of those trees right behind our fence are going to be impacted. And what will happen is that instead of the view that we have today, we're just going to have a big wall in front of us. Will look and the windows that would look into our bedroom windows.
Sorry, thank you. But sorry, my question's been answered on that. I have a question actually. Am I able to ask something to the architect just for clarification? Is that all right?
You want to ask it now, or do you want to wait?
I want to ask it now because the concern with respect to interior side yard setback has been raised. How far back does that bump out go? Does it extend? So the main building, how if you could you is there a way you could open up parcel fabric?
Staff can open up my drawings.
Oh, okay. When you compare it to 250 Briar Hill, does the building extend as far as 250 Briar Hill?
I don't understand the question because 250 Briar Hill is perpendicular.
Yes.
It's their backyard.
I understand that, but so the building, okay, so you're constructing a new building. Your backyard abuts the backyard of, of several properties on 250 Briar Hill. Does the building that's proposed, does it extend as far back as the existing, on your site, does it extend as far back as 250 Briar Hill?
So I'm going to approach up there.
So I don't know right now. I believe this is 252. That's the tree, so 250 would be here.
Okay.
So the answer would be no.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
The one-story projection, which they wouldn't be able to see probably, yes, but
The one-story projection and the terrace, and even right now, when we are in our bedrooms and in our backyard, we see all the windows on the side wall of this property.
Sorry, my question's been answered. The one-story projection extends as far back as 250 Briar Hill. The remaining portion of the building does not. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no further, are there further questions? I see Mr. Allison does? No? Okay. So there are no further questions. Thank you to the speaker. We have one more speaker left, as I understand it, and that is Stacy Callahan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Stacy and Mike are both speaking from the same address, which is 252 Briar Hill
Okay,
Avenue.
so we don't have any more. That concludes it. So we now get to hear from the applicant's representative for a 5-minute, up to 5-minute, but just to address the questions that have been asked and the points raised by residents, please.
trees, trees, trees. That's all I really heard about. No real objections to variances. So you have from forestry and ravine natural features protection. Absolutely no conditions from natural ravine heritage protection. Forestry, we will abide by all of their requirements. We are not going to do any damage. We can't get a building permit without a prescription that they approve of, whether it's the one that's written in our arborist report now or changed because that's what they require. We undertake to do that. There is a chance that tree number 7 can come down, and this is through discussions with head of forestry, Mr. David Bostock. That tree is in the as of right of any house that could be built there. That tree is in danger. With thorough discussions with Mr. Bostock, he cannot assure, he allows us to take that tree down. So we still have to make an application. We will not get a building permit without their consent. So that should take care of all trees and ravine issues. I'll go through, and here's one last point. An application to injure a tree is made for any tree where there's any work within the tree protection zone. So we're not, tree number 1, which is on the city property at the end of the street, there's a barrier there. I don't know how we're gonna protect that tree. If we're required to put a tree protection on that tree, aside from that guardrail, Raj, my friend Raj, will not be able to get out of his house. We should not be putting it there. But even removing the old driveway requires an application to injure the tree. So everyone says, because we're making an application, there's only 2 ways. There's an application to destroy, application to injure, or no application at all. So the word injure is an awful word. All these people think that all these trees are coming down. They're not coming down. We cannot get a building permit without that. I'll just go through. So I think number 3, I agree with him. He should have an absolute right to get out of his driveway at any time, and I know that can be difficult, and my client will undertake to do that. So access to the property will not be impeded. That was his concern. 244 Briar Hill wants to talked about enjoyment, and the enjoyment of their property will be threatened. That is completely false. It's not threatened at all. They will be able to enjoy living in their home. 266 made a lot of comments, and I agree with him. That tree has to be injured to remove the old driveway. The curb cut, all of that stuff. So he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that it should only be based on, this should be turned down for planning arguments. The city planner, and I'm going to read to you what he said. And his name, here it is here, Paul Procopio. Hi, Lauren, just tried calling you. I left a voicemail. I checked your recent proposal and don't really have comments. But if you want to chat about it, try me again. So if what he said is true, that it should only be based on planning merits, the city planner has no objections to this application. It's rare, but they have no objections. 252 Briar Hill. That was the gentleman that I did that drawing for with the red mark. He asked for that drawing. He said, show me what it will look like, what I'm going to see now versus what I'm seeing in the future. That's who we did that drawing for. Once we did it, we never heard back from him. And 250. So we talked about the side yard setbacks. 250 presently, or 252, has a carport that's on their property. We're taking that off. We're going to be at 1.22 meters setback from their property. So right now there's a structure on their property by 1.5 feet, of 0.42 meters. So that will be gone, and we're happy to do that. There was comments that this is the longest house. Again, this is by far nowhere near the longest house in this neighborhood. Only 2 neighbors in this community, the Lytton, and I believe, I don't know the boundaries of Lytton Park Residents Association, but the objectors are mostly from Briar Hill. Completely different zoning-wise, but only number 3 is objecting. They also had variances for length when they did their house. They would be exceedingly bigger now if it was under this present bylaw. Raj, my friend Raj across the street, he really just wants, his objection is really
Just want to alert you to the time, please.
Yes, okay. There's no height variance. We have planning support. Councilor's not objecting. Lawrence Park Ratepayers Organization, as far as I know, has not objected. Forestry and Ravine are not objecting other than a condition. Planning, we believe that it meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and should be approved by this committee. Thank you.
Further questions from panel members? No? All right. In that case, panel will go into committee. And in committee, we'll start off with a request for a motion, if there is one.
I'd like to make a motion, but I want to preface it that like I did hear a lot of comments that have come forward today, and comments with respect to trees. And I as I stated earlier when I tried to intervene, there is the forestry, like our city, the city's forestry department. They do deal with permitting for trees, so I really do feel comfortable with going based on their recommendation for that for trees. I did. There wasn't very much on with respect to the specific variances sought. I did hear some here and there things like reduced interior side yard setback. I don't, and some of it with respect to increased building length. I don't really share the same concerns of the residents. I hear what's being said. I know that this is an excessively deep lot. I recognize that much of the lot is protected because of the ravine, but it still is an excessively deep lot. I did read all of the written comments that have come forward. I recognize I didn't hear this in this discussion, but I saw this in the written comments. Residents from that were living on Briar Hill had several concerns with respect to views of the ravine. I know that there's no protection with respect to views, so I am going to make a motion to approve the application, adding a condition that the proposed building be constructed as per the site plan. The reason that condition is being added is because that one-story component at the rear is set back significantly from adjacent dwellings. So I appreciate that that's a component that does mitigate some impacts. And I'm also going to attach condition 2 as per forestry recommend. So.
Okay, no, I think no comments from anybody. I just want to ask the panel, does anybody want to second that motion?
I just want to add one more thing. I'd like to see a condition that 2 CORTLEIGH has full access to their property at all times during construction.
I don't feel comfortable adding that because that is dealt with through separate departments. I know I'm very confident that our city staff, through the building permitting process, will address that and make sure that that's appropriately addressed.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I can address that as well. It's difficult to add a condition like that because those conditions need to be cleared at the building permit stage before a permit is issued, and there's no way for city staff to clear that condition on an ongoing basis.
So, okay, so let's just see if is there anyone who wants to second the motion as proposed?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I just have that motion repeated again, please?
The motion that's on the floor. We have a motion on the floor. We need a seconder. Just bear with me because I know you want to speak, but I can't say it. No, I don't want you to speak yet. I want the motion, and I want a seconder, and we're going to consider whether we're going to take, because we're in committee now, right? Whether we're going to come out of committee before we hear. But let's hear the motion clearly so staff can get it and the other members can get it.
So I'm going to motion to approve. I'd like to motion to approve the application, subject to the condition that the proposed dwelling be constructed as per the site plan that has been submitted with the application, and substantially in accordance.
Yes.
Sorry.
Substantially.
Substantially in accordance with the site plan submitted with the application,
Right.
and also the condition number 2 be added from forestry.
Okay, so is that clear to staff? Do you have that on the record? Do we have a seconder for that motion? Okay, so we have a seconder with the friendly amendment. Let's hear the friendly amendment, see if it's friendly, and then we'll have a motion.
Yeah. To your point about the length and the depth, I would also like to attach it to the tie it to the elevations to limit the extent, the 1-story extent, to be 1 story and not 2. So if we tie it substantially in accordance with the north and south elevation.
I think that's a friendly amendment, and I'd like to include that in the motion.
Okay, so we have a we have a motion on the floor. Now before, we have a motion on the floor. I just want to make it clear. So you get a chance to speak to your motion, even though you spoke to it already, because this is now being changed slightly. I don't think you're going to need that time, but we're all in committee, okay? And I just want to identify that there was a request from the applicant to address something which I think is no longer needed, okay? So we don't even have to consider whether we come out of committee. So we're still in committee. We have a motion on the floor. It was brought by Mr. Auspitz. It was seconded by Mr. Reed. And then I turn to Mr. Auspitz. Do you have anything that you want to say in support of this, or are you satisfied that you've said what you needed to say?
Sorry. I'd like to say that I'm comfortable with my original motion plus Mr. Reed's amendment to ensure that it's also substantially in accordance with the architectural elevations.
Okay, and so Mr. Reed, are you comfortable with this as it is, or would you like to say anything about it?
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I'm comfortable with, I think this is a good motion and it's fair. Thanks to everyone for coming out. I know that this is an important thing in your neighborhood. I would just like to say that I think this is, in terms of the other developments we see in the broader area, this does appear to me to be relatively restrained. The length and depth were my major problems, but I think that having those limited to what's proposed explicitly in the plans, I think that the impact of those will be very minimal. And the actual house is quite similar to what's there in terms of massing. I do agree with the applicant's view that the front yard setback being pushed out closer to the street does not diminish the streetscape. I think it actually makes sense in that context. So I do think that this is an eminently supportable application, and I have faith that the Urban Forestry Department will do their job.
All right. So now we have two other panel members. You have an opportunity to speak, to amend, to offer any input that you want. I know we've already had some. Is there everybody fine with that? Okay, so we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, so it's unanimous, it's carried. Thank you very much. I think we should take a 5-minute break. 10-minute break? We will take a 5-minute break and be back here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Get some water. Is there a vending machine in the building? I'll ask. Not an easy one, was it? Very, very good. It's hard to have any notice. My favorite difficult situation. Vending machine?
I tried.
I know.
Please give Evan my best.
Shall we?
Do you need a lift? Oh, okay, perfect. I'm just asking in case anyone doesn't.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sort of a natural. You know, as well.
Almost 10. So that's what I thought. I thought it was 3.05. You were almost 10. So like this is pictures that you have. That's what I'm saying. So there's another jurisdiction. What? The guy says, I want to. They start speaking activists. That's what we
Just discussing, you know, like we were talking about, like, absolutely.
He was very frustrated, and that didn't help his case when he was because he was already adversarial when he started with the prejudice. You should know better. That's a non-phone matter. What you said in the prior we're here to deal with family matters, and he knows that. So you let the best get the best of him. But in all fairness, yeah.
It was clear cut. Yeah, it really was. It was.
It's hard with the trees. The language isn't helpful because when you see permit to injure, it doesn't mean you're taking it down. It just means you're doing somewhere.
We're gonna have to take that one tree down. You know what? Once it's done, it's gonna be fine. You know why? Because they have to demo, right? There's no way to save. Like I thought, oh, why don't they just cut it down slightly? But the issue is they still have to demo. It's not gonna last.
Instead of going through all that and all the money for this, and then I just have this one say,
well, this is what we should be doing. Like for every tree that comes down, we're supposed to put three ones.
But the pros to put it up. You feel the thing for the applicant. They pop up the trees as well.
Well,
They don't want to see
very,
it
very
house.
good point.
They don't want
They
to
say to them, can we put a row of cedars?
Why did they buy the lot if they wanted to? Right?
Well, you're right. Why don't we just say, just ensure where you're coming from? Can we plant a row of cedars?
Yeah.
Can we do this?
But they never trees.
I think the MEADOWS is so adversarial. So now there's all the communications from.
And the initial proposal got everybody. Did you see the initial one?
No. Like sort of like
with a little thing.
Scary stuff. It's almost like they want somewhere.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start, but you're going to go, Sue?
I
You got
am.
20, 21, 29. That's
I'm
the
not
order.
going to last for that
Okay.
long. I'm
But
not
we're doing
leaving
20.
I have to leave at 5:30, like not a second later. I'm just going to sleep now.
Nice to see you, Dad.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're finished our adjournment. We're back, and we finished item.
Hold on, Mr. Chair, we haven't started the stream yet.
Okay, please let me know when it. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from our break. We finished item 19. We're on to item 20. Then we're going to go to. I understand that there are people here in person for item number 20. Is that correct? Okay, so we're going to hear that next. Then we got item number 21. And then I understand, now are there people here in person for any other items? What item are you here for? 29. So is there anybody here for in person? What number are you here for? 33. 29, 33. And what, anybody, so what number are you?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out which one it is. 31.
29, 33, 31. We're going to have to take a break at some point, but what I'm proposing, since people are here in person, and we said that we put you on the agenda at 4, it's now 5:15. We're going to go to 20, we're going to go to 21, and then we're going to go to, then my proposal is go to 29, 31, 33, since people are here for those. and I would like to hear them, but we may not get them. We may have a break before that, okay? So we may take a break. There's a good chance we're going to take a break after 29, okay? Just so you know, okay? But if you're here, we'd like to hear you. Let us go to item 20. So item 20 is 346 Betty Ann Drive. It is a proposal to construct a new two-story dwelling with a covered porch, 2 front platforms, 2 rear platforms, a rear deck, a lower rear terrace. We have a number of reports, including an arborist report, a staff report. We have letters of support, 3. We have 1 letter of objection, and we have 13 variances. I will summarize quickly that those 13 include a proposed front yard setback, are in relation to a proposed front yard setback, proposed front stairs, proposed front yard landscaping, proposed rear yard setback, proposed building length, and others. So I'd like to hear from the applicant. Again, this is 346 Betty Ann Drive. Do we have the applicant here or on the phone? Where is the applicant for this?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and your address. You'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, this is Nafisa Zangiabadi. Address is 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, and I'm applicant representing the owner. So this is an application to construct a new 2-story dwelling. I'm going to go over the variances quickly. Variance number 1 for the front yard setback is only for the small portion of second floor, whereas the entire main wall height of main floor and second floor complies with the front yard setback. It aligns with the neighbors. Variance number 2 for the front stairs, the reason that the number looks high is that because the examiner took the width of the separate sets of the stairs that coming from the driveway to the porch and add that to the front stairs, as the staff explained in the report. The actual physical length of the front stairs is 6.25 meters, which is very common in the area, and the staff had no objection to that. And that is only the last step, and the steps narrows as they approach the building and get closer to the building. And we have a minor reduction in front yard landscaping, only 6%, which moves us to variance number 4, 5, and 6 for the length, depth, and the rear setback. And I should mention the reason that we have these variances is that we have a bump out in the basement that because it's coming off the grade, it's included in the length and depth, whereas our main floor and second floor and up to the roof, it's all at 17 meter, aligns with the neighbor. And also this bump out has been included in the coverage calculation. That's why our coverage number is also high, whereas again, the main floor, second floor, and the actual physical footprint of the building that goes up to the roof is at 32%. Then we have the main wall height, 7.97 for under the eaves, which is very common for the North York and Willowdale area, under 8 meter for the eaves. And the reason that we have 9.23 number is just the architectural element at the front, and I believe the staff has recommended to tie the elevation to tie the decision to the elevation. Then we have the variance of balcony 9 and 10, very minor and common in the area. And variance for the deck, also staff has recommended to reduce to 3.72 to be in accordance with what has been approved in the neighborhood. Average deck projection was 3.75, so we're reducing that to 3.72 to be in keeping with the neighborhood. Coverage, I think I covered the reason that the number looks high. And then 13 for the height is just nominal 4 centimeters. Basically, we can say we comply with the height. So to summarize, I would say the variances, the numbers that looks high are just for the rear basement bump out that has no effect on the neighbors. It's basically under the deck. It's not even the entire width of the basement. It's just under the deck. It's a basic space that we're adding to the basement. And then the rest complies with the neighborhood decisions in the past. The actual massing of the building is 32%, length is 17 meter. That bump out at the rear, as you see, it doesn't have any effect on the neighbors. It doesn't affect the landscaping in the rear. And if we had to add a concrete deck, it would exactly look the same. So I believe the variances that we're asking for main wall height and that little decrease in front yard setback and front yard landscaping is and the front yard setback, which is only because of projection on second floor, are minor in nature, and the entire massing of the building is compatible with what has been approved in the neighborhood. Happy to answer any questions if you have.
Mr. Chair, I think I heard the applicant make some changes.
Well, yeah,
Can I just,
thank you.
can she be very clear about the variance number she's changing and the number itself that she is changing, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, variance.
Could you please do so?
Yeah, variance number 11, reduced to 3.72 meter as per staff recommendation.
Okay.
Are you changing variance 12?
No, they're not changing that, but we're okay to tie the decision to the site plan, because the 32% is just the massing, and that increase in the coverage is just the basement bump out.
So just to be clear, is everybody, panel members, are you clear on what has changed? Anybody need clarification on that from the panel members on what has changed?
Just to confirm, she's only changed variance 11 and not 12.
Okay.
Is that correct?
11? I thought 7.
Which number variance is changed, please?
11, variance 11.
Only 11, no others, right?
Sorry, I'm not following. So I'm seeing a plan. Okay, sorry. So I'm seeing city comments that say, okay, they're saying that be modified from 38.49 to 32%. Oh, so that wasn't something that was agreed to by staff. What was agreed to was variance 11, and then staff is asking for variance 12 to be changed. Is that my understanding?
Staff is asking to change, but we don't want to change that because I just explained the reason that it's 38.49. It's not the entire massing of the building, it's just the basement bump out.
Okay. So staff does not. So staff wants 38.49 to go to 32%, but you're proposing to continue to still go with 38.49%. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
But we're okay with tying the decision to the site plan.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions from the applicant? Seeing none. The first presenter, somebody here in person speaking on behalf of the residents. Who would that be? Is that Douglas Pateman? All right, go ahead. You state your name, your address, and you'll get 5
Hi, my name
minutes.
is Doug Pateman. I'm a lawyer at Kagan Sastry, and I'm here representing Mr. and Mrs. Oh, can you guys hear me?
I can
And I'm a lawyer. I work at Kagan Sastry. I'm here representing Mr. and Mrs. Cohen, and they're the residents directly adjacent to the proposal at 344 Betty Ann Drive.
And what's your address?
My address is 188 Avenue Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. By way of introduction, the Cohen's adjacent neighbor to the other side is in another monster home. And if the committee grants the relief requested by the applicant, the Cohen's entire property will be boxed in. Both individually and cumulatively, the 13 requested reliefs are not minor in nature, nor are they an appropriate and desirable development of the property. Instead, they represent a deliberate over-intensification of the property far outside the scope and intent and purpose of the official plan. The application requests relief from a significant number of zoning bylaws whose impacts can be largely grouped as a significant increase in building footprint, a significant increase in building height and massing, and finally, a significant decrease in neighborhood privacy. The requested increases in building footprint will create a monster home that far exceeds the expected building footprint in the zoning bylaw. The purpose of the building envelope provisions is to ensure orderly development of buildings in a particular zoning area. The intent and purpose, therefore, is therefore to prohibit buildings that are both too close to the street, too close to the rear property line, and exceed an adequate building depth that matches the character of the prevailing zoning neighborhood. Number two, the significant increase in building height and massing. The requested variances for extreme massing are completely self-inflicted. This is a property that is typical of the zoning area, and while my client appreciates that increases in heights can and may be permitted within a minor variance, such increases only work to block sunlight from the Cohen's property. The applications in their entirety will block critical elements of their home from sunlight, including a rear modest deck, their master bedroom, and their kitchen. Building massing and its regulations are intended to maintain adequate sunlight and adequate nature access, and overall, the requested variances in massing and side height do not meet that goal. Finally, the significant decrease in neighborhood privacy. The zoning bylaw and its rear projections are intended to limit and mitigate privacy concerns from adjacent development. The Cohens will significantly lose privacy, especially in their backyard and rear deck, in conjunction with the increase in building footprint. While my clients appreciate the zoning bylaw and official plan are not static documents, they understand that all the requested variances are entirely self-inflicted. For all the reasons were submitted in my letter, I respectfully ask that the requested variances of the application be denied and the committee make a decision that reflects the best interests of both the neighborhood and the intent and purpose of the bylaws and official plan. The application cannot be considered minor in nature, nor is it the desirable or appropriate development of the lands. Collectively and individually, the 13 requested variances do not conform with the intent and general purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. If there's any further questions from the committee, I'm more than happy to answer it. And as well, as I mentioned, Ms. Cohen is here with me today.
I have a question. Could you comment specifically on your comments regarding height?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the notice, and what I see is, so variance 7, essentially for a large portion, it allows for an increase from 7.5 meters to 7.97 meters. So that's a 47 centimeter increase for a sidewall.
Mm-hmm.
Then variance 8 is the same thing for a sidewall. And then variance 13 is a 4 centimeter increase for the overall building height. I know you made the statement that building height is an issue, but I'm trying to understand that.
No, thank you. And as the committee is more than aware, when we talk about impacts being minor or desirable, it's not the numbers that we review. It's instead the impact on the adjacent properties, as this committee has just previously reiterated to other opposition. And it is my position and it's my client's position that cumulatively and individually, the 13 requested variances don't meet the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and official plans. While I appreciate some of the requested variances are minor, it's in its totality, several variances don't meet the intent and purpose.
All right, other questions for the resident? No. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have another resident who, I'm not sure if they're in person or not. Another resident, Howard Cohen. Are they here? Are they on the phone?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify, I think the applicant represents Mr. Cohen, is that
You
true?
represent Mr. Cohen as well?
A lot of the Cohen's neighbors are seniors, so Mr. Cohen is Mrs. Cohen's son, and he was just helping out one of the
I see.
neighbors. Yeah.
Okay, so there is no further representation, right? You're there?
No, I just represent Mrs.
Thank you.
Mrs. Cohen.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. In that case, we're ready to go into committee. And just to point out to people, we have... rebuttal, sorry. Yes, applicant. Hello, applicant online.
Mr. Chair, we appear to have someone online. Can we just unmute them just to verify where their address? If it is indeed 344, then we have heard from the representative, legal counsel.
Okay, so you think you may have another
We
person?
just want to
who wants make
verify.
Presentation, all right.
Yes, that's me. I'm Howard Cohen, but yes, I am. The representation has already been taken care of.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, appreciate that. So then we go back to the applicant for rebuttal, if any, solely on the presentations made by the residents, please.
Yes. So they mentioned about the height and the massing. So the height is, if you can put up the presentation, please, the supporting material. If you go down, yes. So if you can see here, our entire main wall height is at 7.97, which is very common in the BOULEVARD area. And that little part that I showed with the red dash line is just the only part that goes above that, and it's less than 9% of the entire main wall. So there's not much of an impact. There's basically, I could say, no impact on the neighbors in terms of that increase in the height, because it's also in the front, not in the side. It's just visible from the side. And then they mentioned about the massing of the building. So if you go down one page. Okay, so you no, that one, the presentation, last page. Yes, this one. Okay, so if you can see, we are exactly aligned with our neighbors, 17 meters for the depth. There's no side yard setback variance. There's no front yard setback variance. As I mentioned, the number for the front yard setback is only the little bump outs on the second floor. And the rear setback is only because it's taken to that basement bump out that has no effect on the neighbors. That basement is going to be used by the owner's son, is going to go to college this year. So they wanted a separate space for him. And we just thought the best way to benefit ours and the neighbors is just use that waste space under the deck to get a little extra space in the basement, because almost half of the basement is the garage and the stairs and the low headroom area under the foyer. So we needed just that little extra space to give them, just to support the policy of the City of Toronto for having more residents on the lot, instead of having a separate structure on the lot affecting the landscaping and privacy of the neighbors. This will give us the space that we wanted, using the waste space under the deck. As I mentioned, if we had to have the concrete deck, it would look the same. And it doesn't create any landscaping variance. It doesn't affect the mass of the building. It doesn't have any effect on the neighbors. And as for the deck, we are within the approved decision of the area for the deck projection, and we did reduce it as per staff recommendation. But we're still okay to have a privacy screen for the deck, for more privacy for our neighbors. So as I said, the massing, physical, actual massing of the building is it's compatible with what has been approved in the area in terms of footprint and the height, and the increased numbers for the length and the depth is just because that little part in the basement that is adding to the number and the definition of the zoning bylaw. I have to answer any questions. And if you just go to the next, the page before this, you can see the height that this basement is coming up. It's just exactly under the deck. It's not going any further. About 4 feet of the grade. If you want up. Yes, you can see how much is coming off the grade. No impact on the neighbors, no impact on the landscaping, nothing. And to mention, the house itself is 32%.
Right. Any further questions from the?
A question concerning the highlighted area, the bump out with the underground basement. Do you know what the area of that is? I'm trying to understand. You've kind of identified as that as the reason for triggering a lot of the variances that are on the list, and I'm just trying to understand proportionately how that impacts the numbers.
Just give me a minute. It's 350 square, so about 32 square meter.
Say again?
32 square meter.
32 square meters. Okay, thank you.
All right, so no further questions? Can we go into committee? We're now in committee. We need a motion. Anyone want to propose a motion?
I'd like to motion to approve the applications. I was hearing everything that's been coming forward. I recognize the neighbors' objections. I hear what's being said. However, as was mentioned, it's not just a numbers game, and the applicant and a lot of how these variances are incorporated don't appear to have significant impacts on adjacent uses. The garage, much of the increased coverage is with respect to a bump out at the rear. The additional height is 4 centimeters overall, and not and insignificant with respect to the sides of the dwellings. So I would like to approve the variances as amended. However, I do think, as I said, it's related to this specific design that's come forward. So I'd like I like a condition that the dwelling be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan and architectural elevations that have been submitted.
So that's so we got a motion. Seconder by Mr. Reed. Discussion on that? Any discussion? Any questions? I just wanted to be clear. What's your condition so that staff can get it clearly?
So that the dwelling be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan and the architectural elevations submitted.
And is that, so there was a staff recommendation, right? Is that effectively coming from the staff recommendation.
I said to approve as amended, which is what the staff recommended. They recommended change to one of the variances and an amendment. So I think yeah. So I would like to approve as amended by the applicant.
Right. So and the staff was asking for another modification. You're not asking for that. You're asking for their alternative modification.
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right. So we have a mover. We have a seconder. We have no comments by anybody else. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Now we're on to.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to item 21. Okay. After 21, we'll hear 29. Then we're going to take a break. So item 21 is unopposed, as I see. So I turn to my, I'll read in what the nature of it is, then I'm going to ask my panel members if you need to hear a submission. So this is, 21 is 280-422 Consumers Road. It's for legal non-conforming condition to be brought into conformity with the bylaw to support an application for conversion of existing buildings to a standard condominium. The community planning letter, the variance, there is a variance, and that is proposal seeks to allow 161 parking spaces on the subject property. So, panel members, do you need to hear or want to hear from the applicant? See heads shaking. I'm assuming nobody needs to hear from the applicant. Is the applicant here? Is the applicant here? And does the applicant need, so the applicant is on the phone, and given that the panel has indicated it does not need to hear from you, do you feel any compelling need to present?
Mr. Chair, I'd need the speaker's name and address, please.
Pardon?
I need the speaker's name and address, please.
Oh, thank you. Yes, speaker. We've got two people named, and we've got a post office box. So could you give us the name of the person who's presenting and the street address, please?
Yes, it's Nicholas Malta, 100 Cold Spring Road.
And is that Toronto, Coldstream? Yes? Good.
Vaughan.
Vaughan, okay. So you've heard from the panel. The panel has indicated we do not need to hear from you, but you have the right to speak to us if you so choose. Do you really need to speak to us? Or would you like us to meet with the committee?
If the committee doesn't believe they need to review anything, I think I'm okay with it. I don't need to speak on this.
So we'll go into committee then. If you indicated you do not need to speak, thank you. Panel members, we're now in committee. Do we have a motion? Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is very straightforward. It's just a change in the ownership model of an existing structure that's working as it is. And to enable that change in ownership model, then this variance is required. We have no comments from transportation, so I'm assuming that that is fine from their perspective. So I move approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Mr. Auspitz, we do have a seconder. Do you have any interest in addressing it, Mr. Auspitz? Or would you like
no, I have nothing to add.
Okay. Anybody else want to add? Therefore, we can vote. All those in favor of the motion? It's unanimous. Thank you. Now, we're going to jump ahead in deference to those people that are here, and then we're going to take a break. But we are going to deal, so the next item should be following, but given that people are here and we're expected to be heard earlier, we're going to hear them now, and that would be item number 29. So is there, just to confirm, there is some, I'm not sure if the person on item 29 who is the applicant will be on video. And there is a resident here in person, right? So staff are ready to get it to roll once I do the introduction. Let me just pull this one up. It's item 29, it's 98 Rowe Avenue. It's to construct a two-story addition to the rear of the existing dwelling. There are 5 letters in support. There are 2 variances. Those variances include the proposed floor space index and the proposed side yard setback. So, do we have the applicant on the phone? Is that Andrew's son? Do you have an address, and can we get that person to...
Hey, everybody hear me?
So please state your name, give us your address, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair and the committee members. My name is Angshan Sun from Atelier Sun, address 188 Strong Avenue, Toronto. I'm the applicant for 98 Rowell Avenue, and then today we're asking for 2 variances. One is the FSI floor area, 0.79, and then another one is the setback from the east side of the building, which is the 0.36. Can we go to the supporting document, page 6? I believe it's the page after this one. The next one, which is the set plan. Sorry. Next page, please. Yeah. So I would like to point out from on the west side of the property, we have a right-of-way, and then the extension of the rear extension really is trying to respect the existing footprint of the building, and therefore we had the 0.36 extension. Sorry, the setback for the new addition. Can we go to the second floor plan? I think that would be page 10. Yeah, sorry, let's go back 1 page. Thank you. The house the square footage of the house we're asking is 2,100. It's because the owner has 3 children, and then at the bedroom 2 or 3 in the middle, we're trying to provide a window facing each other. I would like to point out that there's no east facing windows from this building. So if we can go to the elevation, the east elevation, page 14. This is the elevation. And then basically, as you can see, the existing portion and the proposed portion of the elevation has no window facing directly to the adjacent neighbors. Therefore, I think when there's no direct facing neighbor, we are allowed to have a setback of 0.45. But I understand public zoning examiners see those 2 windows. That's why it was based on the regulation of 0.9. Can we go to the page 17? We did a map, sort of showcased all the, yeah, this is the page. Before our design, we did a research based on the neighborhood's character and then what everybody else is doing. I think having a right-of-way and then having existing footprint of the building closer to one side of the property, it's really the character of the neighborhood. And then based on the 2 variances today we're asking, I think our proposal, are really minor in nature and meets the 4 test of the zoning bylaw. Therefore, we would like to ask approval from the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Looking at the notice, And variance number 2 says the minimum required side yard setback is 0.9 meters. The proposed side yard setback is 0.36 meters. So when I'm hearing the presentation and when I'm looking at the plans, I'm wondering, is this side yard setback only intended to apply to the east side?
That's correct.
Okay, so is there anything we should, I know typically they identify the side, I'm just noticed this, typically the side is identified where the relief is sought. Is that something, could I ask staff about that?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Typically when relief is sought, we ask for relief with respect to a specific side yard. In this case, the notice just says proposed side yard setback is 0.36 meters instead of proposed east side yard setback is 0.36 meters.
We should be adding that in a decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess back to the applicant, do you have any concerns if we only allow for the east side yard setback reduction? I mean, we're only, I think we're going to be imposing that the 36 centimeter side yard setback only apply to the east side yard.
We have no concerns.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no further questions of the applicant? We have a resident in attendance. Please take the podium, state your name and address. You'll have 5 minutes.
My name's Leslie Hinchcliffe-Roylance, and I'm the owner and resident of the property to the immediate east of 98 Row Avenue.
So you're at 96 Row Avenue.
We're at 96, yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm probably just going to read through the letter, but if you can pull up the pictures that I sent through, they'll illustrate. So obviously, as we've just discussed, there's a couple of next page, please. There's a couple of variances requested. So the overall floor space index is 0.79 versus 0.6, so a 31% variance. And the side yard setback, as we've talked about. So there's, and I'm opposed to the minor variances requested. So I looked at the 4 tests as my primary guide here, and I also sought some expert advice from a Toronto architect. And I would assert that the variances in the proposal are not minor in terms of size and impact. The resulting 2-story addition would have, which is pretty much doubling the size of the existing dwelling, would have a significant adverse impact on both light and shadow in my garden space and also the rooms at the rear of my house. So the westerly bedroom in particular, the dining room, the kitchen. So there's a couple of reasons that we are particularly concerned about that, and that's because we currently have a very compromised backyard for sunlight, because we currently have shade from, it's a north-facing garden, so we have shade from the house. We have a massive protected butternut tree at the north of the property, so that casts significant shade from the north. So you can see that in the picture. Maybe we can enlarge that picture a little. So these are just Google Earth images. This first one shows, it does show the proximity of the 2 houses, and I would actually disagree with the applicant's assertion that the proximity is typical of the area. And certainly if you take a look at Google Earth in the area, yes, some houses are close together, but very few of them are 36 centimetres close together. So the first one kind of shows just how close the 2 houses are, if we can get to the picture. And I'm hoping that this isn't going on my time. There we go. Okay. Back to the picture with the tree, please. The first picture. There we go. Okay. So you see how close number 96 and 98 are. And you also see I've basically drawn an outline around that protected butternut tree. It's not on our property, it's on the property of the neighbour at the back, but it basically hangs over pretty much the entire garden. So we have a very tight space for sunlight, which consists of my deck and my veggie patches and some quite nice greenery around the border, which I've taken time to do. So then we also have shade from the house. It's a north-facing garden. We also have, if you just go to the next page, please. We also have a garage at the back there, and because we have two protected city trees on the front yard of my property, we have no opportunity to move the garage or move the parking space. So we basically have a yard that has shade from the house, shade from the garage, shade from the butternut tree. The only place we get sunlight from is the west. So the two-storey addition going up double the length of the house, almost, would basically cast all of the usable part of our garden into shade and the back rooms of our property. If we just move to the next, hopefully that's clear how where it's shaded is basically where we don't get sunlight currently. And then if you kind of just add on the proposed addition and kind of where the sun is coming in the afternoon, it clearly shows that we're not going to get any sunlight. If we move to the next picture, please. We took a picture just last week, actually, from the usable part of our yard space, or from the end of the garden, actually. And so that was showing the position of the sun in the early afternoon. To the right is the property with the proposal, and to the left is our property. So you can kind of see where the sun is at 1:19 in the afternoon. That will be completely blocked. So all afternoon sun will be blocked.
Just want to alert you to the time. You got like 15 seconds, so please.
Sure. Yeah, I think, you know what, the next couple of pictures just show you us having a nice time in the very tiny usable part of our garden in the summer. All of this will be gone, including the greenery around the edges, given the setbacks. So the physical size of the addition is our issue, and the impact on our sunlight to our property and to our house and to the garden.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions to the resident? No questions. So we now turn back to the applicant. The applicant gets a chance to address the residents' comments, up to 5 minutes, but solely in respect of the residents' comments. So, madam, you're no longer needed at the podium. You may take your seat. Thank you. The applicant, please address, if you choose, the residents' comments.
Okay, yeah, for sure. May I go to the supporting document? Let's go to the page 17, which shows the map. First, I would like to point out that the owner of 98 actually reached out to the owner of 96, the adjacent neighbor, and they had a discussion. And then we understand they have concerns in terms of the construction, how this is going to affect their property line as well. I think the owner of 98 already explained it. And at the same time, we understand the owner of 96, adjacent neighbor, they're planning on doing extension in the future as well. But I understand probably when we try to design this proposal, the extension of the house is really trying to respect the existing building height, try to minimize the shadow impact to the neighbor. May I go to the next page? Kind of, we did a little bit the shadow study, just trying to showcase the conditions during wintertime and summertime. This is the wintertime condition. On the left-hand side column is the existing condition, and the right-hand side is the proposed condition. As you can see, during the wintertime, it's just because the angle of the sun, there's no difference between the existing and the proposed condition. If I can go to the second page, which is the summertime. Next page. I think the neighbor, the adjacent neighbor showed a photo of the backyard that there's actually bushes probably 1.5 stories height in between property 98 and 96. And then that bushes is actually casting shadows after 2 o'clock. During summertime as well. So here we just want to showcase our proposal at the where with the similar building with the same building height as the existing structure. Actually try to the shadow casted over. It's very similar to the bushes in between the property at the moment. The column on the right is just showcasing even we have 0.9 meters setback, and then if the extended proposal reached to the 11 meters in height and 7.5 meters as a main wall, the proposal would have cast a worse shadow than the current proposal we're asking today. Hopefully with this shadow study could sort of showcase the neighbor, that the design really taking the consideration into the neighborhood's character, at the same time listen to the adjacent neighbor's concern, trying to minimize the building height and the impact to the adjacent neighbors. Therefore, we just would like to ask approval for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of the applicant, panel members? Seeing no, then we're going to go into committee. We're now in committee. Any panel member wish to bring a motion?
I'd like to motion to approve the applications. I do hear, to approve the application, I do hear the neighboring residents' concerns. However, when I'm considering everything in full, and I do recognize that there would be some impact with respect to the proposed development. However, when I hear everything in full, I'm understanding that the as of right existing permissions would have essentially the same impact on the neighboring property. That being said, I would like to tie the approval to be substantial. I would like to add a condition that the proposed addition be substantially in accordance with the architectural elevation submitted and substantially in accordance with the site plan submitted.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Seconder for that motion.
I'll second the application or the motion.
Mr. Allison seconds. Any comment, Mr. Allison?
I mean, I appreciate that the applicant, is in line with the property directly adjacent. When I look at the property side by side, I actually think this is significantly less in terms of amassing. You look at the roof structure; they've got quite a good slope on it compared to the neighboring property. It's a larger massing. And I appreciate that to see an application that's using the existing built form and kind of building within, using the existing built form and building within the existing setbacks, which I think is reasonable in this case.
Comment? Any other comment by any panel member? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. That concludes the matter. Now we're going to take a break. No, we're going to take a break. You'll get to speak to it then. We're going to take a break until 6:45. Gives people a chance for dinner. We will come back and then we will address item 31 because we have 31 has a person here in person, and we will address that when we come back from our break. And we will address 33, and we're going to take a break until 6:45. Okay, so that gives people a chance to get dinner, which would include those people who are here in person. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We're going to do the rest of the afternoon session. Just to let you know, so where we left off was we were going to expedite to, no, we did 29. We're going to expedite to 31 and then 33 because we have members of the public here, right? 31 and 33. So we're going to hear them first. Now, just so I understand, members of the public who are here, 31 and 33, you were supposed to be here at 4. Were you here before 4? Were you here at 2 o'clock? What time did you get here? Okay. Okay. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read. Are you recording it yet? Or are you recording, but you have to reread it. Don't worry. That's what I'm getting to. I know what I'm doing. So in that case, we're going to do the opening remarks because you did not hear them. Okay? So the opening remarks in relation to a Committee of Adjustment panel are as follows. Good afternoon, or good evening. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Swartz. I'm the chair of the panel. And with me on my far right, Mr. Auspitz, my near right, Mr. Reed, my near left, Mr. Allison. The committee considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property and permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses and consent to sever property to create new lots. Now, the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now the home of many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. This is a hybrid format, so Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in hybrid now, and by hybrid, that's in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person. Others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and online digital platform. Meetings are also streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and they'll have the option of participating via video or audio only, their choice. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to a panelist when it's your turn to be, your item is being held. And during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. In terms of receiving a copy of the decision of the committee, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. Those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, email address, because Committee of Adjustment and TLAB, the Toronto Local Appeal Body, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to TLAB, that's the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or you might, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, but the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal to the Committee of Adjustment decisions to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions to the Committee of Adjustment. And appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. So here, the hearing procedure is that I will call each item in order listed in the agenda unless we decide otherwise. We decided otherwise in order to address those people who are here in person and have been waiting. So we will hear them first. Making your submissions. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. Okay, so for uncontested, the agent may proceed with their presentation if desired, but when the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. Committee may ask questions or take instruction, take the matter to the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note, committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. Committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revision application is accurate and that those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposition of the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call speakers in the hearing room, and those we call first the speakers hearing in the hearing room, which we're going to do in a moment, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right. So, in terms of declarations of interest, do we have any? My understanding is that we've already been through this in the afternoon starting at 2 p.m., but in terms of any other declarations of interest, if any panel member has any declaration of interest or staff that has not otherwise been identified, please do so now. Seeing no movement, there are no declarations of interest of panel and staff. We've already dealt with the deferral requests, have we not? I believe there are no deferrals requests.
We do have a deferral request.
We do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let's deal with that then first before we hear our members of the public. Let's deal with the deferral request for the afternoon. So, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, if you could please identify that, and then we'll get through the deferral request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, it's number 27362 Sudan.
Okay, number 27.
And we'll look to see if the agent is online. And the agent is online.
Okay.
It's Anthony Abate.
Okay.
63 Pioneer Lane, Woodbridge, Ontario, L4L2J2.
Okay, thank you. So before he gets going on this deferral request, anybody from the panel want to hear him talk about that, or are we good? Everybody good on this deferral request in terms of? Okay, yeah. If you want to address strictly why you want a deferral, we're happy. You know, we don't really need a lot from you, but if you'd like to just, you don't have to discuss the merits of your case or anything like that.
Sure, I'll do a quick brief so everyone's aware. So we
Yeah,
received
but
comments
actually,
from city
so I
plan.
guess before we do that, if you're going to do that, I guess I better read into the record the nature of your of what your application. Hang on a second here. I guess I better read your. It's number what number is it again?
27.
27. Okay, just for completeness. This is 362 Sudan. Proposal construct new dwelling, main house, and new garage and garden suite. Involves 17 variances, including several, I guess, seven to the main house, and then 9 to the garden suite. They deal with a whole host of things, such as proposed area, the side yard setbacks, the height of the walls, the rear landscaping, and so forth. There's a transportation memo, forestry memo, Metrolinx memo, and the 5 letters of opposition. We don't. All you really need to do, sir, is just address why you want a deferral, and you don't have to do that in any kind of detail.
Yes, thank you. So we have received those comments, and we would like to improve our application to appease a lot of those comments. So there is some substantial revisions that we are proposing, which have to do with reducing the massing impacts of both the laneway garage and height by reducing the size of the laneway garage and suite, as well as reduce the height of the main walls of the house. And we would also thereby be improving the rear yard soft landscaping and dealing in a better manner with the setbacks of that laneway garage. So we've.
I don't think we need real specifics on it. I think you've
Sure.
made it general. Is there anybody who wants to hear any more from the applicant? No, we don't really need to hear any more from you unless you really want to talk to us more, because I know you're here, but I think
That was it for me.
Yeah. Okay.
That was
So
it.
that's good. So let's go into committee. You've heard the applicant. Is there any?
Sorry.
We got a motion to.
Are people here speaking to the deferral? I think.
Oh yes, but I don't think there's anybody listed to speak at all.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is no one else registered to speak for this item.
Right. Okay. So do we have a motion from? So we're in committee. Motion from Mr. Reed. Go ahead. Mr.
Thanks,
Reed.
Chair. I move deferral of this application at the request of the applicant. I do think that it has some merits, but it has a lot of room for improvement. So I encourage the applicant to work with community planning as well as get in touch with the neighbors.
Anybody else want to second that?
I will second that, and just echo Mr. Reese's comment about room for improvement. I think this is an application that could benefit from some additional time to address comments from staff.
Thanks, Mr. Allison. Any other comments from panel on this? Those in favor? Approved unanimously. Thank you. And we'll move on to the next item. So that's item 27 now deferred.
Thank you.
The item that we were going to deal with next was in deference to the people that are here in person, and that would be item number 31. Okay, so before we get going, let me just introduce item number 31. It's 378 Cleveland Street. It's a proposal to alter existing one-story house, construct a front and rear addition, full second-story and partial third-story addition, and underpin the existing basement. There's 10 variances. There's a planning staff memo, a forestry memo, a Metrolinx memo. There are 7 letters of objection. There are, of the variances, just to summarize, proposed rear platform variance. There's proposed long-term bicycle space variance. There's number of accessible parking spaces, proposed building depth, proposed side yard setback, proposed floor space, and a few others. So that's just a quick summary of it. Now we're going to get. Are you the applicant, or are you? But you are the applicant? Oh, you're in opposition. So, well, let's see the applicant, right? Because the applicant can proceed. He's got his, or she has their opportunity to decide if they want to defer. That's you? She's online. So we'll have to go over to the applicant and see if they want to defer it or whether they want to proceed with it. It's really their call.
Mr. Chair, it's actually your call.
Well, it's their call. Well,
The applicant or neighbors or anyone has the right to ask for deferral. It is ultimately in the hands of committee.
well, yeah, I mean, we decide it, but it's her call whether she wants her 5 minutes to talk to us about why she wants her application. We're going to hear her, and we're going to hear her if she wants to present. She's on the agenda. If she wants to present, let's talk to her and see if she'll want to do a deferral. Otherwise, I'm prepared to hear her.
Sorry, before we go to that, just in terms of order of process, so the neighbor had asked for a deferral. Should the neighbor be giving reasons for requesting a deferral? So are we dealing with the deferral first and then the mayor?
I would let the applicant speak.
Yeah, the applicant.
Just go in order. So let the applicant speak. If it is who I think it is, Tay, he will present. And then when the neighbor comes up, he can request a deferral at that point, please.
Okay.
We can always vote for a deferral, but the applicant, at the initial stage, the applicant is set for a hearing. The applicant requests a deferral, we can deal with that right off the bat. But if the applicant does not request a deferral, then we hear the applicant. We can still defer it at the end, whether the applicant wants to or not. But I believe, for fairness, if the applicant has shown up, the applicant is prepared, the applicant wants the hearing, then I think we give the applicant the hearing. Right, that's the way I would proceed with it. I would not deny the applicant their ability to present, but if they ask for a deferral, we could maybe expedite things, and that may be most expeditious. But let's hear from the applicant first to see what they want to do. The applicant, if I am correct, who is the applicant? Is Tay, right?
I believe he is online, but I'll double check.
Okay, so. Let's get the applicant up and see what the applicant wants to do.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Tay Rook. I'm the planner for the owners of the property at 378 Cleveland Street.
What's your address? What's your address, please?
My address is 18 Yonge Street, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay.
In terms of deferrals, we will not be seeking a deferral. We would like to proceed on ahead this evening, and I'd be glad to make the presentations regarding the variances and the proposal.
Okay, go ahead. You've got 5 minutes, please.
Yes, sir.
By the way, before you start up, I wanted to clarify, you made any changes to your application since it was submitted?
Yes, sir. I was just going to get to that.
Please.
You'll note that planning department had written in a report, and they were recommending a couple of changes to the variance list. One of them we could satisfy, which is variance number 8. So variance number 8 related to the percentage of landscaping will be deleted. We can meet that standard of 50%. So number 8 will no longer be sought. Number 10, they also requested number 10 to be removed. But the reality is I can explain this further, but basically what that provision is looking for is 15 bicycle spaces, bicycle parking spaces, and we're actually providing 18, and it's shown on the site plan. Now, it may be because they're double stacked that they're not recognizing them as individual or 18 bicycle spaces. But we are providing 18, whereas the bylaw requires 15. But out of an abundance of caution, we'll be seeking that variance because we're not sure why the zoning department or planning didn't pick up on that.
All right. So we're still have we started up with this presentation? Let's start with a clock, because I already clocked 1 minute already, but go ahead.
If the staff could put up the presentation slides that I've submitted to committee. Basically, what you have before you is the subject site that's been in the first slide is the area context map, and the subject site is highlighted in red. What the green properties show are those properties that are in excess of FSI of 0.95 or even above 1 times the area. So you find these types of properties in the immediate block and the surrounding area. What you also note that this neighborhood is a very tightly knit neighborhood. It has various types of residential dwellings. There's apartments directly to the north of us, one property removed that fronts onto Eglinton, in addition to semi-detached and singles in the immediate area. The proposal before you with regards to the variances, this is a addition and would be, which would result in 6 rental units that would be provided in a single detached housing form. What you see on the next slide is the LF site plan. And what you have is the outline boundary in red, which is the existing 1-story dwelling. And the shaded area is basically what the 2-story and 3rd-story additions will be. Now, you'll also note that the 3rd story is a partial addition at the top, so it doesn't extend the full length of the dwelling as well. There are variances related to building length, building depth at 17.05. And what you note is that if you look at the elevations of this proposal, it presents itself as a single detached dwelling. And I would submit to committee that looking at the building depth requirements for a single detached dwelling is 17 meters. And this proposal would be consistent in terms of rear walls that are found throughout this neighborhood on the immediate and surrounding areas as well. You'll also note that committee may or may not be aware of this, but there was a previous application on this site for actually a single detached dwelling. And it did receive approval, and building permits were received for a building length or building depth of 17.98. So this proposal is about a meter shorter than what was originally approved on this site. When you look at this proposal, once again, from the streetscape perspective, it has a single door that leads into the front, and there's no other doors on the side or at the rear that would indicate that this is a multi-tenanted building. This proposal from a impact perspective to the immediate neighbors, there's no rear decks that's elevated at the rear, and we did this cognitively because we wanted to ensure that compatibility, ensure that the neighboring properties are not impacted by this proposal. With regards to, there were comments from transportation which requested that this matter be deferred. Because they were looking for parking spaces to be provided on site. The reality is that if we were to do that, all the landscaping in the rear yard would be gone. And we did not want to provide a concrete paved area at the rear yard, which wouldn't be compatible, yet let alone would be intrusive and would be disruptive to the immediate adjacent neighbors enjoying their rear yards. And that is why planning requested the 50%, and we complied with that 50% for overall landscaping. You'll note that the bike parking has been provided, and there on the site plan it says double bike rack, and there are 6 slots at the rear, resulting in.
Your
12
5 minutes are coming close to due, so please.
Yeah, I see the time, sir. Thanks. I see the time, and also 6 at the front. So there's a total of 18 bike spaces provided on site. And you'll also note that this is a property that's located close to Eglinton. It's approximately 100 meters from bus stops along Eglinton Avenue East. So it is very transit friendly, easily accessible, and quite frankly, if you look at if you look at this proposal from a impact perspective in terms of views into the adjacent properties, the 10 square meters at the deck, if you go to the previous slide, that green area represents the extent of that platform at the 2nd floor, and that's just utilizing the existing roof on the existing dwelling. And you'll note that it's recessed 1.3 meters on the sides from either sides to the south and to the north, and also it is recessed obviously to the back as well. So from an impact perspective, I would submit to you, it wouldn't create any adverse views or any privacy issues that is not already experienced by single detached homes, semi-detached homes that are found in this neighborhood today.
Okay.
I'll be glad to answer
Thank
questions
you.
and
So your time's up.
rebut any questions.
All right. No, your time does not start yet. His time's up. Yours is not yet. But we've got a committee here, and they may have questions for the applicant. So I turn it over to the committee if you do have questions for the applicant. Yes, Mr. Alice.
I have a question regarding, it looks like a lot of the variances are being triggered as a result of the fact that it's classified as an apartment building. You know, I don't, while I'm not a zoning examiner, I can appreciate that, you know, if it was proposed as a triplex or a fourplex, that some of these variances wouldn't be showing up. Does the applicant have any examples of any other properties in the area that are falling under apartment building? And I refer specifically,
frankly,
yeah.
sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to answer your question, to be quite frank, there are none. In the current form that's being proposed. So the apartments that are existing are traditional high-story apartment buildings that exist on Eglinton Avenue, but at the same time, knowing that housing is in shortage, and also find that this proposal, from a streetscape perspective, when you look at this proposal, it looks like a single detached home. There's no height variances, massing variances in terms of what's provided on the side yards is basically meeting what the existing side yards are. And once again, the length variance or the depth variance is smaller than what was approved by a meter than the previous proposal, which was a single detached dwelling. And you're correct in that majority of these variances are created because of the fact that it's defined as an apartment building. And if we were to do 2 less units, it probably wouldn't have the bike requirements and possibly the parking requirements as well. But however, having said that, this is a transit accessible neighborhood with Eglinton Avenue immediately 2 properties removed to the north, bus stops readily available. In addition to that, the landscaping, we wanted to ensure that the landscaping be maintained because we want this structure to present as a single detached dwelling, albeit with 6 units inside.
Okay, thank you.
Other panel members, any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. All right, we'll go to the residents. We got, how many residents here? 2? Okay, 2 separate presentations, right? Okay, so do you know which one would like to appear first, or should I just tell you? Okay, well, why don't you come to the podium, state your name, and okay, so that you're here for item number 31, Rob Lewis. Okay, I don't know why you're not on my list here. Okay. So Rob,
I sent in an email.
Okay. Anyway, we'll hear you. Your name's Rob Lewis, and what's your address?
384 Cleveland.
Okay, so you're now going to get 5 minutes. You can present and say anything you want. If you want it to be deferred, you can give reasons for why it's to be deferred.
Is that going to be my 5 minutes?
See, your 5 minutes includes anything you want to say about this application.
All right, so I'll just, it appears that you've ruled on the deferral and you're going to go ahead.
No, we haven't ruled yet. We allowed him to make his presentation. We can always decide whether we're going to defer or not at the end of it. So what our decision is will be subject to whatever motion is made by the members. So you can ask for anything you want on this application. You can ask for refusal, you can ask for deferral. You can make submissions on changes. It's your forum, okay? But you got 5 minutes, so go ahead.
Okay, so the reason I was asking for a deferral is that I have some pictures that I didn't properly submit. I guess they had to be submitted in PDF, and I didn't do that. And the reason I wanted to submit pictures to you is because there's a couple of material mistakes in the application, in the site plan, and these pictures would show it to you immediately. And if you quickly just turn to the site plan, because I'm gonna do submissions, because I don't want to not speak on the merits. So on the site plan, if you have that, you can see the property that is to the south, which is on the bottom of the picture, appears to be the same distance as the proposed extension of the building towards the street. And in fact, that building is in line with the current building that is, at 378. It's not projected closer to the street as it's shown in that picture. Now, in the application, I saw just today that they have a survey, and the survey actually shows this same circumstance, which is in error. So they're actually going to be pushing the building almost 10 feet, I think it's 9 feet, 9 inches closer to the street than the line of houses are currently right now. So right, so what it's showing there is there was an old porch on that house, and it's been gone for 5 years. And it wasn't in compliance. Somebody enclosed a porch. So when 386, the property to the south, was redeveloped, they removed that to make it be fully compliant with all the zoning regulations and the right distance from the street. So that was an unpermitted enclosure of, so that's what it's showing. So it's showing, right, so that's the existing circumstance. The property to the south, which is on the bottom of the picture, does not extend as far as it's showing, despite the fact that there's a survey that shows that in the file. And if I could only show you these pictures, you'd see what I mean. What you're looking at on Cleveland Street is a row of 2-story houses. The odd house has a little bit of extra space in the attic, but it's all 2-story houses. This house is proposed to be 3 stories and to stick out 10 feet from the street line, literally sticking out like a sore thumb from the rest. And when they talk about being, like they're too close to the lot line to the south, I think it's 38 centimeters is what they are right now, and they have to be 1.2 meters. The reason that they have 1.2 meters for an apartment building is to give a little breathing space around it. And really, the height of the building, an apartment building isn't subject to the house rule, like the same rules for houses. I think a house can only be 8.5 meters tall, but an apartment building can be up to 12 meters tall as long as it's 1.2 meters away from the lot line. What I've got to say is that, trying to get these 6 units in there is just a little bit too much. We're talking about single-family homes, a few of which have a basement apartment, including the subject house. It has a basement apartment. Right now on Cleveland Street, there is no parking ever. And if somebody puts 6 units there, and you assume that only, you're gonna have probably at least 6 adults living there, potentially a couple or two. You could have 9 adults living there. You'll never have any kids because these are 1-bedroom units, but 9 adults, and you're gonna ask yourself, at least a few of these people are gonna have cars. 3 or 4 or 5 of them could have cars. Where are they gonna park? Like right now, there's simply no parking on this street, and the only thing that they have to provide are 2 parking spaces for visitors. And the question is begged, what about the residents, the parking for the residents? But what I'm, I guess, mostly concerned about is, for myself, I'm directly to the west of their property. And as they build this thing up 3 stories, higher than any of the rest of the buildings on the street, as a flat-roofed building, the light to my kitchen is going to be disturbed. Now, I understand that if somebody... Be
mindful of the time, because you've got 20 seconds. Please.
Okay, I understand that somebody could build a 2-story house there with a pitched roof. That would still allow more light through than this proposal for 6 units on a 25-foot lot.
Okay, thank you. You can stay at the podium just in case. No, don't. Your friend shouldn't come up yet because you're still at the podium even though you finished.
Oh.
You stand there. I ask everybody if they would like to ask you a question while you're standing there. So, is there any question from anyone?
Can we just confirm the address that you reside at? You said you're directly adjacent. I just want to clarify
so I'm
which property.
384. If you show the site plan, I'm actually behind 382 and 387. So you see there's a property there that's square? A square house?
Yes.
If you want me to approach, if anybody
Mr. Chair, if he approaches, Mr. Chair, If he approaches, there is no audio on YouTube, which means the applicant cannot hear this testimony. So he really needs to return to the mic.
Yeah, so if you, when you talk, it should be at the mic, but if you, you know what I'm going to suggest, sir, gentlemen, what I'm going to suggest is go up there, point to it, tell us, go back to the mic and say what you just said, because it'll be easier for you to be there and show it. But then repeat it so we've got everybody hearing.
This is my house, 384, it's marked 384. The property is like that. This garage no longer exists. And that part there no longer exists. This part that sticks out of 382 is a single-story enclosed porch.
Okay.
Sir Chair, I can't hear a word he's saying.
Don't worry, he's now going to repeat it. He's going to repeat it to you. He needed the visual aid to be able to say it well. Now that it's fresh in his mind, he's going to repeat it. Okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
Okay, so I pointed to the building that is indicated 384. I then outlined the property, which is also a square. The house is almost a square, and that's a square. I then pointed to the subject property, 378, and I pointed out that the garage that's shown in the picture is no longer there. Then I pointed out 376, that the porch on that property is no longer there.
Okay. That's sufficient for your question, Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Got some more questions here, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Just for clarification, how do you gain access to your property?
If you take a look at the picture,
yeah,
just to the north of 382, I have a 10-foot right-of-way that extends from Cleveland right across the front of my property, the whole 50 feet. It's a 50 by 50 foot plot.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Any further questions from panel members? Okay. I just want to clarify, since I take it you're not that familiar with Committee of Adjustment, but we do have the right to defer at any time, but we exercise it judiciously, particularly before giving the applicant, like we always ask the applicant how they want to address that, which, you know, based on what you said, he heard it, he said he didn't want a deferral. We still have it in our authority to defer even after hearing, but it's more likely to happen on a consent at the beginning or because of some procedural element that requires a deferral. We didn't necessarily have that. We can still decide to defer it, but it's not simply in your authority to say I want a deferral. Well, I mean, it's your right to ask for a deferral, but really you would typically wait until you got up to the podium, then you would say I want a deferral, and then we would exercise that after hearing the applicant. Okay, so I don't know, you're not particularly necessarily educated in the nuances of deferral refusal, but you've raised it. We're always going to think about that. It may not come to pass, okay? So I just wanted to educate you on that, but we haven't decided what we're going to do yet, okay?
Well, I will point out that transportation asked for deferral.
Right, but the applicant's aware of that, and we are too, so that's fine.
Forestry also asked for a deferral for the consideration of the tree at the rear.
Okay, good point. All right, thank you. Now, and the next presenter, in-person presenter, please come to the mic, state your name and your address.
Yes, good evening. My name is Brian Abbey. I am the resident at 382 Cleveland, immediately north of the subject property. And I'm here as the spokesperson for all the people that signed the objection letters. And if you bring up the map, which is at the bottom of those letters, you will see the pink is all the objections, and the blue is the subject property. And subsequently, Rob Lewis's property at the back is also objecting. So it's pretty well surrounded the subject property. I think Rob pretty much covered most of what I would have said myself, but I just want to bring up a couple of other things that I'm wondering where they're going to put all the garbage bins. You know, they have a recycle bin, a garbage bin, and a, what do you call the green bins? So that's, each property has, so that's 18 bins got to be stored on the site somewhere. Have they taken that into account? I doubt it. It doesn't show on any of the site plans. And again, we understand that forestry and transportation are also looking for a deferral to improve the development, and I would go along with that myself. I would like to support a deferral. That's it.
All right.
Any questions? I'll be happy to answer them.
Sorry, could I ask a question of staff? Has forestry requested a deferral?
I got.
Sorry.
They're recommending it, yeah. Dave Bostock.
Yeah, okay, because I'm seeing the same thing. I just want to bring a point of clarification, if I may. I understand that forestry, what they do is they typically include in their memo, they'll include five options.
Yes.
Or five potential conditions, 1 through 5, and then they have a table at the bottom of their memo, and they decide which ones apply to which applications.
It's up on the screen if you want to.
Yeah, I got it.
In this case, it's my understanding that they're including condition 3, so they haven't actually asked for a deferral.
Well, just for a point of clarification, there is, so are you saying that, so I'm looking at, I just want to, page 33 of the, of our documents, does say TPPR recommendations. And then it does say urban forestry TPPR request deferral of committee adjustment application to fully address the impacts of the bylaw on protected, to a bylaw protected trees. Is that a request, or what is that? Or is that just, or those are the conditions? I see. It's not. Okay.
Yeah.
I got
So
it. Okay.
so
well, let's explain it better to him, because
sorry.
it's confusing to me too.
So sorry. Just to clarify, it's my understanding. So forestry typically includes 5 standard conditions. The first 3 are conditions. The last 2 are recommendations. So with the last 2, they'll have one option, which is deferral, and one option is refusal. So if you were to read that whole memo, you would see that it seems like they're recommending deferral and refusal. But in this case, they're only applying the condition, which is where there is no existing street tree, the owner shall provide.
Yes, I understand this, but I wanted the reason for the deferral, and the same reason as Rob, is that we had a lot of material that I wanted to submit that shows that the tree is, first of all, they submitted a tree protection bylaw, and they said that it wasn't affecting the trees at all, private trees.
So I hear what you're saying.
It certainly does.
Sorry, thank you. I hear what you're saying, but I think I just want to bring up that point. That matter was not brought in the original submission, and I think we could move on.
Yeah, so I mean, just because it's confusing to me, I had to maybe explain it to you, because, you know, members of the public, you show up here, you read the, if you've read the forestry memo, as I just did, and I saw the word deferral in there, they give 5 different potentialities that they could choose. They've actually chosen number 3 of those 5, which is not the deferral, even though it is somewhat confusing to a member of the public, and even to me, when they do it that way, but they outline their options and then they check the box for one of those options. They did not check the box for deferral. That doesn't mean that you still have the right to ask for it, but it's not correct to say that urban forestry asked for it, because they did
Well-
not, although it appears when you look at all of what they said that they may have been asking for a deferral. That's all. I'm not
Okay.
trying to take away from your right to ask for a deferral, you did, but we're just saying that urban forestry didn't.
Okay, the
That's-
reason we're asking for a deferral is to submit more documentation and photographs that will justify that on their tree protection bylaw declaration, they said it doesn't affect any tree. Well, it does, and a photograph I can show you, but
Okay.
I
Well,
can't submit it today.
Yeah, we understand. Is there any further?
Can we pull the site plan up?
The site plan,
Will it
see,
show
I
up on
got-
the site plan?
I could show you a photograph, but you won't let me show it,
we
where the
can't.
back of the building is, and the tree, they'd have to cut all the limbs off of that tree. And then that window would be, oh, sorry, that tree would be smack in the rear window of the building.
Is the tree on the site plan or the survey?
Yes. Can I point to it?
Can you point to it, but no commentary until you can return to the podium? Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So now that as soon as you get back to the podium, maybe just for the purpose of the applicant who's not here in person, is listening to this.
Yes, okay. I went up to the screen and I pointed where the tree is. And although the tree protection of the roots works, the trunk actually leans to the east, and all the branches are actually the circumference of the canopy of the tree go beyond the proposed extension. So they're going to have to cut limbs off of it anyway.
Just to clarify, because I know the applicant's going to want to respond to those tree comments potentially. When you went up to the screen, you were pointing kind of right central to the site, right behind the proposed building, essentially.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Within the site, right central.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
Could you explain why you...
Any-
it's correct. I measured it on site myself. It's in the right place. But that's just indicating where the trunk is.
Okay.
It's not indicating where the branches are.
So panel members, questions of the member of the public still? No? Okay. Thank you so much. You're released. You don't have to talk anymore.
Okay. Thank you.
But we've got still maybe somebody else. Is there anybody else? There's nobody else here to speak in person on this, but staff, is there anybody on the phone other than the applicant? Are there any neighbors that want to speak? Because I think there is, correct me if I'm wrong. So
There's one more person, Mr. Chair.
Pardon me?
There's one person online.
Person on the line, so please present them and we'll hear from them.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Pedram Mashov. I'm the husband of Tara Jahanian at 376 Cleveland. We are directly south of the subject property.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. So actually, I have spoken to neighbors, and we have the same concern. So I won't repeat what they have expressed as a concern. But basically, we have been living in that house with the potential impact that we can see today, because the house as it stands today is being used as a short-term rental. So we have had a little bit of taste of what it could be in the future as well. So we have a tremendous need for parking, and there's a lot of people coming in and out of the house. So it kind of gives us a taste of what we're facing in the future. So I think the number being proposed of 6 units is too many. And I do understand the need for housing, but it has to be a way to accommodate the single-family residential just like ours. So we wanted to express concerns about privacy, which hasn't been addressed in any ways. I mean, even today, as it stands today, as a single-family residential with short-term rentals, we have people smoking in front of the porch most of the nights. So, I mean, and there has to be a barrier between these two properties if such a proposal is going to go ahead. So again, I don't want to take your time, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak, but I definitely want to have, at least I would like to see a way for the applicant to address our privacy issue to the south, because we're directly beside the property, and we already very close to each other as it stands now. We are so close, in fact, that even when we want to clean the eavesdrops, they wouldn't be able to access our eavesdrop between the two buildings. They have to have a rope and they have to go over the roof. So basically there's space shortages already existing. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from panel members to the resident? Okay, so now we will return back to the applicant. The applicant gets 5 minutes to address any comments made by members of the public. Please proceed.
Hello, am I muted? Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, just to address Mr. Lewis's comments at 384 Cleveland, he discussed the front yard setback of the proposal where the addition is occurring along Cleveland at the front. You'll note that there is no variances for front yard setback. We comply with the front yard setback requirements. In addition, Mr. Lewis also brought up concern about the height. We have no height variances in terms of the measurement in meters or a number of stories. The proposed height is permitted and we are complying with the zoning bylaw. With regards to the south side yard, there was discussion about the side yard setback of 1.2 meters. You'll note that the existing fabric or development pattern in this neighborhood is one in which where 1.2 meter side yard setbacks are not found throughout this neighborhood. It is a very tightly knit area, and we're utilizing the existing side yard setback on the south side. With regards to the park tree at the rear, we did submit we have forestry comments, and committee had a long discussion about that. Forestry has no concerns. We are satisfied with condition number 3. And if there are trees that need to be taken down, we would have to go through the appropriate process of obtaining appropriate permits. We wouldn't be able to get building permits without those. So there is no concern with regards to trees. The trees are not being impacted on the site, and Urban Forestry has confirmed that through their comments. With regards to Mr. Abbey's comments at 382 about recycling, the recycling will be contained at the rear yard, and that's typical for any single detached dwelling or any type of house that are found throughout this neighborhood. Once again, forestry, he also mentioned the forestry requesting deferral. I think the committee clarified that very clearly. In terms of Mr. Mashov's comments at 376 Cleveland, the existing, once again, the side yard at the south side is in existing condition. And in terms of cleaning ducts and such, there are processes, there are a manner in which you can clean the ducts between tighter properties. So that is something that can be done. With regards to privacy, once again, this proposal on the south side doesn't have any windows. There's no views looking onto the adjacent properties. There is a elevated deck, but once again, it's recessed back on the sides of 1.3 meters and also towards the rear yard as well. In terms of the overlook towards the adjacent properties and to the neighboring rear properties, you'll note that there is significant side rear yard setbacks that are found for the proposal. Once again, this 17 meters, that's 17.05 meters that's been proposed would be typical of a single detached dwelling. And once again, this property was subject to a committee of adjustment and building permits, which was approved for 17.98 for a single detached house. As it relates to parking, this will be a rental unit, and it'll be clear when we're offering these rental units to the market that there is no parking on site. So they will have to either make arrangements for having to find parking facilities elsewhere, or they may not have cars and they may not be interested in the property because they'll take transit. And this, once again, is located very close to public transit, bus line on Eglinton Avenue East, and readily close to the bus station at Yonge and Eglinton, a subway station at Yonge and Eglinton as well. And once again, this is a proposal that was consciously done in a way to present itself as a single detached dwelling onto the streetscape. We were very conscious in terms of maintaining a building length that would be acceptable and that would be compatible with adjacent properties and to the rear and to the sides. In addition to ensuring that the building height is complied with from a stories perspective and also a measurement perspective. This, in terms of the number of units, I would submit to you that whether it be a single detached house with 6 family members or whether or not if it's 4 units or 6 units, there's a single door entering into this property. There isn't multiple doors where people are walking in and out from the surrounding properties. It's a single door walking in front, and the units are divided internally. So once again, from a streetscape, and as a person walks by this neighborhood and through this neighborhood, one would not be able to identify that this is an apartment building containing 6 units. It would present itself as a single detached dwelling. Those are my submissions. We have no issues with any of the conditions of forestry. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I have a question. Where's so there's an LRT being constructed right now, right? Along Eglinton. Do you know where the nearest stop is?
Yes, it's approximately 100 meters from the subject site to the north. So Eglinton Avenue is just approximately two properties removed to the north. So there's bus stops approximately 100-meter walking distance from the subject site.
Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's at the corner of Bayview and Eglinton.
Well, hang on a second. I just don't want to, do you want to, it's just, Mr. Auspitz, do you want to maybe ask a follow-up to the,
Sure.
Just to get him to clarify, because we've heard some rumblings that he's not right.
Could you please clarify? Could you clarify where that it's where that LRT stop is?
It's not an LRT, it's bus stop.
Okay, but there is also an LRT going along Eglinton, correct?
Correct. That would be closer towards Bayview.
Okay.
That is it would be 2 blocks east of the subject site.
Okay, so that's okay. Okay, thank you. That's
Yes.
So there's bus within 100 meters. Then
yes.
Bayview would be the LRT stop. So there's quite a lot of transit in proximity to the subject lands. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions for the applicant? I'm going to ask a question. I just want some clarification on what happened here. You made some changes, right? Did you not?
Correct, sir. We eliminated variance number 8.
Which one is that?
That is the total landscape requirement. We had 43.96%. The bylaw required 50, and we're now providing 50%.
Oh, okay, but you haven't done anything to satisfy transportation, have you?
No, and that was a conflicting ideology between transportation is transportation. They want parking, they want accessibility, they want accessible parking, visitor parking. That's just their requirements, and they implement that. Planning looked at it from a planning perspective where they want to ensure that this presents, they had no issues with the use. They had no issues with the 6 units. They had no issues with the fact that this was a 3-story dwelling or 1.01 FSI. None of the variances. All they were concerned was with the landscape because they were the same mindset that they want this dwelling or this structure to look like a single detached house, and a part of that would be to provide landscaping at the rear.
But I don't think that's true, because what they said was that they weren't happy with the bicycle parking, right? Did they not?
Yes, sir. And I thought I clarified that, but I'll clarify that again. If you look in the site plan, the bicycle parking is laid out. There's 3 slots at the front, and it says double bike rack. So there would be 6 bike rack spaces at the front, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces that are double, which mean 12. There's a total of 18 bike parking spaces on site. For some reason, and we've never got clarification from zoning or from planning, they're requiring 15. We're providing 18 in this format, and they just didn't recognize it or they haven't acknowledged it. So out of an abundance of caution, we're seeking that variance because we don't want to get caught for it when we're applying for building permits if this application gets approved. But it's clearly shown on the site plan that we're providing 18 bicycle spaces, whereas the bylaw requires 15.
But I think, though, that they're asking for more than just the numbers. They're asking for the type of bicycle parking. Are they not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And
so
that you haven't
it's a so if you look at the notice, it's a total of 15 spaces, but a proportion of that 15, 7 has to be long term, 6 has to be short, 6 has to be 7 has to be one-to-one bike. Sorry, let me say there's 15 in total. 7 has to be for the residents, 6 has to be long term, and 2 has to be short term. It's a proportion of the total. That's all it is.
But what they've said in their conclusions are that they ask that you relocate the proposed long-term bicycle spaces inside a covered structure. That's what they've asked for, right? And you haven't done that, right?
That is transportation comments, and the reality is if we were to do that, we wouldn't be able to provide the landscaping. And so we took the approach that landscaping is more important than to to have a structure to enclose bike parking spaces.
So the reason I'm asking this, I hate, like, it's late in the day, but you're providing no vehicle parking spaces, and you're saying, well, it's transportation, we're going to let people take the TTC. I wouldn't be upset with that on its own, but what if they're not taking the TTC? Like, they ought to be able to get around, and bicycle space is not being provided. So basically, you're providing no transportation accommodation to the people that are going to be living there. You're just saying, well, because I'm going to be close to a subway and buses, I'm going to take full advantage of this, and I'm going to leave the people who might be living there high and dry, and they can't access their bikes and get around the city. So, I mean, now I'm not going to vote, but I'm just saying that, transportation was clear here, and I don't understand why you didn't try to accommodate them more. Just, you basically ignored them and said you're going to landscape instead, and I don't think that's right, but I'm not voting. I just don't think it's right.
Just to clarify, through you, Chair, we are providing bike spaces. We're actually providing more than the required.
But not the kind that they've asked for.
They were requiring for certain bike spaces to be enclosed. We were the approach, and planning department were the opinion that we provide 50% landscaping, and we felt that was more important in terms of a compatibility perspective between the neighborhoods and to the overall.
I don't want to
site.
waste any more time. I'm sorry I asked questions. I'm the chair here.
Sorry, can I ask 2 questions? Sorry, just about the bicycle parking, since we have this open. So with respect, okay, so I guess would the bicycle parking spaces, would they be somewhat protected from the elements? Like, I know if you leave a bike outdoors and it gets rained on, they rust, so they're not usable. Like, would it have some sort of protection from that?
So we don't have detailed designs on that as of yet because we're not sure of the approval, but we can endeavor to ensure that the bikes are protected from the elements for at the rear and probably not, maybe at the front as well, depending on the thing. But definitely we could do that at the rear.
Okay, so I
that
think
would be 12 spaces. Pardon me. Yes, that would, just to be clear, that would be 12 spaces at the rear that would be that we can endeavor to protect.
Okay, so I guess if we had some sort, like, would there be a way to deal with that through the, no? Okay. Okay, okay. Sorry.
Just a minute. We're in committee, so I don't want to go.
Wait, I thought we were.
All had the.
I thought we were still asking the applicants.
Yeah, sorry, we're not.
We're almost done.
I'm so tired. I think we're in committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to know, the neighbors have spoken. Their time is up.
That's right.
If you want to grant them a little more time, you may, but if not, they should not be speaking out. I just want to make sure if you can kindly communicate that out of respect for a due process.
Okay, let's just continue on, Mr.
So-
Mr. Auspitz has the floor, and he's asking questions, so let's continue on with him, and then we'll figure out what we're
Okay, I just have one other question. With respect to the relief sought, was this done via waiver, or was this checked by a plans examiner?
We have a revised zoning notice that was submitted, so it was done by a planning examiner.
Okay,
But
so
we did always question that variance number 10 because we were showing 18 and we never got a response. So,
Sorry,
I said, out of an abundance of caution, we're seeking that variance.
So I guess the question I was trying to get at is, would the plan that's provided meet the zoning as per the variance sought? And if it was done by a plans examiner, the City of Toronto takes the responsibility for that. Okay, so yeah. I think I'm comfortable with this.
Mr. Allison has.
Are we ready to go into committee?
I'm ready to go into committee unless you have any questions.
No, but I have a few comments to make.
Okay, so we got no more questions for the applicant. All right, I've said and asked my questions now.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question?
Pardon?
The neighbors has asked for a deferral.
Yes, let me talk about this.
You're going to address that?
Okay, so so I know the residents asked for a deferral. We're going to go into committee. We're going to discuss, well, I'm going to ask for a motion. A motion could be a motion to defer. It could be a motion to refuse. It could be a motion to accept or to approve. It could be a motion to approve with conditions. It can be a lot of different things. The residents already had time to talk. They each had 5 minutes. We allowed the residents to talk about deferral before they even really had their turn to talk. But I don't want to entertain residents talking when it's not their turn because I don't entertain it for professionals. I don't entertain it for anyone. You got to talk in turn. We've heard everything, and I want to go into committee. And then we can discuss the motions that might come forward. Somebody can make a motion. Let's go into committee. And here we are in committee. And committee allows members to make a motion. So I invite a member to make a motion and explain it. Is there anybody who would like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, through you, I'd just like to address, I've got some pretty significant concerns with this application. And I think it just frankly comes down to the fact that because they're going to 6 units, it's being classified as an apartment building. Right. 7 out of the 9, if I've counted correctly, including the one that we've removed, 7 out of the 9 of these variances, they're appearing here because of the fact that they're proposing an apartment building. Now, I understand that we need housing in the city. I understand there has been recent amendments to permit triplex, duplexes, fourplexes in the city. They were limited by 14 meters. In a lot of the city now, they are treated the same as single-family detached homes. In this case, I think this property, I think it could do very well being a multi-unit residence, but frankly, I think moving from a triplex or a fourplex based on the size of the lot and what it can accommodate and going to a sixplex or a 6-unit apartment building, I'm frankly just not comfortable with it because
what's your motion?
My motion is to refuse the application on that basis.
We got on the table motion to refuse. Sure, keep going.
And
but maybe I should, keep going.
I think new planning policies come out, changes to recent planning policy is trying to, we'd call it the missing middle, right? We're trying to bring in apartments and multi-unit buildings within single-family neighborhoods with single-family detached homes. But they are for duplexes, they're for basement suites, they're for triplexes, and they're for fourplexes. So I think, frankly, I think it sets a dangerous precedent. I don't think it meets the purpose intent of the bylaw, given that the reason we're looking at, and the applicant stated it himself. He said, we were approved as a single-family dwelling. There's no issue, and it was even, some of the variances were even more extreme. The issue here is that there's 6 units, and it's classified as an apartment building. And I think one of the neighbors brought it up. It was appropriate to say there are certain provisions in place that when an apartment building is being proposed, there's an expectation that, there's a little bit more of a side yard setback, or there's an accommodation to address parking or as you brought up, bicycles. In this case, also, because it's 6 units, and because of the size of the lot, the units are fairly small. So, to expect, an occupant that doesn't want to store his bicycle outside or without protection, then the expectation is that bicycles are going to be brought into these small units. There's not a lot of space to begin with. So, I really kind of, it's not to say that I don't think a multi-unit building can be proposed here, but I just don't think something more than a fourplex for this site is appropriate. So for that, I will put a motion to refuse the application.
Any member wish to second this motion? We don't have a seconder to the motion. All right. Do we have an alternative motion to be brought by somebody else?
Yes, I'd like to motion to approve. So first of all, for several reasons, there is, the city has been going towards trying to figure out how to accommodate additional residential density within its neighborhoods. This site is not an isolated site within just a neighborhood. It's also in proximity to the Eglinton Crosstown. It's in proximity, it's 2 doors down from an apartment building. It's, and I think also the applicant has done an excellent job of, dealing with compatibility, keeping within, I know it's a 17-meter depth as opposed to 14. However, the adjacent dwellings are similar depth. And I think it's amazing. I think it's actually, I'm sorry residents are going to be upset, but I think this is actually an excellent proposal. I mean, you're introducing six residential housing units when there is essentially, which are actually permitted as a use when there is acknowledged a housing crisis that the province has confirmed. In terms of the provision of parking, I completely disagree with transportation's comments. There's no, it's as mentioned, it's right next to the Eglinton Crosstown. Providing that additional parking on the subject lands is going to destroy. You could tell that it's going to destroy their design essentially. So. For those reasons, I would like to approve the application as amended, subject to condition 3 by forestry.
I would second that. And I could just add a couple comments. First of all, thanks to the neighbors for coming out. You made very compelling and coherent arguments. Thank you for that. And to my colleague who put forward the opposite motion, I agree. I think this is a very difficult file, actually. I think it's right on the line of pushing too far. I do agree that the transportation comments were unreasonable. They were basically just demanding what the zoning bylaw requires, and I don't think that's. I think that was a slightly misguided report. I do agree with Jesse that it is a permitted use, and I think the massing is good. The massing fits in with the neighborhood. It steps down to 2 stories at the back. It has a sloped roof, so I think the actual building structure works. There are questions about the bike parking and the parking, but I think the applicant was pretty clear in terms of how I think that people will not rent in this place if they need parking, or they'll have to make their own arrangements. And I do think that the bike parking situation will work itself out as this goes through approval. So I would second that.
Okay, so before it goes to vote, I'll just turn to my colleague on the left and see if he wants to propose any amendment or modification that might be acceptable in this circumstance, or should we go forward to a vote? I'll give you that call on your own before I put it forward to the vote.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I my colleagues' comments, I think, are well made and well presented, and I share with them in the fact that I do think from a design perspective, it is well designed in terms of fit. It doesn't look like an apartment building. It looks like any other house on the street, and for that, I think the applicant has done a good job. I would, yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I think this really comes right up to that threshold, and I don't find this a very straightforward and easy decision to make. I will admit that, but I do hear what my colleagues are saying, and I respect their opinion on it.
So no, you're not going to bring any motion to?
No, I think that's.
Amendment.
I think
there?
that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then let's put it to a vote. Now again, just to clarify, before we put it to a vote, just through the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I do not vote. I only chair. This vote is amongst the 3 panel members. So all those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. That concludes the matter is approved. As now, just it was approved with, I think, no conditions. Right?
No,
Yeah.
no, there was condition.
Condition.
3
just to
from
clarify.
forestry.
Yeah. Clarify for staff. There was a condition, right? What was the condition? You got that in the. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So it's approved with condition. Thank you. So now we're going to move to another matter where there's people in attendance, which is matter 33. So we go to matter 33. Matter 33 is 90 Shepard Avenue East. And that is a proposed introduction of a day nursery use located at the ground level of an existing building. That is a request for variances. There are 2. One is the use of daycare of a day nursery that is not permitted use in the zone, and the other is the proposed day nursery parking spaces. There is a transportation report on file. We have a person here who I believe is the applicant. Is that who you are? Is there anybody here in opposition or on the phone? Is there anybody anywhere in opposition to this? Okay, no. Do the panel members want to hear from the applicant on this matter? No presentation needed. Mr. Auspeth, Mr. Howson. Okay, so the panel has said they don't need to hear a presentation. It's still your option, but they've basically said they do not need it.
Sorry.
We didn't get his name or address.
Yeah, so why don't you just give your name and address, and then...
Sorry, can I mention one thing? Transportation did have comments, and they did request a deferral.
On this one, okay?
Yes.
There's transportation reports, so does that mean you want to hear from the applicant?
Should the applicant address transportation comments? I think that
Yeah, I think we should.
I would like that,
Okay.
yeah.
So we're going to hear from you, whether you want to or not. Well, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but it's in your interest to. So state your name, state your address, and go ahead with your presentation. And you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Daniel Gordon. My address is 44 Jacques Avenue, Jackes, Toronto. I'm here on behalf of the owner. I do have a presentation, if staff could pull that up. And my apologies, I did not see a letter from traffic services, so I don't know what it contains. I didn't see it posted. I may have missed it, but I can give my presentation. So if you're able to pull up the PDF presentation that we had submitted.
Yeah, why don't we, okay. Well, why don't, I'll just defer, because you're going to have it more handy than I do, as I've got different notes here. You identified this, Mr. Auspeth. Maybe you just want to read off what they've said while I hunt for it. You can just immediately, so we can address that issue. And maybe just put his time on hold so we can, you know, we're only a minute into this, so at least
So
freeze it while Mr. Auspitz is just giving.
is there a way we could put it on the screen? Because it's they're asking for a few things.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. I'm just don't feel like reading a letter.
Well, I have to find it, so it's better if staff pulls it up.
I think if I could just summarize from my perspective, basically they're asking that a parking justification study would be required to justify the change in use, and especially addressing the peak times and drop-offs and that kind of thing. So if you could comment on that element of it.
Is it now on the screen for him? Okay. All right. So.
Sorry, there's another point about the agreement between the adjacent property owner as well. So an agreement between 88 and 90 Shepard Avenue East, demonstrating that 88 Shepard Avenue East is in agreement with the proposal.
Yeah, so happy to address the comments around parking. The owner is also on the call. They may be better placed to answer the question around an agreement with 88 Shepard. Is it all right if I start with responding to the comments specifically around the parking rates?
Okay, well, why don't you go, can we turn his clock back on and give him his time? You've got 5 minutes. You know that there is a transportation report. You can address it, and your 5 minutes start now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll try to explain in brief the parking requirements as I understand them. So for commercial uses, the zoning provisions for C1 exception 136, which apply to the site, indicate a minimum rate of 0.9 spaces per 100 square meters.
Just sort of stop you, but
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, did we get his name and his address? Is that in the record? Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. So minimum rate of 0.9 spaces per 100 meter square, maximum rate of 1.88 spaces per 100 meter square of commercial GFA. Based on the commercial GFA of the building, the current rate for the existing commercial GFA is 1.46 parking spaces per 100 meter square. So it's right in the middle of that range. So the minimum is 0.9, the maximum is 1.88, and the current is 1.46. In terms of the parking requirement for day nurseries, based on the City of North York bylaw 7625, which is the bylaw that this property is zoned under, the requirement would be 1 space per 25.2 meter square floor area of indoor play space, plus 2 additional spaces, plus 1 space per 10 children based on the license capacity. So as we mentioned, there's not an exact quantity of the number of children that would be determined through the licensing stage with the ministry. But based on the dimensions of the interior and exterior play spaces, the maximum that may be allowable based on the ministry guidelines would be 72 children. That's the absolute maximum that would be envisioned based on the proposed sizes. So that, based on the 72 children and the size of the indoor play space, that would lead to a parking requirement of 18.25 spaces, which could be accommodated and still leave the rest of the commercial space within that required parking band. And the owner has committed to have the reserved parking spaces for the day nursery use in the surface parking area. So there are currently 538 total spaces that are for the building at 90 Shepard. There is, within the parking structure, some parking that is actually used by the neighboring building, which was developed around 10 years ago when the properties were severed. The 538 total parking spaces are only for 90 Shepard, not for the neighboring building. 31 of those spaces are above ground parking spaces that are adjacent to the rear entrance of the building, and the proposal is that all the required parking for the day nursery, which again would be a maximum of 18.25 spaces, could all be accommodated and reserved in that parking area at the surface parking garage, which would provide direct access to the building's rear entrance and convenient access for the day nursery. Yeah, I'm not sure if you'd like to ask the owner in terms of the agreement with the neighboring building, but again, just to emphasize that the parking spaces that are envisioned, these are parking spaces that are only for 90 Shepard, not for the neighboring building. And that was discussed, sorry, one more thing, that was kind of discussed with the planning staff as well as the zoning examiner.
Okay.
So,
sorry.
Before we go to questions, is that your presentation? You still have a minute left if you want.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, I won't get into the whole presentation. I can give you a tiny overview of it if you would like to go to the presentation. But basically, it's if you're able to open up the PDF of the presentation.
Well, Mr. Chair, why don't, with his time remaining, why don't we try and unmute the owner if they're online? That way they can share their time.
Unmute. Oh, you have somebody else online?
The owner is online,
Okay.
just to answer any questions that.
Unmute them, and they're not making any presentation, are they?
No.
Okay, so
No.
we can unmute them in case there's questions for the panel. I think there are. So, Mr. Reed, you have a question?
Thanks for that.
Is
Do
it
you want to get
Lauren?
the owner on first, or?
Is the owner on the line? Because there is a question here, and we can share the time between the app.
Hi.
Okay.
Good evening.
Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Reed. Oh, she's online? No, I mean, that was just a suggestion of staff that we put her online. You can ask your question, and that way, you know. So the agent who's here in present can answer the question, or if he wants to defer to the owner, that's another option.
I can speak on behalf of the agreement that we have with 88 Shepard, if that's what's the question.
I don't know if that is the question, then fine, but otherwise, really, that you want, okay, so go ahead, ask your question, Mr. Reed.
Okay, before the agreement between 88 and 90 Shepard, just thanks for that summary about the parking. So what I'm understanding is that you're saying there's sufficient parking on site to satisfy the existing tenants plus this new use. Is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
that's
thanks.
correct.
Can I ask a question about that? Sorry, just in terms of like understanding the rate. So the rate, okay, so because 0.9 per 100 is less than 1 per 25.2. So is it my understanding that the 1 per 25.2 is the standard requirement for a nursery, and you're proposing the standard requirement for a nursery? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's correct. So 1 space per 25.2 meters of indoor play space plus 2 additional spaces plus 1 space per 10 children is a parking rate specifically for day nurseries. And when we spoke with the zoning examiner, the advice was that for the day nursery use, we should be using that parking ratio that's in the North York bylaw 7625, specific to day nurseries.
Okay, so essentially the day nurseries require more parking space than the commercial use, but the commercial use has a cap in the amount of parking you're allowed to provide. That's the issue. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. So they're asking for an agreement between, so with the agreement between 88 and 90 Shepard Avenue East, my understanding is that would be a condition of transportation, if I'm reading that correct? So it's not a condition. Okay, I understand that they're asking for a deferral, but then they also say an agreement between 88 and 90 Shepard Avenue East. So is it, okay, so that means transportation would not even clear that.
To be clear, the memo from Transportation is recommending deferral. They have not provided approval conditions.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's go into committee. Do we have a motion?
Sorry, I'd like to motion to approve. I recognize Transportation's comments with respect to parking rates. The applicant has provided that they can accommodate that appropriate parking on site. So I would like to recommend approval based on that.
I will second the motion.
All right, any further comment on that? Those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. That's approved. Now, just to see where we are now, I think we should take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we're back again. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We're continuing. We're on item number 22. One moment, here we go. Item number 22, 170 St. Leonard's Avenue. This is to legalize and maintain new dwelling currently under construction. We have a forest report, transportation report, arborist report. We also have 6 variances. They are non-encroaching platform coverage, proposed building length, proposed building depth, proposed east side yard setback, west side yard setback, proposed west side yard setback for the non-encroaching rear platform. All right. For item number 22, we have an applicant. Who is the applicant? Is that the first one listed of my 3? Are they on the line? Can we bring them up? Could they please state their name, address, and then they've got 5 minutes.
Could you hear me? Hello.
Go
Hello.
ahead, please. State your name, address, and your
My name is CORTLEIGH Leong. The address is 2710 14th Avenue, postal code L3R0J1. Okay. Could I start now? Or do you want to start the call now? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that seems to be a different name than we have registered. Can I just have the...
That's Mengdi. That would be Mengdi Zen, which is our principal architect, and I'm the project manager for this project.
Okay. Oh, you're speaking for...
I'm speaking for the owner as an agent.
Okay, sorry, and what was your name again?
CORTLEIGH Leong. Spelled K-U-O-K-W-A-I. Last name Leong, L-E-O-N-G.
All right. Are you bringing forward the application with any changes or proceeding with the one that was filed?
I'm going to proceed with this.
Okay.
And could I have the presentation drawings that I
Go ahead.
loaded onto screen, please?
Please proceed. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll start with some background regarding to the property. Our owner who bought this property last year without the knowledge that there is a order to comply, which is for the previously approved building permit for applied by the previous owner, which is which was supposed to be a addition and a second story top up. but it turned out that they demolished more than 50% of the existing exterior wall. So they got an order to comply, and turned out they sold it to our client. So at the time when we took over the project, we noticed that there's a mass on site, and which is debris all over the property. And then we submitted. Oh, well, no, we sent in our arborist, and I was on site with him, and we did the report, and which I did upload it, the first report that from May 15th. And then we cleaned up the whole site, and most of the, not the whole site, but we cleaned up most of the stuff out of the tree production zone. And we proposed that the new building, which is in front of you, that speaking, and I will speak about the variances that we have. And the green, the hatched area in green is the proposed building that we're going to propose, and the orange area is the area that's excavated by the previous owner, and the previous construction team, which is all the way digged into the tree production zone of the tree right next, right on the northwest side of it. And the green, the gray hatched area is the existing house. That's the footprint and the basement of it. And our design is, as you can see, that our design had a bump out on the east north side, which is variance number 2 and number 3. The reason that we put it there is to avoid the building go into the already excavated zone, because the program that we have from the client will have a certain size for the building. So to keep this the size as requested by the client, and not to injure the tree anymore any further, that's why we have the house at an angle. So that is variant number 2 and 3. And variant number 1 is more or less really pretty much like minor stuff, because we are just at 0.06 more than the required, which is regarding to the deck at the back. And variance number 4 and 5 is pretty straightforward, and for a new field around the area. And variant number 6 is also regarding to the deck at the rear, which is because we want to line it up with the property of our proposed houses. And you notice that there are sub-covered bulldog there, which is that we are proposing to use a helical pile within the tree production zone area, so that there will be no, at least we're not saying that no further damage, but at least minimize the damage to the tree, to the boundary tree between our property and our neighbor at 166. And I believe that in speaking of zoning, we are, our variances are pretty minor, and which is within the 4 tax. And we got comments from city staff, which is recommended to be, there's a condition there to attach the site plan. And there is no comments from urban forestry. Well, actually, no, we do have condition 1 and 2. And the reason behind that is because we already submitted an application to urban forestry regarding to the tree. And we did already pay for the application too. And there were no comments regarding any further regarding to this, our proposal from urban forestry. And that would conclude my presentations. I hope we have to answer any questions.
Okay, so thank you. Any questions from panel members? All right, seeing no questions from panel members. For the applicant, we have some other people who wish to present. I believe let's put forward the next person who is on the line. They could please state their name and address.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we were not able to get a hold of Jonathan Gus and Leslie Milrod. The next speaker will be Sean Galbraith.
Thank you. Okay, please come forward to your audio, Mr. Galbraith. State your name, your address.
Can you hear me?
I can. You've got 5 minutes. Please state your name and address and proceed.
Great. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner hired on behalf of Jonathan and Leslie, the owners of 166 next door. Address is 18 King Street East, Suite 1400, Toronto. Pretty simple. My clients' concerns are regarding the already extensive damage to their trees, but they understand and appreciate that this was done by the previous owners and not the current ones. There's basically a large excavation pit that is significantly inside the tree protection zone. They appreciate that that the proposed construction will not increase the size of that excavation pit, and are looking forward to and have been working with urban forestry to address their concerns regarding their trees. They also just wanted to convey that they're not really actually all that concerned about the variances themselves, and they appreciate that the depth and length variance has been masked on the east side to reduce further impacts to the trees, and they support the planning recommendation to tie it to plans so that there can't be a bait and switch later on. And that's it.
All right, so that's your presentation. Any comments or questions to the public members representative by any panel member? Yes, Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Galbraith, so just to confirm, I understand your comments. Thanks for that. Do you feel that any further requirements are needed to protect the tree other than the standard urban forestry conditions 1 and 2?
I don't think so. The tying it to plans means there won't be, I don't think there should be any additional damage, and it would be subject to a tree protection. The notion of the tree protection zone is kind of, it's not moot, but the damage has already been done, and it's been done a year ago. There is a new tree protection fence that was put up basically at the top of the ditch. Provided that no additional intrusion into that, and the sort of the tree program that the both arborists are working on is agreeable to urban forestry and my clients, then I think we're good with it. The actual variances themselves, I had a look at them and they seem reasonable for the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, further questions?
You're welcome.
Panel members, any questions? Are we going to be going into committee? Let's do it. We're in committee now. We've got a motion on the floor. Mr. Reid.
Thank you. I'm happy to bring a motion for approval. I do agree. I think these variances are minor. And with the conditions of urban forestry, transportation, and community planning, I think it's supportable. So approval with 3 conditions.
All right. And so are there 3 conditions?
Mr. Chair, sorry, I just realized that the applicant didn't get to respond.
Thank you. So before we go into, we've almost got a motion on the floor, Mr. Applicant, but we'll come out of committee for a moment. There's a motion on the floor in your favor. We can go back to committee, or you can make a further presentation to in relation to the public members' submission. What would you like to do? Either present or defer and let us continue.
I'm good with the members.
Okay, thank you. So we're back into committee. We've got a motion on the floor to approve subject to conditions. Are those conditions that the staff understand those conditions, or should it be repeated again? Do you want to repeat them again?
Sure, thanks. The conditions are 3. Urban forestry condition number 1 and 2, conditions of transportation, and conditions of community planning related to the length and tying it to site plan.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconder, Mr. Allison. Any comment from Mr. Allison? Any
Nope.
comment from Mr. Auspitz? Those in favor of the motion? Unanimous. On to the next matter, which is item 23. Item 23 is 159 Parkhurst Boulevard. To construct a front and rear second-story addition to the existing dwelling. There are 2 letters in support. There are 2 variances. Variances deal with proposed floor space index.
All right, turn that faucet off.
And the proposed lot, I'm going to ignore that. The proposed lot coverage of the lot area, okay? And concerning rear deck and existing shed. All right. So we have, I believe, and for item 3, I believe we only have the applicant. I don't believe there's any other participants. Does anybody on the panel particularly want to hear from this applicant? Are we prepared to go ahead? Okay. Madam applicant, you can state your name, state your address. The panel has said that we don't really need to hear from you. It's your option. But state your name, state your address, and then tell us if you really want to present or would you like us to go ahead.
My name is Melissa Tenpow. I'm at 6 Asrock Road, M6L2W9 in North York. I only have really not necessarily a presentation, but just a quick comment that we received on January 11th from Metrolinx. That comment was with regards to our location to the Crosstown LRT, the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. We do believe it may have been just a boilerplate letter that was sent to the Committee of Investments because we are 300 meters away from the Eglinton Crosstown, as well as we are not doing any work on the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. So you don't need any further presentation. Let us go back to the committee then. We'll go into committee and we need a motion. Any member want to bring a motion in respect of this? Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. And I agree. I think just for the applicant, the comments from Metrolinx are advisory, so I don't think I'm inclined to include them as a condition of approval. This is a very straightforward application, just a pop-up in the front and the back. There's no footprint increase. I think the variances are minor and the application's supportable, so I move approval with no conditions.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval with no conditions. We have a seconder.
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Allison. Okay, second. No, any comments from you, Mr. Allison? No comments?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
All right, any Mr. Auspitz? No comments. All those in favor of the motion? It's approved, unanimous. All right, on to item number 24. Item number 24 is 383 Keewatin Avenue, proposal for new front porch and front stairs replacement. Have a forestry memo on file. We have 4 variances. Proposed front deck is above grade. Proposed platform from the west lot line. Proposed canopy from the west lot line. Proposed front yard soft landscaping. All those are variances. We have before us an applicant. We have no opposition to that. Any particular need for panel members to hear from the applicant? There is a one question for the applicant. Okay. Would you like to ask? So let's have the applicant introduce the applicant online. Please introduce yourself by name and address. We'll have one question for you, then you can decide if you need to present or not. Okay? Go ahead. Applicant, item
Mr.
24.
Chairman and committee members, my name is Agostino Monteleone from Amtech Engineering Limited, and I'm here on behalf of the property owners. We are located at 1500 Royal York Road, Unit 48 in Etobicoke.
Perfect. Okay, so now we've got a question. We're going to start off with a question, then you can decide if you really need to present. Now, first, Mr. Reid will ask a question, then I'll decide if he wants a presentation, and then you can decide if you want to present after that. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. Just a simple question. In relation to the front yard landscaping, I know it's an extremely small front yard, and my understanding is that you're essentially rebuilding what's there. Is there any way to, I don't think there is a way to increase the front yard soft landscaping, but is there an opportunity to incorporate permeable pavers or some other elements to to increase the permeability of the front?
Yes, well, the property owners, I believe that they would be open to the walkway being potentially constructed out of pavers.
Okay, and how would you describe that? You would say the stairs and walkway? I don't know if you can do stairs as permeable pavers, but.
No, the stairs would have to be concrete or, yes.
Okay, and so the walkway is the portion that goes around from the driveway to the back?
It would go from where the mid landing is,
Yeah.
where the concrete stairs are, and then yes, it would go between 383 and 377.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, thanks.
So do you have anything else you
Thank
want to say to him about that? So you've asked for permeable. Are you gonna, do you want him to address that specifically? Is there anything else we need to have him address, or that doesn't even need to address it? All right, so Mr. Applicant, you've heard us. You've got the opportunity to make a presentation, or I don't think anybody else from the committee has anything else really to say. If you want to add more on that comment, you're welcome to make a presentation to add more on that comment, or to defer back to the committee and we can decide the matter. What do you choose to do?
I think we're okay to proceed.
You're okay to proceed like with the committee going into make a motion? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so committee back into committee, asking for a motion in respect of this application. Do we have a motion? Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion, and thanks to the applicant for the improvements to the application. I understand this is basically a rebuild, and I do appreciate the fact that he's willing to improve basically the existing situation. So I move approval of the application, subject to urban forestry condition 1, and subject to the walkway that is shown in the site plan from the portion where it runs from the landing towards until the front of the house be constructed, the front wall of the house be constructed with water permeable pavers.
All right, so staff, you've got those two conditions. We've got a motion on the floor for approval subject to two conditions. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second I will second that, and I want to thank my colleague. I had the same comment with respect to the permeable pavers. I think it's an excellent way to mitigate some of the challenges with respect to the site and the soft yard landscaping. So.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Any comment, Mr. Auspitz? Those in favor of the motion? It's approved. Thank you. Now we're on to item number...
Mr. Chair, we're going to unmute somebody that we think is representing item number 25.
Number 20.
Which we believe was removed from the agenda, but we just want to hear from whoever is online at this point.
Okay, so somebody is online for 25, but we're not hearing that, are we? I thought it was removed.
It's supposed to be.
Can you hear me? I am here.
Okay, so we have somebody for item 25. Item 25 is, all right, so what should we do?
We're just going to unmute this person, and we're going to tell them to hang up if they're on the phone number they gave us, and staff will call them back, and then you can move on with item 26.
Okay. Are you going to do that? I don't have to do anything. Right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just confirm if the applicant's number starts with a 905?
Okay.
No, it's a 647 number.
Can I just have the applicant confirm his name again?
This is Nick Solda. I am the owner of the agent company that's representing the client at 18 Burnaby Boulevard.
So I thought this matter was deferred.
Oh, I'm here. I can speak if that's okay for the council.
Hang on a second. I don't.
Hold on. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll address it. You are, sorry, can you just say who you are again, please?
Sure, I'm Nick Solda. I am the acting agent for the client at 18 Boulevard in Toronto.
Sorry, 18 Burnaby?
Burnaby, sorry.
Do you have you have a contact number we can reach you? But without,
Sure,
without
647.
fully divulge, we're on YouTube right now, and I'm hesitant to have you fully divulge your phone number.
Okay. Are you having trouble hearing me on the line that it's currently on right now?
No, we can hear you fine, but there is an issue with this application that staff would like to talk to you about.
Oh, okay.
So if we, sir, hold on. I just want to confirm with staff if we can see your phone number from our system.
You might be able to see my business number, but I'm on my cell phone currently.
We can see a business number that starts with 905.
Yeah, I'm not in my office right now. I'm at my home office currently.
Okay. We'd like to reach you somehow
Okay.
without you giving your personal number over YouTube.
Sure. Does email, I'm not sure. Email? I'm not sure. I don't know. And then I can email my number to somebody?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just ask the applicant to send an email with his contact information to our general email box, which would be coa.ny@toronto.ca.
coa.ny@toronto.ca.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I will do that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and panel. We'll just skip over this one and go to number 26.
So item number 26, that is 405 Whitmore Avenue. That's to construct second and third story addition and secondary suite in the basement. 4 variances: proposed height of the east side main wall, proposed height of west side main wall, proposed floor space index, proposed setback to the covered porch. We only have one person here on item 26 to hear from. I believe that's the applicant. Do panel members wish to hear from the applicant? Any desire from panel members? No. Okay. The applicant has heard now that the committee does not need to hear from you, but it's your option. Would you please state your name, state your address, tell us if you want to present or if you'd like the panel to now hear, go into committee and make a decision. All right? Go ahead.
Hi there, this is Dennis, the applicant for 405 Whitmore. I appreciate that you guys don't want to hear much about this. I'm pretty sure it's pretty simple and straightforward. I think that's it for me right now, unless you guys have any questions. I do have a little bit of a speech, but if you don't need to hear it, then we don't have to make this a longer day than it needs to be.
Yeah, we really don't need to, but do we have your address?
Yes, you should have it on file.
Well, but just state it for our records, and then we'll go into committee, please.
859 The Queensway,
Thank you.
apartment 906.
Okay, so I know you got a presentation, but you're fine with us going into committee. So why don't we do that?
Yeah.
We'll go into committee members, a motion for this matter. Anybody like to bring a motion? No? Yes?
I could.
Mr. Auspitz?
Yeah, so when I'm looking at it, it's a new dwelling. It's a relatively narrow lot. So I think in considering the application is well designed, it seems to be in context with what new dwellings being built. So in this regard, I think the application meets the 4 tests for minor variance, being meeting the general intended purpose of the official plan, the zoning bylaw. It's minor in nature and it's appropriate for the development of the lands.
Thank you. So application to, or a motion to approve, seconder of that motion, Mr. Reed. Mr. Allison, any comments? No comments from anybody? Those in favor of the motion? That's approved unanimously. Thank you. On to item number 28. Item number 28 concerns 2742 Victoria Park Avenue. It's a proposal to permit a veterinary hospital animal clinic on a subject site. There is one variance. Variance is to proposed use, veterinary hospital, animal clinic. It's not permitted in the residential zone RD. That's the request variance. There is a staff report. There are 6 support letters. There is 1 objection letter, and there is 1 person scheduled to speak, which I believe is the applicant. Applicant, if you could please present yourself, state your name, state your address. Is there any, but before we do that, I just want to canvass the panel. Does anybody want a presentation, or they do want a presentation? Okay. So, Mr. Applicant, please state your name, state your address, and go ahead with your presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm unmuting the other applicant. There's actually 2 applicants for this file. His name is Adrian Litavsky.
Okay, so there's 2 applicants. They're sharing the time of 5 minutes. All right.
Chair and the committee, my name is Adrian Litavsky. I am a planning consultant, and I am here to speak on behalf of the application. And thank you for the opportunity to give my presentation. Now, just very quickly, I have provided, and you should have on file, a letter from my office that provides a full planning rationale.
Just before you present, we'd also need your address, and if anybody else is presenting, we need their name and address, right? So you got to say your address in, and also if you could, as part of your presentation, just advise if you made any changes to the application. All right. So provide us with your address, and then go ahead.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my office address is 235 Lakeshore Road East in Oakville. And I can advise you that no, there are no changes to the application. We're proceeding, as you mentioned, with only the 1 variance, and it's a use variance requesting permission for a veterinary hospital on the property.
So I just wanted to confirm, so just so I know, there's I just noticed here, because it's on a separate page, don't start his time yet, maybe just roll it back, because I've got a question. They said that there's an additional person that's speaking. Is that person with you, or are they separate from you? That's
no, I should be the only one speaking. Okay. I'm the only one here on behalf of the applicant.
And there's no person in opposition to this. Is there from? We have a letter of opposition, but do we have a speaker of opposition? We have 2 speakers here. Are they both speakers for the applicant? I just want to confirm. Hello, staff. We have now, just so that I know, we're on 28. We have 1 person presenting. We have another person, Adrian Litavsky. Are they both the same? Are they both for the applicant? So
through you, Mr. Chair, they are both the same.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because it was on separate pages and I couldn't identify that when I first brought them forward. All right, so let's restart the clock at 5 minutes. Go ahead. We've already got his name and file, right, and his address. Your 5 minutes start now, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so you have on file a planning rationale letter that provides our detailed review of why we believe this satisfies all the 4 tests for a minor variance. Just very briefly, I don't want to repeat too much that's in there given my time, but what we have here is a site with an existing business office, and that office has been in operation for quite some time. And there is indeed a site-specific zoning permission for such office uses on the property. And our contention is that the proposed veterinary clinic is very similar in nature in the sense that it will be entirely internal to the building. There will be no outdoor aspect to this, to the veterinary use. I note that we must also consider the context of the property. This is right on Victoria Park Avenue, a major arterial. There is, in fact, commercial lands not even 15 meters to the north. And I can tell you that the applicant is the Bow Hill Animal Clinic, who actually currently have their clinic approximately 250 meters north of the site in one of the adjacent commercial plazas. And they're looking to expand their business into this somewhat larger space in the home. And now I will allow you to look at, and I'm happy to answer any of my any questions regarding my review of the 4 tests. But I do also acknowledge that staff has some concerns about the application. And of course, I am aware of the objection letter. I did provide also a rather detailed response to staff's report by a letter dated January 12th that you should have in front of you. And I put this very respectfully, but I do strongly disagree with staff's position. They express concerns that there are the potential for overnight stays, which is not uncommon for veterinary clinic uses if there is indeed surgery on the site. But then staff goes on to compare this to a kennel or animal shelter use, which I really believe they're very different in nature, namely because of the sheer scale of the number of animals that do stay overnight, the fact that there's almost always an outdoor component to a kennel use, which simply isn't the case here. And I also understand from the objection letter that they seem to, frankly, I have to say, it's hard to know exactly what the concerns are from the objection letter, other than a belief that perhaps veterinary clinics should perhaps be in commercial spaces, but it's also quite common to see them in similar house form buildings. But I do note that we provided another letter from my client, the applicant themselves, where they clarify that they don't, in fact, offer overnight stays at their particular clinic. And they are willing to have a condition imposed, if indeed that is an ongoing concern of the committee, that if the committee sees fit to approve the veterinary use, despite staff's position and despite the letter of objection, I propose a condition that would say that no overnight stays or kenneling be allowed as part of the veterinary hospital use. If the committee sees fit, we would accept that condition, but I leave it to your discretion. And I think that's really it in a nutshell. Hopefully you have all the information that I provided to you in front of you. And of course, I'm happy to hear any questions or concerns you may have.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions or concerns from the panel members to the applicant? No. There's nobody here in opposition, so let's go into committee. Committee members, any desire to make a motion? I see Mr. Reed nodding, yes?
Yes, Chair, thanks. I'm happy to bring a motion for approval. I was concerned, as City Planning outlined in their memo or their report, about the impacts of potential overnight kenneling or housing of dogs. But I commend the applicant. I think offering this condition of approval is very positive. I think that this use can fit within this context on a busy arterial, very close to commercial. I know it's residential zone, but I think this is an area in transition, and it's already functioning as a commercial entity. So I don't see allowing this use will negatively impact the area any further. So the motion I put forward is for approval, subject to the condition that no overnight stays or kenneling is permitted on site.
I have, should I raise a concern with the motion, or do we have to call for a second or first?
Well, we can do it at any time, except I just want to maybe just clarification on those conditions. I mean, I just want to be sure that that's a condition that we can put in. Is that the case? Staff, we've got a motion on the table with a condition.
I'm curious to know, though, how that could be enforced, but we often see sometimes a condition for, let's say, a third story where it says no habitable space. So sometimes we see that as well. It's not clear to me how it's enforced at the building permit stage. I can understand this condition and the benefits of it, but I'm probably wondering as well, maybe the applicant has an idea of how this could be enforced at the building permit stage. If it shows up as a condition, the applicant needs to clear it before a building permit is issued, just so they're aware.
All right. Okay. So does that change the nature of your motion?
Well, I understand what staff is saying, but I've been on files before where we've put other conditions, say like for a restaurant or a patio use that we put conditions of approval in terms of hours of operation and outdoor amplified noise, and I'm not sure how that gets quantified at building permit stage, but I mean maybe it just gives the applicant and the neighbors some comfort that this has been listened to or considered, and then it's something they can lean back on if they have to make complaints to municipal licensing or whoever. So maybe conditions the wrong word. Maybe it should be for information or something like that. But I would like to keep something of that nature with the approval.
Mr. Chair, I realize that you are in committee, so please forgive me for speaking out of turn. But may I have an opportunity
just a minute.
to offer some thoughts?
Okay, so just a minute before we do that. Well, you can hear that the applicant wants to say something else, but we're still in committee, and I know that Mr. Auspitz wanted to say something. We don't have a seconder yet. I just, does the committee want to proceed with this, or should we defer back to the applicant for input on this? I think go to Mr. Auspitz first.
I just, I have concerns, like, completely. I think I think when the zoning bylaw specifies permitted uses, I get the idea of having a permitted use as something secondary. So for example, and going through committee of adjustment. So for example, someone has for example, we approved a daycare with it but that's not a daycare for the entire building. This is a change in use, and I know the Planning Act permits it, but I think we should be very cautious when we're using that. I have very strong concerns that this application does not meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, and this should be going to council for approval, not we are stepping beyond our jurisdiction.
Okay, so we've heard a comment. We don't have a seconder yet. Turn to Mr. Allison. It's really your call. Either you want to second it or not second it. Or
I'm comfortable. I'm happy to second it. You know, to Mr. Auspitz's comments, I think if there's any situation where this would be appropriate, I mean, I couldn't see a more appropriate situation. It's on a major arterial road. It's directly adjacent to commercial. I mean, the very nature of what is affronting on the street is commercial. And frankly, I would expect given, you know, the kind of the few lots that are kind of facing on the street, I mean, in a sense, they're kind of isolated, right? Between a residential neighborhood, which steps off the arterial road, where you now have a minor arterial road, and you've got, you know, a quiet residential neighborhood, versus 4 or 5 houses that are kind of lost on their own. I couldn't see a more appropriate application, just given the context. My concern with the application, frankly, was with the overnight accommodation. That was my only concern. I appreciate the applicant offering or putting forth the condition, which assuaged some of my concerns or my concern. But I might also note that I think it's also important to sort of distinguish the fact that this is not being proposed as a kennel or a boarding. It is different, and if you're a dog or a cat or have any pet, and you've used these facilities, you know, certainly within my own neighborhood, within Toronto East York, you know, we've got a lot of these types of commercial spaces. And there is no issue with kind of overnight boarding or kenneling. I think those are, it's a separate business, really. I mean, I think, and I take comfort with what the applicant said. You know, the only instance where there may be an overnight is if they have a surgery with a particular dog or cat or any animal. But I think in this case, I don't really have any concern that that's going to be an issue. And also given the fact that I'll leave it there. And I think my colleagues' comments were kind of very well put. So.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor with conditions. Staff taking note of those conditions. We've got a seconder of the motion. We've heard from Mr. Auspitz. the applicant has offered to provide some information. Do we need to hear that information? Is there anybody on the panel that would like to hear that information, or can we proceed to a vote on the motion? I'm prepared to proceed to a vote on motion unless somebody from the panel would prefer that we not do that. Okay, so let's vote on it. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, so the motion carries. That concludes the matter. Thank you very much. Now we're on to the next matter. And the next matter is item, I believe we've dealt with item 29, so we're on to item 30. Item 30 is, or did we just deal with item 30? Let me just check that. No, we're on to item 30. And item 30 is 16 Clarkhill Street. That's to convert an existing detached garage into a, in the rear yard, into a garden suite. There's two variances. The proposed area of soft landscaping is 40, and the proposed height. Okay, so let's then deal with the applicant. I believe this is only one party here who wants to present. That's an applicant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is actually here someone to speak in opposition to this application.
There's somebody to speak in opposition. All right. How come they're not on my list?
They were a late addition.
All right. Okay. So let's turn it over to the applicant for presentation. Please state your name, provide your address, and you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent. Oh.
Hello?
Hello, is the applicant there? Please state
Yes,
your name.
it's here.
State your name and address, please.
My name, my name is Wu Zhen Shan, and I'm the owner of the property located on 16 Clarkhill Street. And today's project is basically convert an existing framed garage into a garden suite with two very minor variances. The first one is the height of the garden suite. Because of its existing structure, the height is 4.27 meters, and the maximum allowed by law is 4 meters. So it's only 0.27 meters above the maximum height. And the second variance is basically the rear yard landscaping, and it's only 1.3% away from the required percentage. So I think those two variances are very minors, and I think it passes the 4 tests. I think it's a very straightforward, simple project. And I'm not adding anything. I'm not adding any windows facing the neighbors. So I think this literally has zero impact on the neighbors, and given the garage has been there for almost 20 years. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Any questions from the panel members, the applicant? No questions. We have persons to speak in opposition. Staff ready to set up that person, and if they are hearing me, please state your name and address. And you have 5 minutes to talk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've unmuted Bok Ja Song.
All right. Go ahead, sir. Hello?
Oh, no. I'm not opposition. I'm just, interesting. I wanted to hear the proposer, how they're going to build suites. So I'm not opposition. Yeah. I'm fine with it. I'm just across the street. I'm 15 Clarkhill Street. Reside. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you have anything that you want to say about this?
Yeah. No, I'm fine with it. I just interesting because they have a garage at the back.
Okay.
And they're converted a garden suite. So
Okay.
I just wanted to know how big and things. And he explained to just a little bit taller than the existing one.
So you don't have
I'm
anything to
not,
say? Is that it? Like you're not interested in talking?
No,
All right.
I don't have
Okay.
it any. No.
Okay,
I'm just
so then we're
interested,
gonna-
so I just want to hear that. Yes.
Okay, so
Yes, thank
so
you.
You're welcome to listen in. we're going to then go into, we have no questions of the applicant. We have nobody appearing otherwise than the applicant, so we can go into committee. Do we have a motion to deal with this matter? Anybody?
I motion to approve. The application clearly meets the 4 tests for minor variance. It provides additional housing. So, yeah.
Okay, so motion from Mr. Auspitz.
I'll happily second that motion.
Seconded by Mr. Allison. Those in favor? It's approved. Okay. On to the next one, which is item number 32. Item number 32 concerns 16 Clarkhill Street. Oops, no, that was just, sorry, my computer is a little slower than I am. 88 Ravenbury Road. Proposal to construct a new 2-story dwelling with 2 rear platforms, a walkout, 1 front platform, and covered porch. There's 16 variances. I'm not going to list each one. I'll just give you a general sense of what's going on. Proposed front yard setback, rear yard setback, east side yard setback, west side yard setback, west side yard setback a couple of times. Height of the east side exterior main walls, height of west side exterior main walls, lot coverage, and so forth. Okay, 16 variances in total. We've got an arborist report, a staff report, a transportation memo, and we've got 3 letters of objection. We have a applicant, and we have 1 person in opposition who I believe we have no more than 1 person, right? Just 1 person in opposition who will be speaking. Let's go to the applicant. Please state your name. State your address. You'll have 5 minutes. Over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Nafisa Zangiabadi. Address is 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, L3T3B6.
All right, you got 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
This is an application to construct a new 2-story dwelling on an irregular corner lot. Most of the variances that we have are caused by the shape of the building. I'm going to go through them quickly one by one. Variance number 1 for the front yard setback is basically nominal. It's just 4 centimeters, and it's the difference between our dimension and the examiner. So basically, we could say we comply with the front yard setback. Variance for rear yard setback, it's only the corner of the house, because as you see, the west lot line angles, and the setback is measured from the to the shortest part of the lot from the corner. So it's the number that you see is only just 1 corner at the rear of the building, and the rest of the rear of the building complies. You can see the line of rear yard setback shows with the red dashed line. Same goes for the side yard setback, is measured from the corner of the building to that angled west lot line. Even though staff asked us to just increase that, and we're okay with that, so we're going to increase variance number 4 and 5 to 1.25 meter as per staff recommendation. And then we have a setback on the east side, which is only part of the garage, and then the setback widens at the back. Also, the setback widens at the front on the west side. So if you see on the presentation, just a very small portion of the building, which I showed in yellow hatches, that's only included into the side yard setback. And we have the variance for height and coverage, which are very common in the area. Main wall height for 7.96 meter, which is under 8 meters, acceptable in North York area. So is coverage within the range. We don't have any overall height variance. Overall height variance, our overall height is actually about 3.5 feet less than permitted. We are at 9.2 meters instead of 10 meters. Then we have the variance for the driveway. We have it from Ravenbury, as it didn't have any impact on the street traffic flow, because both Ravenbury and the flanking street are both local road in terms of width. And if we wanted to have the driveway on the flanking street, we couldn't have it in the front, which is wider because of where the car turns. The safety issue. And if you want to have it on the rear of the property from the flanking, also it didn't give us enough space accommodating driveway in cars parking in front of the garage. So for the safety issue, we just moved the driveway to Ravenbury as far as possible from the corner to avoid the turning of the cars. And even though we have a variance for the driveway width, we don't have any landscape variance. We try to keep the front stairs as small as possible, just to avoid any landscaping issues. Transportation was okay with the changes that they requested. They requested that the portion of the driveway, which is on the public right of way, to be 6 meters. We fixed that, sent it back to them, and they approved that. We have the email from transportation also stating that. And we're removing variance number 12 as per staff recommendation. And variance number 13 is not only 6 centimeter. Variance 14 is technical, a new definition of a story based on zoning bylaw. And 15 and 16 are also just a foot more than permitted, which is very common in the area. So as you can see, the massing of the building in terms of coverage, length, and height fit within the character of the neighborhood. We did comply with the transportation recommendation and the staff recommendation, and I believe this application is minor in nature. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chair, just before we go to the speaker, I think I heard the applicant make some changes and some deletions. It went by fairly quickly. I wasn't able to record all of them. Can we request that the applicant go one by one, first noting the variance number they are changing or deleting, and then the change they are going to make, please?
Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Secretary Treasurer. Applicant, if you could please, I hope you heard what was said. If you could please go through those changes carefully with us.
Sure. Variance number 4 to be 1.25 meter. Variance number 5 to be 1.25 meter. Variance number 12 deleted.
All right. So we've had our presentation from the applicant. We have our panel members. Do we have a question for the applicant? Any questions? Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Chair. I've noticed on some drawings there was a reference to garden suite, a footprint in them.
No.
I'm assuming that's being removed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's been removed.
Okay. And transportation did make a comment about closing off the driveway located around on the where it is currently. That's fine with you, right?
Yeah, we did make those changes. We sent back to them, and they said it's acceptable. We have the emails here.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? We have another individual seeing. Are there questions? I'm just confirming we have none. Okay, so let's go to the next presenter. We have a member of the public. The staff could please put the person forward and please state your name and address.
Sure. My name is Ivy. I'm from 120. I'm the neighbor. Number 8, Clearfield. I'm not opposition in this project. I just want to understand what it's going on.
All right. So you're not opposed. Do you have anything that you want to say to the panel?
No.
Okay. So you're just here as an observer, effectively.
Correct.
Okay. So panel members, I think on that basis, we don't need any comments, any further comments. Let's go into committee. Panel members on committee.
Does the applicant need to respond?
No, I don't need to respond to that. There was no comment made, so it would just be an abuse to provider with 5 more minutes.
Agreed, yeah.
All right, so panel members, we have an application before us. Do we have a motion on the floor? Please step forward. Anybody who would like to make a motion on this? Mr. Reed.
Sure, I'll try to put one together. I think this is a good application. My only concern really is the width of the driveway. I think is unnecessarily large, so I'm inclined to not permit that. That would be variance 10. But I think the remainder of the application is good. I mean, a lot of the variances being requested are due to the fact that it's on a corner lot. But this is relatively restrained given the development activity in the proximate area. So I move approval of the application in part That's with the denial of variance 10 regarding driveway width, as amended. So that's with variance 4 and 5 changed and variance 12 deleted. Subject to the community planning comment and transportation regarding closing off the old driveway.
Okay, so is that clear to staff? Did everybody understand the motion with the conditions? Is there a seconder to that motion amongst the remaining panel members? No? Okay.
I think the scale is, I mean, I know.
Well, you don't have to talk yet, but I take it there's no seconder to the motion, right? Is that correct, or are you going to second the motion? Okay, so the motion fails, right? No second.
I wanted to hear what my colleague had to say
Oh, yeah,
before I
we're
weighed
gonna
in,
let him-
because
we're gonna let him talk.
I mean,
You're
frankly,
trying
there's
to
a
decide
lot
whether
of
you're gonna-
variances. There's a lot to process, and I just want to make sure we're
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was going to let the motion fail, but if you still wanted to keep alive, I'm still going to go back to.
It was. I
to
think
our
it's a very good
colleague.
motion. Actually, I
Oh, you like the
was
motion.
inclined
Okay.
to second it, and I actually
Okay.
have the same concern with respect to the driveway width.
Okay,
but-
so the motion stands on the floor. I'm going to just allow my colleague to comment on it then, and we'll see where we go with it.
So I guess my concern is with respect to mass and scale. I'm comfortable with approving in part, as you've suggested, but I also accept for the coverage. I note that everything around it, I don't really, like, everything around it seems to be very, very low coverage. So and I mean, I think when you start to reduce the size of the garage, you start to reduce the setbacks, you probably would be within the 30% coverage requirement. So I'm okay with approving in part, as you've suggested, with the one change that coverage not be approved.
So is that a?
I'd accept that as a friendly amendment. I think that's fair.
All
Sorry,
right, so
what
let's just
condition number
confirm
is
to
that?
staff
Sorry,
where-
what
where are
variance
we?
number is that?
Variance 8.
Okay, so it's variance 8 and 10 are refused. Is that the amended motion?
That's right, and 12 was deleted.
Thank you.
Are there any other, so staff understand this, I just want to be clear. So, because you brought the motion with conditions, now we've added a further condition, you consider that a friendly amendment. So we have the two that are being refused and the rest being approved. Is
Right.
that right?
And Mr. Chair, just one point of clarification for Mr. Reed, the transportation comment, if you want to see it, it's worded as advisory.
I'd like to include it. I think it's an important
Okay.
element. Yeah.
So how are you including the transportation, or just the wording for that?
The same wording that they have in the memo regarding closing the obsolete driveway and returning it. That standard language they have.
So that's as a condition?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we have the motion on the floor. Does everybody understand the motion? Okay, Mr. Allison, do you have any comments on it?
Yeah, I agree with respect to the
If
reduction.
you agree, that's good enough.
Good.
Okay, so let's go forward. All in favor? It's approved. All right, now we're on to the next one, 34. Item 34, 4050 Young Street. It's to seek relief from a site-specific bylaw to increase gross floor area and permitted height and decrease in floor area, okay? Variances, there's 3 variants. Yeah, so that's despite the regulation, the permitted maximum gross floor area of all buildings and structures. So it's a variance despite the regulations and permitted maximum gross floor area and minimum interior floor area for required uses, and despite regulation 40104010 the permitted maximum height of the building structure. So there's 3 variances as outlined in the notice. They also include here a conservation report, a forestry report, a Metrolinx memo, planning staff report. We have one person who is here to present, and they are the applicant. We have no opposition. Do people want to hear from this applicant? I I see heads shaking. Nobody wants to hear from the applicant, but the applicant has a right to be heard if the applicant wants it. So let's turn it over to the applicant and ask the applicant if they still want to be heard. So over to the applicant on the
Evening.
applicant's agent.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tony Volpentesta. I'm a partner at the land use planning consulting firm Bousfields. My address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200, M5E 1M2.
Okay.
And I had prepared and had expected to razzle dazzle you with a presentation.
You're razzle dazzling us more if you don't want to be heard, but it's up to you.
No, but I could read the room even though I'm reading it virtually, and I'm quite content. I'm aware of the embedded 3 conditions in the planning department. A memo, I've reviewed those conditions with my client. They're acceptable, and I'm here to answer questions, and I'm quite prepared to waive my presentation in light of what the committee is directing me to do.
Thank you. So back into committee. Here we are at committee. We've got a potential for a motion. Somebody would like to bring a motion. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring this motion. I think that these are very large changes that are being proposed, but I think it's understandable with the evolution of a project of this scale that these type of changes are put forward. And the way that this has been masked and the density allotted on the site, I think makes a lot of sense. And my only issue was what was the city going to get out of it, and obviously city planning or community planning has put in 3 recommendations, and I think that satisfies that side of it for me. So I move approval of the application subject to the 3 community planning conditions.
Do we have a seconder?
I would like to second that, but I do want to point out something. I know in several applications previously, I'd been very hard lined with increases to height and density when there were OLT decisions approved. And I think this is one of those areas where the line can be wiggled with. I'm using probably the weirdest words, but and the reason being is that these lands are buffered significantly. So I have no doubt that any decision on this than this decision previously, the major impacts were with respect to impacts such as shadowing, mass. I feel there's probably other issues that have come up, but I don't think that those were the main contention. And I would also like to point out that and it is an area where there's a lot of density that's going to occur, so I think this fits within that context.
All right, so seconded by Mr. Auspitz. Mr. Allison, any comments? No comments. Those in favor? Unanimous. On to the next one. Item 35, 30 Glen Eagle Crescent, proposal to construct rear 1-story sunroom addition. 3 variances, proposed building depth, proposed lot coverage, proposed building length. We have an applicant. No other parties appear to be interested in attending or presenting. Does the panel need to hear from this applicant? Want to hear from this applicant? I see heads shaking. Do I see any heads nodding? Nobody wants to hear. Mr. Auspitz?
I see some hesitation. No? No presentation?
Okay. So I see all heads nodding. Not all heads shaking. No heads nodding. We've got a applicant. If staff can put that person forward, they can state their name, state their address, and they can decide if they want.
Me?
Yes, go ahead. State your name, state your address. And you've heard the panel has said that they do not need you to do a presentation, but it's your right to do a presentation should you want. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, committee members. My name is Daxin Lu, and my address is 99 Zebros Driver, Richmond Hill. I am the applicant of this project. I just want to say the existing dwelling and the addition.
So just before you say anything, just want you to know the panel doesn't need to hear you. The panel has indicated that they've indicated they do not need to hear you. It's up to you to present, but there's nobody opposing you, and the panel has no questions for you. So would you like the panel to make a decision, or do you want to continue presenting?
Oh, I want Japan to make a decision. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
You're okay with it. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go
Yeah.
into committee. Do we have a motion by anybody on the panel?
I'll move to approve the
So we've got
application.
a motion by Mr. Auspitz to approve. Do we have a seconder for that?
I was going to
Oh, you want to comment?
give my reasons.
Yeah, go ahead, state the reason.
Yeah. So the proposed rear one-story sunroom addition is appropriate. It complements the existing dwelling, and it doesn't seem like it will have any significant impacts on adjacent uses. So I think the application meets the 4 tests for a minor variance.
Thank you. And we've got Mr. Reed with a seconder or a comment?
A slight suggestion for a friendly amendment. Just to limit the rear extension to 1 story, would you be open to tying this to the side elevations, the east and west elevations?
Yes, I would. Sorry.
Pardon? You want to do that? Because I think then, for fairness, I should allow the applicant then to address it, right? Are we going to make amendment to this?
Not an amendment, just tying the approval to the submitted plans, just so.
Fine. Oh, okay.
He doesn't do
change it.
Just so he doesn't do a 2-story.
Could we stay substantially in accordance? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's just clarify what the motion is then. Because you've got effectively a friendly amendment for the wording, but it's the same. So just so staff have it clear.
So basically approving the application subject to the proposed development being constructed substantially in accordance with the architectural elevation submitted.
Okay, so that's the motion. We've got a seconder. Do we have any comments, Mr. Allison? No.
None.
All those in favor? It's approved. I believe that is our last item. Is that correct? So we are adjourned. We do not need a motion for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Panel?
Thank you to staff. Thank you to members of the public.
Normally, we have a motion to adjourn. I think it's more procedural.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not
we
sure.
don't need to vote on it. We really don't need to vote on a motion to adjourn according to Robert's rule.
Give him a hard time.
If any.
I put forward a
no
motion to
opposition
adjourn.
to the motion.
I will second that.
There we go. We're adjourned.
All in favor?
Okay, I've jumped again.
Thank you.
But I know my Robert.
Thank you.
At 9:40
I'm gonna
p.m.
go silent now.